since you were reincarnated as the youngest prince of the empire. Let's enjoy Jujiakrim. But did she say the empire was ruined? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Departure. Departure. The day of departure finally dawned. The two legions gathered in front of the Adriatic castle, the capital of the empire, were conducting a departure ceremony and listening to the emperor's speech of encouragement above the castle gate. Until yesterday, the military discipline was in shambles, but Juno, who could not show himself like that in front of the emperor, summoned all the commanders at dawn, woke up all the soldiers, and rushed to them to establish the minimum discipline, and that was at least a little bit possible. Perhaps because it was effective, the two legions did not appear disheveled in front of the emperor. Juno wore an awkward uniform and stood at the front of the corps with Prince, listening to the emperor's speech about his campaign with one ear and listening to it through the other, checking his physical condition once again. When I circulated the mana inside his body, I felt that not only did his body feel refreshed, but all of his muscles were filled with strength. As his body overflowed with energy, even his head felt refreshed, and he thought it was the effect of being held on Catherine's breast all night. So Juno once again expressed his gratitude to his teacher. All expedition events ended with the emperor coming down the castle gate and presenting the commander-in-chief standard to the crown prince, and the two corps began their march west. You go first and stay with the 1st Army. You will lead the 10th and 11th Corps as planned and cut off the enemy supply to the fortress while we attack Fort Streve, and be on the lookout for any possible enemy support. Deo Prince planned to first join the 1st, 4th, and 5th Corps through spatial movement, integrate the 3 Corps into the 1st Army, and then attack Fort Streve at the same time as Juno's 2nd Army cross the border. Yes, I will do my best, brother. I hope that Prince Kent will assist Juno well. Haha, don't worry, your highness. The Windrage army under my command is the best elite on the eastern front. Moreover, I brought the Wind Force Knights with me, so I promise there will never be an enemy coming from the south. After shaking hands with Kent Windridge, Prince disappeared through space, telling Juno to send a message once a day even if nothing happened. Now, let's go. Your highness the 3rd Prince, I promise you that you will win this war if you just trust this uncle. Haha, Juno looked at his uncle, who was making loud noises, with a slightly untrustworthy look. In this war, Juno's maternal uncle, Kent Windridge, served as the commander of the 11th Corps and was in charge of the southern part of this attack. As Juno decided to concurrently serve as the commander of the 10th Corps and move with the 10th Corps, a separate person was needed to take charge of the 11th Corps, and Kent was selected for that position. In the past, Windridge of Kent was really just a meager person, but it has been said that the Duke of Windridge's rigorous training over the past 6 years has made him a much better person, and Duke Windridge, who was worried about Juno, who was his first contestant, is his eldest son. It was decisive that 10 senior knights of the Wind Force Knights were sent along with 5,000 soldiers. The Duke of Windridge advised limiting Kent's position to 1,000 seals regardless of the troops he sent, but he found it difficult to do so realistically. There was no guarantee that appointing other noble sons as commanders of the corps would make them better than Kent. And it was obvious that Kent would rebel if the son of an unscrupulous Earl or Marquis was appointed as the commander of the corps. Juno decided that, if his abilities were similar, it would be better for his maternal uncle, Kent, to command it, so he appointed Kent as commander of the 11th Corps, but he could not shake off the feeling of coldness in his heart. Although Kent, the corps commander, was anxious, the 5,000 Windridge army he brought with him boasted a similar level of armament and discipline as the regular army of the empire, so Juno decided to trust the soldiers, not the commander, and even during the march, the 11th Army, the Windrage army, maintained strict military discipline that was incomparable to that of the 10th Army. Moreover, Juno was somewhat at ease when he saw that the existing Qianjiangs, who were appointed as commanders, were comforting and assisting the young novice commanders. who were appointed as Qianjiang. The 11th Corps felt relieved to some extent, but the problem was the 10th Corps he commanded. Yun, who marched to the Tacito border and trained the 10th Corps under his command, was able to train the 10th Corps, which had been a complete mess since it was a private soldier, to the point where it could be called an imperial army. For the past month, Juno stayed up all night studying military science, marched during the day, and trained legionnaires in the evening. Of course, at first, the legionnaires were very dissatisfied with marching during the day and training before dinner. But when Juno, the corps commander, deputy commander, and prince, rolled around on the dirt with them, the voices of dissatisfaction quickly subsided. Juno, who received advice from Leech Tenor to win the hearts of the soldiers, ate with the legionnaires, and listened to their complaints, and even stood at the forefront during training, rolling around with them without using up mana, or making inspections and standing guard. He won the hearts of the legionnaires by giving them the alcohol and snacks he brought. Of course, there was a requirement to drink alcohol while on guard duty, but when would soldier who were country bumpkins living in the countryside ever drink high quality alcohol bestowed by the royal family? The legionnaires received the alcohol given by Juno with trembling hands, and were so depressed that they did not even think about drinking it. Carelessly. At dinner, he even spent his own money to distribute high quality meals to the legionaries. So when the march began, the voices criticizing Juno gradually changed to voices praising him, and the 10th Legion gradually became an imperial legion under Juno's leadership. It became stronger. However, there were also side effects that Juno had not thought of. What on earth was Your Highness the Third Prince thinking? How helpful it would be to spend time with those idiots. You're demoting us to manager. That's ridiculous. If we assist you well, we will lead you to victory. But it's a shame. That's right. I should have known about the drinking party we had prepared from the first day. Is it all about being a master? In a large-scale war, the commander's ability is important, not the individual combat power of the soldiers. It may be because he was not raised by a royal family. It would have been very different if His Highness Heinrich had come. Aha. Watch your mouth. Are we the only ones here? That's what they say. Seriously, man. I'd rather have a drink. They were noble children who were dissatisfied with Yuno's neglect. Seeing them busy drinking and flirting with prostitutes brought from the capital every day, Yuno finally drew his sword. It had been about 15 days since we marched. After raiding their drinking establishments, Juno stripped them of their command and left it to the best of his private soldiers. At first, even though they were the best officers, they were originally soldiers of each noble's private army, so they were afraid that they would be disadvantaged when they returned to their hometown. But Juno promised that in that case, he would personally take them out, so they swore loyalty to Juno and began to use the children of the nobles as their lieutenants. I did it. Even though they are children of nobles, they are now ordinary people without titles. Strictly speaking, this was possible because they had the same status as commoners. Because of this, the dissatisfaction of the noble children was raised to the heavens, but Juno was ignoring it. Regardless of the complaints of the nobles, the march continued, and the second army of the Tacito expeditionary force of the Balkan Empire was able to reach the end of the Zeno Plain in the western part of the empire, after continuing the march for about a month. Uncle, please take good care of the southern theater. Don't forget to maintain communication at all times, and when you spot an enemy, don't engage in combat. Please let me know before taking action. Haha, Your Highness Juno. Don't worry. You just need to trust this uncle. Haha. The second expeditionary force led by Juno split into two after almost reaching the border. The 10th Corps led by Juno began marching west of Streve, and the 11th Corps led by Kent began marching south. At the same time, a magic message was sent to the 1st Army led by Prince HMM. Juno has just crossed the border. Commander of the 1st Corps. Are the soldiers ready? Yes, Your Highness. All soldiers of the 1.4.5 Corps are ready. 4th Corps Commander. Is there any problem with the supply? If you cross the border, it is Tacito territory. Be careful not to have even a single grain of wheat disrupted in the supply. Currently, we have enough food to feed the entire 1st Army for half a year, and we will also take care to maintain supply routes without any problems. 5th Corps Commander, you were in charge of the siege weapons, right? How much of the production process was completed? Currently, it is about 90% complete, and assembly is being carried out upon arrival at Streve, as it is easier to move and conceal, so we are keeping it that way. Good. We'll send out troops to Expedition First Corps. We'll cross the border at midnight today, and arrive at Streve within 24 hours. I will follow your orders, Your Majesty. Early that morning, the first expeditionary force led by Prinz also crossed the Ticito border, and finally Yuno's first battle. The Battle of Bloody Fortress Streve has begun. Imperial Army Advance Route 1.4.5 Corps marches from the current garrison 10th Corps Western Theater, 11th Corps Southern Theater. Red Dot, Streb Fortress Chapter 27, Bloody Battle of Streb Fortress, 1. Bloody Battle of Fortress Streb, 1. When the Balkan Expeditionary Force of Ticito crossed the border, it was immediately spotted by Ticito scouts, and it was quickly delivered to Ticito's capital Carmarthen and key defense points through magic communication, including Streve. Your Excellency, it is said that the 1.4.5 Corps led by the Crown Prince of Balkan are heading towards Streve. Additionally, the 2 Corps led by the 3rd Prince are moving to surround this place. Even after they declared war and their legions gathered, they didn't move for a long time. I was wondering when they would come over, but now they are coming. The preparation is perfect. Just give me the command. I will clearly show the Balkans what kind of place Streve is. Yes. Please come as many times as you like. I will prove to them that this Redelmo is not dead yet. Count Ledelmo and his lieutenant Cordelia smiled as they waited for the Balkan Empire army to attack Streve Point. Meanwhile, in Carmarthen, the capital of Ticito, the Duke of Tyrone and King Anton II were discussing the Balkan offensive. I was wondering when they would move, but now they say they are advancing. You really crazy emperor. Do you want to start a war by making a play of your own over his 3rd son? Well, couldn't it be a self-made play? What do you mean? It's not a play you made? Are you sure you did something real? Tyrone, haha, do you think I'm that crazy about war? Tyrone, you are my best friend and my favorite subject, but there are times when you don't seem like a normal person. Well, I'm not a war crazy person. TSK King Anton III of Ticito put down his glass and asked seriously, yes, Duke of Tyrone. Is there any chance of the Empire overcoming Streve? Yes, Your Majesty. The enemy will never be able to cross Streb. I will never let them do so. Even if they do, the enemy will not be able to take over a single piece of territory in Ticito, so don't worry. Anton II was satisfied with Duke Thyrone's answer and raised his glass again, and Thyrone also clinked his glass against his friend's glass and emptied his glass cleanly. Then I will only trust you. Please finish this war well. I don't know anything about the military, so I need you to be good to me. And when this war is over, there should be good news for my sister, right? I want to hear from my uncle as soon as possible. At the king's words, Tyrone smiled bitterly, put away his map, and headed to his official residence. I'm so busy. It's already been over a year since I slept with my princess. If you want to be heard as an uncle, stop pampering me like this, you bad king. The day was dawning with the sound of Tyrone grumbling. The Imperial First Army, which reached Streve in one day after a forced march, camped and relieved the fatigue of the march point. And the next morning, as the sun rose, Prinz was in admiration as he gazed at the tall walls of the Streb fortress. Wow, I've heard a lot of great things, but seeing it in person is astounding. After seeing it in writing and hearing it hundreds of times, it's not as good as seeing it once. I feel like Streb's reputation is lacking. That's right, Your Majesty. I was also afraid when I first saw it. But Streb will eventually fall into the hands of the Legionnaires. At the words of Baron Hassor, commander of the 1st Corps, Crown Prince nodded his head. What happened to the ultimatum? They cut off the messenger's head and only threw the head away. Those cowardly barbarians. Prince frowned at the report of Baron Sigwald, commander of the 4th Corps. He tried to offer surrender just in case, but he only ended up losing the messenger's life. 5th Corps commander? Has the assembly of the siege weapons been completed? Yes, Your Highness. All preparations have been completed. So, how about you personally raise the soldiers' morale? Perhaps because he thought 5th Corps Commander Darian's suggestion was acceptable, Prinz went to the front lines of the army and activated the loudspeaker magic tool he had brought with him. Legionaries of the Balkan Empire, listen. Over 60 years ago, our ancestors shed a great deal of blood to establish an empire on this plane of Xenon. Now our empire is in great danger. This is a serious threat to peace on this continent. Because there is a country. You all know where that country is. It's Tacito. That's right. That Tacito is threatening our safety by habitually invading the Xenoplane, which is our rightful right. He is stealing our food. He is threatening the lives of our families. The enemy must be defeated. To this end, I, Prince, will spare no effort as the Commander-in-Chief of the Tacito Expeditionary Force and the Crown Prince of the Empire. Wire. As his soldiers cheered, Prince waved his hand in response, and when the sound died down he spoke. Today, the enemy will kneel at our feet. Today, we will capture that Streve. And today, we will completely end the Battle of the Plains of Xenon 60 years ago. Today, who can lead this battle to victory? It's the Crown Prince. You are the Commander-in-Chief. The soldiers chanted and shouted long live for the Crown Prince, but Prince shook his head. No. You are the ones who captured Streb today and led us to victory. You are the Balkans' most elite legionnaires. Furthermore, you will be the main players in the victory of today's battle. Wire. Long live the Empire. Long live the Balkans. Long live the Legion. Legionaries advance. Destroy Streb. Show them that there is no fortress that the Imperial Legionnaires cannot capture. The shining legend of Streb's Iron Wall will end for us today. As soon as Prince's speech ended, horn sounded, signaling the advance of the army. Point jump, 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 jump. The Legionnaires formed a square and began to march, and siege towers and armored vehicles appeared between the squares. 11th and 12th Heavy Infantry units raised their shields. Escort the siege weapons to the castle walls. Archers, cast your arrows. Go under the shield. Soldiers, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th Light Infantry, lift sandbags. We must fill the moat, so the siege engines can move up to the castle walls. 51st Engineer Corps, spray water on the siege towers. The tanks should be covered with cowhide and filled with water. First, the 1st Corps began advancing for the siege. As they approached a certain distance, a rain of arrows began to pour down, turning the sky black, and attacked the Legionnaires. However, the Empire's heavy infantry was strong. The heavy infantry, which blocked the attack without any damage by closely adhering to the square shield, advanced at the same speed as the siege weapons, and in the meantime, 4 light infantry units jumped in and threw sandbags into the moat. When 4,000 sandbags were thrown at once, the moat was seen to be filling up considerably, so Baron Hassor, commander of the 1st Corps, ordered the light infantry, which had succeeded in retreating without any damage, to run with sandbags once more. Roughly, if you repeat this about 3 times, you will have enough space to build 2 siege towers. Then wouldn't it have been better to fill the moat and then advance the siege weapons? Isn't the current advance of the 11th and 12th Infantry Corps and the 51st Engineer Corps meaningless? No matter how well defended the Imperial Army was, Prince had doubts as casualties were being made little by little as they approached the walls. Your Majesty, that's not true. The siege tower that is currently advancing is a sign. Since there is a high-risk target, most of the enemy's arrows and catapults will be focused on that direction. The more that happens, the fewer sacrifices the infantry in charge of sandbags will have to make. I understand. I will leave the detailed strategy to the corps commanders, and I hope they will definitely bring me victory. I will accept your orders. Your Majesty, the commanders of the 1st and 4th Corps, Baron Hassor and Baron Sigvald, were low-ranking nobles and high-ranking nobles, so they had hopes that, if they earned the attention of the Crown Prince by making merit, they would later become close associates of the Emperor and be promoted to high-ranking nobles. That's why I focused on targeting Streve more passionately than anyone else. However, that does not mean they were incompetent soldiers who sacrificed their soldiers senselessly for their own achievements. As the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th Infantry showed signs of exhaustion, the 43rd, 44th, 45th, and 46th Light Infantry took turns with the 4th Corps. I got ready and ran to the battlefield. Run. Run as fast as you can and avoid the enemy's arrows. cover your head with a shield. Then cover your shoulders with sandbags, and run while blocking arrows as much as possible. At that moment, the 4 light infantry units had only about 100 meters left in the moat. Suddenly the ground collapsed. What is this? Now, wait a minute. The ground is ugh. It wasn't that deep, so it was just high enough for legionnaires to stretch out their arms and climb up on their own. But it was in the middle of the battlefield and the rain of arrows continued to hit them. It's an arrow. Pull up your shields. You idiots. You can go up later. Stop it first. The commanders worked hard to bring the soldiers to their senses and prepare them for battle, but nearly 500 light infantrymen were either killed or seriously injured, and arrows rained down on them as they tried to climb back up. It's a volley of fire. Come down and block it. It's under the ground, so the angle isn't good, so if you just block your head there's no problem. Shen. Or 1,000 seals. That. Over there. What caught the eyes of the Qianninjiang, who were trying to retreat to the base, while consolidating the soldiers, was the water pouring in along the collapsed ground. It's handmade. Calm down. If you raise it this high, you will never drown to death. If you can escape calmly, there will be no problem. Gasp. However, arrows rained down along with water, and in the end, the 4,000 light infantry had to retreat to their base, leaving behind 1,500 casualties as the moat could not be filled due to the retreat of the light infantry. The advance of the siege tower also stopped the moment the siege weapons stopped. They became such good targets that the heavy infantry had to abandon the siege weapons and retreat to their base as the siege towers and armored vehicles began to burn from the continuous rain of fire arrows. The Imperial army fought all morning, but was unable to reach even a single hair of Streve, and with the commander's opinion that the fatigue of the 1st and 4th Corps was too great to fight until the afternoon, the Crown Prince decided to resume the siege tomorrow and ordered the soldiers to rest. Even though he was receiving special food and resting under the orders of the Crown Prince, the Imperial Legion soldiers' complexion was not good. This was because I experienced firsthand how strong Streb's defense was and realized that this battle was more difficult than I thought. On the other hand, Streve Fortress was naturally in a festive mood. Haha. You idiots. Did you think we would just let you fill the moat? It was as if they were asking me to kill them because they were so ignorant and just following the rules. Ho 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 ho. Now that I've tasted the heat of the Balkans, I'll be a little more cautious tomorrow. At best, they are just inexperienced brats. They will now know what the results will be if they attack His Excellency Lidelmo with a siege. Sir Cordelia, prepare for the next move. They also have brains, so they won't attack you as ignorantly as they did today. Yes, Your Excellency. Isn't there a way to scare them? We have to show the invaders a real bitter taste. Ho 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 ho. The first day of the Battle of Fortress Streb ended with a crushing defeat for the Imperial Army. Illustration of Crown Prince giving a speech to legionnaires. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Bloody Battle of Streb Fortress 2. Bloody Battle of Fortress Streb 2. Next day, the battle began with the attack of the Balkan Empire's 5th Corps. The fact that the 5th Corps heavy infantry was guarding the siege tower was the same, but the defenders of Fort Streb were puzzled by the appearance of the siege tower, which looked slightly different from yesterday. Don't panic and shoot. It's still the same thing that needs to be destroyed anyway. However, no matter what happened, he had to kill his enemies in order to survive, so he soon came to his senses and began firing flaming arrows at the command of the castle wall guard. Then the siege tower began to burn, but the Balkan heavy infantry blocked the incoming arrows and continued to push the burning siege tower toward the moat. Haha, you idiots. Try as hard as you can to pack arrows. I guess I'll have to tell the kids to pick up the arrows carefully. Haha, 5th Corps Commander? What is that? The 5th Corps Commander Derian, who was laughing at the Tacito army, answered the Crown Prince's question. Watching the battle yesterday, I thought that it would be difficult to solve that double moat with regular siege weapons. Even if it could be done, the sacrifice of the light infantry would be too great. So, I disguised the cart that would carry the pile of dirt as a siege tower, so there's dirt and sand in there. Yes, that's right, your highness. Since it was a modified ordinary cart, it didn't take much time, and since it was only disguised as a siege tower, there was no need for water-soaked cowhide. We just let it burn in front of the moat, and then poured the dirt filled inside. All you have to do is push it in. Wow, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to the 5th Corps commander, that moat will be filled soon. In the eyes of the Crown Prince, he saw that the double moat created yesterday was being filled by camouflage siege towers, and at the same time, 4 siege towers were closing in on Fortress Streeto, which made him somewhat relieved. I think that, if all of that goes in, the entire moat will be filled. We ask you to prepare for the injection one by one. Good. 1st Corps Commander, 4th Corps Commander. Once the moat is filled, follow the 5th Corps and prepare for siege. As soon as preparations are completed, I hope the archers of the 5th Corps will also engage in checking fire. I will follow your orders, your majesty. From the command tower of Fortress Streve, Count led Elmo watch the battle unfold, who even among the Vulcan guys, there are some whose heads are spinning. It is said that the commander of the 5th Corps in the Balkans was an engineer who rose to the rank of Corps Commander, even though he was a commoner. So, he must be seen as someone who has proven his ability to some extent. When the moat was completely filled, and the Imperial archers built the wall, and started shooting arrows, the Tacito army that was shooting arrows from the castle wall was falling one by one. If this happens, we'll have to prepare it a little early. Take over the archers located on the castle wall. There is no need to sacrifice the archers at this point. Yes, I understand. The enemy's arrows have stopped. It looks like the arrow has fallen. It's an opportunity. Charge the 1.4 Corps. Hang the ladder and climb the castle wall. The engineers must quickly move the siege tower when the arrows stop shooting. The first soldier to climb the castle wall will be awarded 1,000 gold in the title of Baron. Prince's command echoed throughout the battlefield through loudspeaker magic, and the Imperial army quickly clung to the castle walls with their eyes averted. The arrows aren't really flying. Get out of the way. I'll be the first to go up. What crazy talk. I'll be the first to go up and get the prize. The legionnaires pushed each other and tried to climb up first. Dozens of ladders were hung on the castle wall, and more than 10 legionnaires were attached to the ladders and quickly climbed them. Now is the time. As the command from the commander of the Tacito garrison rang out, a strong black liquid spurted out from between the cracks in the castle wall. The black liquid stuck to the legionnaires climbing the castle wall, and was sprayed onto the soldiers waiting below. What is this? It's sticky and slippery oil. It's oil. Go down. Go down. Go down quickly. Retreat. All troops retreat. Suddenly, the formation became a mess and the legionnaires tried to come down from the ladder, and the corps commanders and prince, who were watching from afar, frowned. What are you doing now? Retreating without orders? We should attack when we run out of arrows. Grrrr. Before Prince could finish his words reprimanding the corps commanders, his eyes caught the sight of a huge flame bursting out ahead. Choir, save me. Save me. Arg. The fire spread widely, igniting the bodies of over 1,000 soldiers at once, and the screams made the Imperial army even more devastated. Now is the time. Shoot. A huge rain of arrows began pouring down on the backs of the Imperial soldiers, who were terrified by the shrill screams and the acrid smell of their comrades' burning bodies. Wow, it's an arrow. When the screams of friendly soldiers were suddenly heard due to a shower of arrows, Prince went to the front of the base to assess the situation. What is that again? The top of their castle wall must be full of heat from the fire, so how could they shoot an arrow? No, that thing. What even shocked Prince was the defense tower that rose up inside Fortress Streb. The Tacito archers safely fired arrows from the defense tower, located much higher than the castle wall, and the arrows that the Imperial army counterattacked only reached the top of the castle wall, but did not reach the defense tower. Protect your ranks. You must raise your shield to block arrows and retreat slowly, the commanders shouted at the top of their lungs. But the legionnaires, whose morale was already broken, retreated indiscriminately. As the arrows caused even greater damage, the ranks became tangled, and the soldiers pushed each other fell, and were crushed to death. But this was not the end of the Imperial Army's nightmare. Count Ledelmo, who was observing the situation, ordered to go to war. Cordelia. Sort out. It seems they have forgotten the special skills of our Tacito-kun. Let the Vulcans know what the real Tacito-kun is. After hearing Ledelmo's orders, Adjutant Cordelia grabbed the rope installed on the command tower and jumped down. The soldiers who were already on standby armed Cordelia as she came down, and she quickly finished arming herself, then mounted her horse and spurred her on. Then the gates opened and Tacito's heavy cavalry rushed out. Since it was a defensive fortress, the number seemed to be only about 100, but it was a nightmare for the Imperial Army, which retreated indiscriminately and was in a jumbled mess. Show the power of Tacito to the Balkans. Make it so they can never even dare to invade this place again. Strive will become the graveyard of the Empire for His Excellency Ledelmo. For Tacito, Tacito's heavy cavalry rushed out and attacked the rear of the retreating legionnaires. The cavalry's spears and heavy horses attacked the terrified Imperial Army, and the Imperial Legionnaires were destroyed. Save our allies. 58 archers. Keep shooting. Don't spare your arrows. Each archer fires freely. The 51st and 52nd Heavy Infantry units charge and form a square. The 59th Cavalry units sortie. Cut off the enemy's back. Still, the Imperial Army was able to prevent further damage due to the appropriate command of the 5th Corps Commander Derin. When Cordelia saw the Balkan Empire's light cavalry sortie, she judged that there was a risk of being captured if she pursued any longer, so she ordered a retreat. TCH. Is it the 5th Corps? It's a bit disappointing. I thought I could wipe out at least one infantry corps. Don't worry too much, Adjutant. Since you've had a really bitter taste today, why don't you curl your tail and go back to your centipede house? Haha, that would be nice. But let's go back first. The second day of the Battle of Fortress Streb ended with numerous corpses of the Imperial Army left behind. What is the damage? In response to Prince's extremely gloomy voice, Baron Hassor, commander of the 1st Corps, reported in a low voice, the 12th Heavy Infantry of the 1st Corps was halved, the 13th, 15th, and 16th Light Infantry were completely destroyed, and the 44th Light Infantry of the 4th Corps was completely destroyed. 45-46th Light Infantry stop. What is the total loss of troops? Report in summary. When Prince shouted, Baron Hassor flinched and retreated, and 5th Corps Commander Derin continued to report. There were approximately 5,000 casualties. 1,500 light infantry were oxidized on the walls, and about 1,000 were trampled to death by our troops while retreating to avoid the enemy cavalry. What about the wounded soldiers? About 1,000 were deemed unable to carry out combat due to serious injuries and were repatriated to their home country, and around 1,500 are expected to be able to perform their duties again after a few days of rest. Whoa. We lost about 4,000 troops since yesterday, but we didn't get a single gold from that damn fortress. As Prince lost his temper, the corps commanders and staff kept their mouths shut. First, tell the enemy to collect the bodies and send a request for a ceasefire for one day. If you use the outbreak of an infectious disease as the reason, they will accept it, Your Majesty. If we give them time, there is a risk that reinforcement will arrive in the meantime. When an aide remonstrated with Prince unleashed a ferocious force that had never been seen before, grabbed the neck of the aide who had just spoken, and pulled out a sword from his waist. Q-Hu-Ha. Your Highness, so if you continue the offensive now, do you have a way to break through that fortress? Is there some amazing trick to break through their defenses? No way. They will just go on the offensive, pouring all of their soldiers' lives into it. I hope you don't say anything about continuing, because if you do that, I think I'll cut off your head. Whoa. I made a mistake. Please forgive me. Prince lowered his staff to the floor and resumed his instructions. Tomorrow, all staff members must come up with a plan to somehow attack that fortress. Otherwise, you will be at the forefront of the next offensive. Under Prince's ferocious gaze, the staff saluted and left the barracks. Each corps commander, take care of the soldiers and comfort the wounded. Morale must have been at the lowest, so console the soldiers with special food and alcohol. Gather only the elite soldiers, and finish clearing the battlefield by tomorrow. Your judgment is correct, Your Highness. I think this is a necessary measure to prevent the morale of the soldiers from falling after seeing the horribly mutilated bodies of their comrades. Woo. At least the 5th Corps commander understands my intentions. First, let's send a short-term truce letter. That way, we can clear the battlefield safely that night. When a document containing a short-term armistice with the Imperial Crown Prince's seal was delivered to Fort Streve, Count Ledelmo chuckled and sent a reply saying that he would allow unarmed troops to access the fortress. Your Excellency, was it really necessary for you to accept it? It would have been even more threatening if you left those corpses there. Well, as they said, there is a risk of an infectious disease breaking out. Shouldn't we at least allow them to hold a funeral? Besides, there is no harm in taking the time. The surrounding lords will send reinforcement to us. Reinforcement would have departed from Carmarthen by now, but if we defeat them with reinforcement, won't His Excellency's achievements go down? In that case, even if it's a bit excessive, Kwang, Lord Cordelia, don't be mistaken. War is not someone's chance to get ahead. There is only honorable sacrifice for the motherland. Me too, sir. Our soldiers who fell from yesterday. Even the soldiers of Balkan. Just I'm sacrificing myself for my country. Therefore, in order to reduce those sacrifices, my mission and will is to defeat the enemy with maximum success with minimal damage. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I made a mistake. When Cordelia bowed her head, Count Ledelmo patted her head and helped her up. You are still young, so you can be greedy like that. But if you want to win the war, you have to cherish the lives of your soldiers. Only then can there be a future and a nation. Even if you win the battle, if a lot of soldiers are sacrificed, you won't win. That's not it. Keep my words in mind. Yes, Your Excellency. I will engrave your advice on my bones like gold and jade. Haha, why so much? Then let's have a quick drink. I hope our soldiers who lost their lives today can rest in peace. Oh, and I hope the enemy soldiers who died countless times also sleep peacefully when they die. Yes sir. Cordelia slowly tilted her glass, looking at her superior with eyes filled with respect. Illustration of Count Ledelmo. Chapter 29. Rebellion 1. Rebellion 1. While the First Army led by his older brother Prince was engaged in a desperate struggle in Streve, Juno's Second Army advanced at incredible speed and destroyed the minor lords of the county of Redelmo. Juno, who occupied one barony and one viscounty from the day of the invasion to the third day, attacked the barony of Crease on the fourth day, creating a siege around Streve. However, unlike before, Baron Crease's resistance was quite strong, and he even conscripted farmers around his castle and showed thorough resistance. However, he could not hold out for long against Juno's 10,000 strong army, and when the castle walls fell and the gates were broken by battering rams, Baron Crease raised a white flag. Your Majesty, Baron Crease has arrived. I understand. Let's go out. About an hour after Juno accepted the surrender, a messenger arrived with the news that the enemy lord had arrived in front of the camp point. As Juno left the barracks and went forward, while being inspected by the soldiers, he saw Baron Crease kneeling in front of the castle gate, 3 women and a child who appeared to be his family. Baron Crease, you're surrendering. But what happens if you reject the initial surrender offer and then surrender after the castle gates are breached? Ugh. Don't you know, Your Majesty, it is a duty as lords of Tacito to resist for at least a week when our country is attacked by the enemy, because what he said was true. Juno nodded his head. However, as several of the legionnaires were killed while suppressing the castle, the soldiers were hoping for revenge, and some legionnaires were waiting for permission to loot after the siege point. Since Juno was not unaware of the feelings of the legionnaires, he pondered his disposition toward the enemy lord. The 2 previously occupied fiefdoms surrendered immediately after seeing the difference in military strength, thus preserving their property and lives. However, in such cases, it was common to execute the lords and allow the soldiers to plunder and rape. Your Majesty, the young bitch on the left looks quite edgy. What do you think? Instead, please hand over the 2 old bitches on the right to us, and we will eat them between us. Haha. Jake, the second son of the Earl of Hazelmere, whom Juno holds as his deputy, has also openly revealed his lustful desires, offering a woman who appears to be the Lord's daughter to Juno, and offering to take over for himself the woman who appears to be the Lord's wife and the woman who appears to be his concubine. As Yuno pondered for a moment, the sight of Lady Kree's trembling in fear caught her eye. With that, Yuno made a decision and called Jake. Jake, I will go to the manor house first. Bring only the 5 most trustworthy of my guards. Baron Kreis, take the lead with your servants. Haha, you are wise as expected. We should take care of important things before the soldiers touch them first. Otherwise, isn't it obvious that lowly soldiers will pick their back pockets? Although he didn't really intend to do so, Jake followed Yuno to Baron Kreis' mansion, while playing drums and Django alone point upon arriving at the mansion. Baron Kreis looked at Yuno with an expression of curiosity as to what on earth Yuno was thinking of bringing him here. Woo, Baron. Honestly, I don't want to kill you. Your sense of duty to the country deserves to be respected. But rules are rules. I have to execute you and your subordinates, and allow the soldiers to plunder. I know. But, my family, so, I have a suggestion. In 2 hours, show us that you commit suicide in front of our legionnaires. And of course, there will be hidden property. If you hand it over, you can appease the soldiers by distributing it to the soldiers and looting them. I will prohibit it and ensure the safety of your family. Really, it would be easiest to just execute the Baron and allow the plunder, but why would I do something like this? It's not good to lose discipline in exchange for plunder. And, no. Anyway, what are you going to do? Phew. I will accept His Highness's offer. What is the method of suicide? Poisoning has no effect, so please proceed with committing suicide by stabbing yourself in the neck with a dagger. Thank you. I ask for the safety of my family and friends. Don't worry. I will guarantee it with my honor. Thanks to Juno's consideration, Baron Kreis was able to take a moment to chat with his family. In the process, his wife fainted and his children cried, but Juno thought it was the best choice, and Baron Kreis also comforted his family, saying that Juno's offer was the most generous one. An hour later, with all the legionnaires, except the guards gathered, Baron Kreis climbed up on the platform and arrogantly shouted about his foolishness in opposing the Balkans, and committed suicide by stabbing himself in the neck with a dagger. The gold and silver treasures he had hidden were distributed equally to the soldiers, and it made them somewhat satisfied. However, in the process, there were people whose dissatisfaction had built up and exploded. Those were the children of the nobles whom Yuno had demoted. They gathered in the barracks, drank together and poured out their complaints about Yuno. No. Does this make sense? Showing mercy to the lord of an enemy country who tried to resist to the end. Actually, isn't His Highness the third prince a spy for Tacito? He wasn't even hurt when Tacito attacked the villa. Why? If you kill a spy, it's Tacito themselves who lose. Huh, that seems plausible. Then we, Balkan patriots, can't sit still. Do you have any clue? Their comments slowly crossed the line, but as they were drunk and steeped in bad feelings toward Yuno, their comments became increasingly harsh. Shouldn't we lead this 10th Corps instead of His Highness the Prince? We should keep His Highness the 3rd Prince in prison, and later, when his guilt is revealed, we will inform His Highness the Crown Prince of this fact, and execute him on display. Of course that's the way it should be. How can you subdue your majesty, the master? There is a way. This is a sleeping pill that I give to girls. Just 1 drop of this will make them fall asleep immediately, and they will not be able to move for a day. There are about 5 drops left, so if you mix them all in alcohol and give them to your highness, she will fall asleep immediately. So, then, and the family of Baron Kreis, who tied up and hid His Highness and saved His Highness from the soldiers, betrayed His Highness and murdered His Highness Yuno. So we lead the troops, saying that we have punished them. Of course before that, yes. Before that, I'll have to taste those bitches' underbelly. Haha. Yuno. Instead of that guy, I think Jake can take over as the corps commander. The noble sons, who had begun to no longer treat Yuno as a prince, decided to nominate Jake, the son of the highest ranking noble among them, as the commander of the corps. Jake didn't like Yuno's way of doing things, because he really wanted Baron Kreis's concubine. Moreover, when he imagined himself becoming a corps commander and commanding his troops, his excitement did not subside, and he ended up sympathizing with them. Good. I'll let him drink alcohol laced with sleeping pills. But just in case, you have to keep Yuno alive. Don't you know that His Highness the Crown Prince cares about Yuno? until we create perfect evidence that His Highness the Crown Prince can understand. I mean, but what if wakes up in the middle of the night? If the master goes on a rampage, there's no one who can stop him, right? A nobleman in charge of prisoner management suggested a solution to that problem, just in case there are mana-suppressing handcuffs for master-level prisoners in the prisoner accommodation wagon. I will bring them. Then, I would like to ask you, Jake. Instead, Jake, you take the first choice among the 3 captured girls, okay? Then let's get started right away. It was a really poor plan, but their eyes, drunk with alcohol and lust, had already rolled back. In particular, Jake already felt his genitals burning at the thought of tasting the lower part of Baron Kreese's concubine. And when I got the mana suppression handcuffs, I drank the sleeping pills I was given, and headed to Yuno's barracks. Your Majesty the Prince, please excuse me for a moment. Jake? What's going on? At this time of night, haha, how can I sleep while your majesty is awake like this? I brought you a glass of delicious brandy for your majesty. Have a drink and then sleep, haha, thank you for your heart. But I don't enjoy drinking, right? I'll just accept your heart, your majesty. You've been having trouble sleeping lately, have you? In that case, one way is to force yourself to sleep by drinking a strong drink. If the Corps commander's judgment is clouded due to lack of sleep, it means that the Corps is in danger. Thought what Jake said was plausible. Yuno's mood wasn't very good when he heard that his older brother, Prince, was having a hard time in Streve, and because of that, he couldn't sleep and sometimes felt drowsy during the day. Okay. Then, I'll appreciate it. Jake, as Jake took a sip of the drink she had given her, instantly felt drowsiness pouring out of her. Thinking that it was definitely effective, forced her body to lie down on her bed, and she fell asleep in an instant. Chapter 30, Rebellion 2. Rebellion 2, TSK. It's a success. Phew, I was really scared when I was walking to the bed, because I thought I had failed. But I'm glad. Let's see. Put these handcuffs on my wrists. What are these bracelets? I have to wear them twice. It's so uncomfortable, isn't it? Jake tried to move after putting mana suppressing handcuffs on Yuno's wrists, but Yuno's body was so heavy that he couldn't move it by himself, so he covered himself with a blanket and disappeared. He then called his colleagues who were waiting outside and informed them of this news, then forged an order from the Corps commander and brought the entire family of the captive Baron Kreese to Juno's barracks. Why? Why did you bring us here? The Prince of Borken said he would guarantee our safety. Slam. Where does a bitch from Tacito run away with her mouth? If you don't want to see your son die, take off those clothes right away. Jake and his colleagues held a knife to the back of the neck of the Baron's only son, who was only about 10 years old, and threatened him. Does your prince plan to break the promise he made in honor of himself? You mean our prince? He's fast asleep and won't be able to see this scene. So it doesn't matter. Jake said that and lifted the blanket to show sleeping with her wrists handcuffed, and the girls fell into despair. Cow, if you guys make us happy then we will keep the promise made by His Highness the Prince, so don't worry. In the end, Baron Kreese's wife, concubine, and daughter were forced to open their legs to them, and they attacked them. Dominated by lust. Yuno's barracks was filled with women's cries, pain-filled moans, and men's lustful laughter. However, they did not know that Yuno's inhuman body was already detoxifying the sleeping pills at a rapid rate. When the sun came up, the bodies of the 3 women were completely covered in blood and semen. As if using only the front hole wasn't enough, they also fucked the girls' back holes, making all of their holes dirty, and because they were being stabbed indiscriminately by men's genitals, their holes were torn and bleeding. Whoa, I feel sore. It's been a while since we had sex because of so even though I stayed up all night, it's still not enough. It's time to finish. But it's time to finish. Well, that's right. We can do whatever we want from the next occupied territory, so let's just hold on for today. Haha. They raised their swords and approached the women, and the 3 women, whose entire bodies were drained of energy and had difficulty even moving, just stared at them. Yes, I thought it was possible, but there's no way you guys could keep your promise. Ho 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 ho. The Borkans won't be far away. Since the nobles have become this rotten, it won't be long before the pillars will shake, and the country will fall into ruin. Brit Baron Kreis's wife left these last words, and died with Jake's sword stuck in her heart. Her concubine and daughter also suffered the same fate, and her 10-year-old only son died in his mother's arms. Ugh. Those bitches still had a usable lower body. But it's a shame. What can we do? There is no choice but to convince the legionaries. Let's get out. Before it gets any brighter, shouldn't we announce that they murdered Yuno and promote Jake as the commander of the legion? They put on the uniforms they had thrown off and prepared to resolve the situation point, and at that time, Yuno threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Wow, I slept well. I guess the alcohol Jake gave me had an effect. HMM. What is this smell? Yawning, Yuno looked around him when he noticed a strange smell coming from his barracks. Then, what Yuno saw in his eyes was the mangled body of the Baron Kreis family, whose safety he had guaranteed, and Jake and his gang with embarrassed faces. HMM. Jake? Can you explain this situation? Why are the people who risked my honor and promised their safety? And why did you come into my barracks and violate them? I need to explain properly. Otherwise, I plan to tear you all to death. Yuno, filled with his anger, raised his arms and tried to raise his energy, but when his mana did not rise, he looked at his arms in confusion. Then, he saw that his arms were handcuffed, something he had never seen before, and he heard the sound of laughter from Jake and his gang, giggling, "Your Highness, Third Prince, why aren't things going your way? You have to hurry up and kill us. TSK, you guys don't worry, Your Highness. I won't kill you for the time being. Until I show His Highness the Crown Prince evidence that His Highness the Third Prince conspired with Tacito to start a rebellion." Whoa. Since when did you start planning? I've been with you since you didn't give me this girl yesterday. It seems like my friends have been around for a long time. So, if you had accepted my offer, wouldn't this have happened? This is what happens when you show unnecessary mercy. It's a joke, HMM. I understand. Then I guess I shouldn't show mercy to you guys either. I learned a good lesson. Stop being bluff and quietly go into this bag. Tuck. When Yuno gave strength to his arm, the handcuffs that were holding mana torn apart like a piece of paper, and Yuno's arm was free. How HMPH? Do you think I became a master by only training mana? You thought you could overpower me with just a bracelet like this? It looks like you look down on the master a lot. Yuno slowly approached them, twirling his wrists to relieve his slightly stiff joints from sleeping soundly. Come on. You guys told me not to show mercy, but whoever can withstand one punch from me, I will risk my honor and spare his life. Pow. When Yuno threw his fist, the head of the man on the far right who was secretly trying to move his sword exploded. Now, who's next? You can attack all at once, so attack randomly. Despite Yuno's words, Jake and the others just trembled, and Yuno got closer and closer to them. Well, I was wrong, Your Majesty. I was blinded by greed and made a mistake. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please. Spare my life. They threw away their swords, knelt down, and began to beg Yuno to save them. HMM. How dare you commit serious crimes such as attempting to assassinate the royal family, mutiny in the camp, and disobeying orders during wartime, and hope to live. And as I said before, if you can withstand at least one punch from me, I will spare your life. So everyone gets up. Well, Your Highness, if you kill us, our family will not remain quiet. Oh, that's right. Of course, we were at fault too, so we will reflect on this matter and remain quiet from now on. So, Vane, who was listening to them, blew his nose and held the mouth of the person who was talking in front of his hand and slowly began to open it. That's noisy. Didn't you hear me? I told you that if you survive one punch from me, you'll live. That's the only way you guys can survive. So hurry up and attack me. He on her. He. Duke. In the end, his mouth was ripped open by Yuno and his jaw fell off his face. Yuno kicked the man, who was rolling around on the floor in great pain, and pushed him into a corner, pulling the drum out of his hand. From now on, if you don't attack me for 3 counts, I'll rip you all to pieces with my fists. So attack me. 3, 2, kill me. Then, The four of Jake's gang finally fell into a panic due to extreme fear, picked up the sword that had fallen on the floor, and attacked What? Are you swinging this like a sword? Even my sister, who is a wizard, can swing it better than this, right? Did not fight back and just taunted them and avoided them. In the end, the guards, startled by the noise coming from the corps commander's barracks, came running and were shocked to see Jake and his gang swinging their swords at the prince and corps commander. Now, Legion soldiers, listen. These people have tried to commit imperial assassination. So, with the authority of the commander of this corps, I will execute these people on the spot. Is there anyone who thinks differently? When announced this to the gathered legionnaires in a loud voice filled with mana, the legionnaires began to shout in unison, "Death penalty! Death penalty! Death penalty!" Then, the commander of this corps will personally execute it. The criminal, Fabian Spence. The charges are attempting to assassinate a royal family member, attempting to assassinate a superior officer, attempting to rebel, and disobeying wartime orders. Sentence: death penalty, POW, with one punch from the head of a man who was panting from exhaustion while swinging his sword exploded. Convict Erlich Weldrich's charges are the same. Sentenced to death, POW. Once again, a man's head exploded, followed by a third man's head. Jake, you're the only one left. But you were also my lieutenant. Do you have any last words? Your Highness. The only crime I have is that they gave you alcohol mixed with sleeping pills. And then they tricked me. Please save me, HMM. That's not convincing enough. Think of a better excuse until I execute that guy who's rolling around with his chin missing. As raised his hand to explode the man's head, Jake attacked from behind. I'm dying. Whoa. Huh. You blocked it. There was no way that the master, could be attacked by Jake, who was a mid-level knight, so likely stretched out his fist and struck away Jake's sword. But even in the meantime, Jake's face was smiling brightly, and expressed doubt. HMM. Jake? Why are you smiling, Your Majesty? Didn't you promise on your honor that, if you block even one of your fists, you will spare your life? I believe you know how heavy the honor of the royal family is. Also smiled brightly at Jake's words. Yes. I know very well how heavy the promise made with the honor of the royal family is. But you guys threw that promise into the gutter. So now I have no honor. TSK. Jake's face turned pale at words. Convict Jake Hazelmere. Charges: attempt to murder members of the royal family, attempt to murder superiors, attempted mutiny, disobeying wartime orders, wartime rape, and murder of civilians. Sentenced to death. Wow. AHH. Instead of killing Jake by blowing his head off like the others, grabbed his body and ripped off his limbs one by one. Why? I'm like ugh. When Jake screamed and protested in excruciating pain, responded calmly, I didn't trust the others, but you stabbed me in the back, right? Besides, you are the main culprit who tarnished my honor, so you should be punished accordingly. If we find out that you killed me so cruelly, our family won't be silent here. What can the Earl family do? Besides, do you think the Earl of Hazelmere will step up to save his second son, who has been implicated in a rebellion? If he doesn't do so, the entire family will be exterminated. That kind. Guard. Tie this guy's body to a pole and stand him in the middle of the camp to show the severity of military discipline and stop the bleeding in his limbs so that he can never die comfortably. Jake, bleeding profusely from his torn limbs, was in despair when he saw his body wrapped in bandages, and he died in excruciating pain 3 hours later after being placed on the pole point. Looking at Jake like that, ordered the soldiers to respectfully collect the bodies of Baron Kreese and his family. I'm sorry, I let my guard down and was unable to keep the promise I made upon my honor. But I promise myself that it will never happen again, Baron Kreese. In return for surrender, Juno ordered that the body of Baron Kreese, who had committed suicide, be collected and buried respectfully along with his family, and quietly offered his apology in front of his body point. Although Juno experienced his first murder, he was not so shocked as Catherine had warned. Perhaps due to extreme anger, while holding the funeral for the Kreese family, Juno once again felt the horrors of war, and from now on, He pledged to reduce casualties other than soldiers as much as possible, even in the wars he participates in. Chapter 31. The situation is becoming unfavorable. The situation is becoming unfavorable. Juno gradually took control of the western part of the county of Streve. Most of the military lords surrendered without much resistance, but there were some fiefdoms like Baron Crace that resisted to the end, so it was not all smooth sailing. Juno, who was looking at a tactical map and holding a meeting with his officers, was reviewing the opinion of a centurion commander that, since the western part of the Streb territory had been conquered, he should disperse only 2,000 men as guards and join the first army that was struggling at the Streb fortress at that time. Yuno's face lit up when a report came in that magic communication had arrived at the Legion headquarters. "Are you Brother Prince?" "Ah, no. This is Prince Kent Windridge, commander of the 11th Corps." Juno was a little disappointed that it was not his brother's communication that he had been expecting, but maintaining close communication with the 11th Corps and meeting the schedule were also important tasks, so he connected the communication. "Uncle, has the barony of Kernet, which you said you would strike yesterday, been finalized?" "Haha, Your Highness the Prince. Who am I? The enemy in front of our 11th Corps has been completely destroyed. I have collected the heads of all the evil Tacito lords, so I will definitely show you later." Haha, it may be, because the 5,000 strong Windridge army was so outstanding, but contrary to concerns, Kent seemed to be commanding the 11th Corps well. Unlike Yuno, he allowed one day to pillage every territory he occupied, so although his advance was slower than Yuno's, he could not be blamed for it, because he proceeded according to custom. Haha, it's okay. I'll just accept your wishes. Then, everything is fine today, right? In that case, we'll form a scouting party, set up security on the western front, prepare a beacon, and then join the first army. The 11th Corps does the same. How do you feel? Yes, I understand. However, we still have one territory left to clean up, so we will clean up that place and move on as instructed by His Highness the Prince. I understand, Uncle. I will say it again. If enemy reinforcement appear, or any variables arise, you must report this to me, or His Highness the Crown Prince. Yes, don't worry. Oh, and is it true that there were some cheeky guys in the 10th Legion who dared to harm your majesty? Yuno smiled bitterly at Kent's words. Yes, that's right. However, I personally executed all the rebels, and tore off the leader among them, so don't worry too much. Such shameless bastards. What do they think of His Highness the Prince and the Windridge family? When the war is over, I will take the 11th Legion and put the blame on their family. There is no need to do that. Fortunately, it seems that it was not a plot with an enemy country or an attempt to start a rebellion, but rather out of personal greed, so it would be better to end it at that level. How, Your Majesty, you are too lenient. Trying to take the life of the royal family is treason, so those 3 clans must be destroyed. Your Majesty, what's wrong with magic? Whether it was because he cared for his nephew, or the fact that Windrage had looked down on him, Kent let out a tremendous amount of anger at this incident. Although she didn't think that her uncle was bad, it was true that she was a nuisance, so Yuno thought there was a communication error and took her hand away from her crystal ball. Immediately the communication ended, and Yuno stood up. In any case, it seemed like his uncle's old brat appearance had disappeared to some extent, so Yuno assumed nothing would happen and went back to the barracks, where the meeting was being held. Dropbug. Hey, communications officer. What's wrong with the communications? I was giving deep advice to His Royal Highness, but the communications were cut off, right? Why don't you do your job properly? I didn't hang up. It was from over there. Oh, that's noisy. People who can't work always make excuses. Then he used a crystal ball. All he had to do was raise his hand, but he said he didn't have the form to do that, so he called me and connected me. Damn it, Kent, who returned to his barracks leaving the aggrieved wizard behind, licked his lips while thinking about the taste of the lower body of the lord's wife whom he had kidnapped from the territory he had conquered last time. Adjutant, go to the POW camp and bring that bitch. If you say she's that bitch, isn't it obvious that you are referring to Baroness Cunnet? I have something to interrogate in depth. So go quickly and bring her. Yes, I understand. Kent's adjutant went to the prisoner of war camp with arrogance pouring out inside him, picked up Baroness Cunit, whose face was covered in tears, and headed to Kent's barracks. Don't the Balkan Empire soldiers have any honor? Instead of humiliating me like this, just kill me like my husband. I'm sorry, ma'am. As a mere adjutant, I cannot refuse the orders of the corps commander. He eventually. Baroness Cunit was brought into Kent's barracks, and cries were heard from inside her barracks. Phew, when I return to my hometown, I'll have to get discharged. It's dirty. It's dirty. A messenger came running at extremely high speed and reported to the adjutant, who was leaving the corps commander's barracks and returning to his barracks nearby. This is an urgent alert. The scouting party reported the appearance of an enemy fleet on the southern coast of Ticito. After disembarking the cavalry, they are heading north at a fast rate. Their number is approximately 6,000. The flag is presumed to be the Royal Guard Cavalry. Current location: Viscounty of Zagale. As soon as he heard the messenger's report, the adjutant rushed to Kent's barracks, and I stopped knocking and ran to Kent to report. Corps Commander, the enemy has appeared. 6,000 Ticito Royal Cavalry have landed on the southern coast and are heading north, and are said to have now reached the Zale Viscounty. The distance from our corps is less than 150 kilometers. You don't even know how to behave. The corps commander is now interrogating a prisoner. What is this? Kent, who was swinging his hips on top of Baroness Cunit, screamed in embarrassment. However, his adjutant paid no heed to Kent's reaction and continued to act as FM. This is not the time. 150 kilometers is less than a day's distance at cavalry speed. You must immediately report to the commander and request reinforcement, or join the army. Oh, this guy. Didn't you say it was only 6,000? We can handle that much with just our 11th Corps. It actually worked out well. I finally got a chance to prove my abilities. I was getting bored with this kind of sloppy territory capture. KKKK. Kent's eyes lit up as he squeezed Baroness Cunit's breasts tightly and sucked on her nipples. The wife screamed in intense pain, but Kent paid no attention and began shaking his waist again, giving instructions to his deputy. Adjutant, reporting to superiors is prohibited. You go out and prepare the soldiers for a standby battle. I will also leave as soon as I finish this year's interrogation. Even though he thought he was not an adjutant who could not refuse the orders of the corps commander, he went out of the barracks to carry out his orders. Your pussy is less tight. Such a cheeky girl. What do you think of the successor to the Great Wind Rage? I'm saying put more pressure on your pussy. Haha. As he was leaving, he shook his head at the sound of his superior's voice coming from the barracks and thought about how he could survive this battle. Quang. The next morning, as soon as Yuno got out of bed, he had to receive a report that made him faint. What did you say? The 11th Corps was annihilated. There was no report that the enemy appeared. Who is the 11th Corps commander? What happened to my uncle? Well, the commander of the 11th Corps fled as soon as the enemy cavalry began to break through the square. This is crazy. Fleeing from the enemy Corps commander? Does that make sense? But it's true. The 11th Corps, led by the Windrage Army, formed a large cavalry phalanx and desperately blocked the first charge, but allowed the enemy cavalry that came in from the side to break through and flee when they tried to reach the headquarters. There are more than one testimony that it was done. So where did the commander of the 11th Corps, who was said to have run away, go? There has been no additional news regarding the 11th Corps commander. Our troops are currently recovering the remnants of the defeated soldiers. Please give additional instructions. Yuno felt his head pounding as he had never dreamed that his uncle, who had been somewhat at ease until yesterday, would stab him in the back like this. Holy shit. The 10th Corps moves south to the southern front. This is urgent news. They say they are gathering reinforcement from the 3 Marquis territories located in the center of Ticito and heading towards our troops. It is expected that we will encounter our troops in about 15 days. Yuno's head began to hurt more and more as he realized that enemies were coming from the west. He continued to think about it, but he could not come up with a solution with his poor strategic skills. So Yuno decided to follow his feeling. You die one way or another, but it's all the same. The 10th Corps joins the 1st Army and captures Streve before enemy reinforcement arrive. How can we take Streve, which His Majesty the Crown Prince has been besieging for almost a month? Once we get there, we'll find a solution. Tell your brother that our 10th Corps is also heading to Streve." The 10 SEALs were stunned by Yuno's helpless decision, but since they could not do much better, they decided to follow the decision of Yuno, the Corps Commander and second in command of the Expeditionary Force who earned Battle Progress. Chapter 32, Bloody Battle of Streb Fortress, 3. Bloody Battle of Fortress Streb, 3. It's been a month since we started attacking Fort Streb. Crown Prince was in trouble. Due to the defeat on the second day. They acknowledged that a full-scale siege would not work and attempted to deploy knights, catapults, and tunnels, but the strong walls of Streve were not easily breached. Prior to the deployment of the light infantry, the knights rushed in and tried to climb up while striking down arrows, but they could not withstand the rock throwing and tended to fall. So it ended in failure with only the precious lives of the knights lost. The next time, they succeeded in destroying the arrow tower that massacred numerous imperial troops by throwing huge rocks with catapults, but since it was difficult to provide a steady supply of rocks, their purpose was changed to shooting large quantities of pebbles, and their role was to assist archers. It was so over the past month, Prince has invested heavily in what was to be his last resort, a tunnel operation. He finally launched a surprise attack at night, thinking he had secretly dug a tunnel to the corner of the castle wall 3 days ago, but it failed. Count Radelmo, who noticed that the Imperial army was digging a tunnel through the vibration, felt in a glass of water, deliberately left the tunnel open, and when the hole was opened, he intercepted the Imperial army that came out with the troops he had on standby and started a fire inside. It smoked and suffocated all the Imperial soldiers in the tunnel, completely sealing it off. Moreover, yesterday, it was reported that the 11th Corps had been defeated and that 6,000 cavalry units were coming to relieve Streve. By merging the armies of local lords in this worst situation, the Corps commanders and staff put their heads together and thought about it. But no solution came to mind, so in the end, Prince had to talk about withdrawing the troops. Woo, I can't do that. Now that things have come to this, we must admit the failure of the expedition and withdraw the troops. No, brother, you know? How did you arrive in just 1 day? I thought it would take at least 2 days. Did you come alone? When Prince received word yesterday that Yuno would join, he immediately gave permission. Prince himself thought that, if the enemy had begun full-scale support, it would be better to unite his forces. Half of the 10th Corps joined Streve, and the other half collected the remnants of the 11th Corps, and are scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Since we did not know when the enemy would attack, we stayed up all night and marched as fast as possible, so we could arrive quickly. Yes, I made a good decision. But are you telling me not to withdraw? I tried every means possible over the past month, but I could not get over that high wall. Even if I dug a tunnel or blocked the way for water to enter, I couldn't find an answer. Please give the 10th Corps a chance as well. Unlike the 1st Army, which was exhausted from a month-long siege, our 10th Corps has not fought a major battle and is still fresh. When the troops that recovered the lost soldiers arrive tomorrow, I will step forward the day after tomorrow. Brit, do you have any special means? That fortress won't fall if you just attack it blindly. Just as the first team is exhausted, the defense team is probably quite tired as well. So, if I attack our core, which is still intact, wouldn't there be a slight change? Prince thought about Yuno's suggestion for a while, and he gradually began to think about raising Yuno's hand. Yuno had a point, and since Yuno was the second in command of the expeditionary force and a corps commander, he had the right to act independently, so he thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to try again. Good. Feel free to use all the siege equipment we used. The engineers will be supported by the 5th Corps. Yuno confidently responded to his brother's permission, and he immediately instructed his soldiers to learn how to operate siege equipment, and he also learned from the corps commanders how the previous battle was conducted. The next day, when the remnants of the 11th Legion arrived, Prince and Yuno rushed to greet them. The group of 3,000 defeated soldiers was mostly made up of the Windridge army, and was led by Knights of the Windridge family. Prince pointed to one of the articles and bombarded him with questions. What on earth happened? How far did the enemy cavalry advance? I'm sorry. Our army was fighting well against the enemy cavalry, but we were unable to stop a group of cavalry, which appeared to be made up of knights, and were allowed to break through to the flank. And the enemy army is stationed there after defeating our army and is rallying its forces. The commander of the 11th Corps, Prince Kent, fled when the enemy cavalry approached the main camp, and as soon as he did, other commanders also began to flee. Naturally, the army collapsed, and we tried to control the situation as much as possible with the Windrage army as the center, but our soldiers were unable to escape. It was not prevented, and Prince Kent is presumed to have returned to the Empire. TSK. Not a warrior, but a fugitive. How can commanders leave their soldiers behind and run away? As soon as they return to the Empire, I will capture them all, and immediately slit their heads. Yuno smiled bitterly at the prince's anger. There was a sense of self-reproach for ignoring his maternal grandfather's advice and appointing Kent as commander of the 11th Corps, and it was because he thought it would be difficult for his maternal uncle to avoid the death penalty. Duke Windrage would also go on a rampage for a long time, and according to imperial law, a commander's flight from enemy combat was punishable by unconditional execution. So even Kent, the younger brother of the Empress and the Prince of the Dukedom, would likely be executed. Woo. First, let's get our bodies together. Shouldn't we regain the honor of the defeated Windrage army through victory? After resting for a day, we will begin the siege of Streve at noon tomorrow, so please join us. Brit: yes. I will follow your orders. Yuno gathered the remnants of his 10th and 11th Corps and prepared for the siege tomorrow. Fortunately, as the Windrage army was strongly trained under the Duke of Windrage, the soldiers of the 11th Legion blended into the 10th Legion without much trouble, and the 12,000 strong 2nd Legion was tense as they checked their weapons and armor in preparation for the coming siege. It has solidified. Noon the next day, Prince approached Yuno, who was preparing to rally the corps and give orders. Yuno. It is said that Tacito's reinforcement have begun to approach Streve. They say they are expected to arrive in 3 days, so if we cannot capture Streve today, I will order an unconditional withdrawal. Yes, brother. I will plant the Imperial flag in Streve before the sun sets today. Haha, your confidence is nice to see. That's right. A general who leads an army shouldn't shrink. This brother may not have been able to capture Streve because he doesn't have the same confidence as you. Prince patted Yuno on the shoulder and returned to his command post. And Yuno stood at the forefront of the 10th Legion and shouted to the soldiers, "Gentlemen, our 2nd Expeditionary Army is in unprecedented danger. Tacito's reinforcement are coming from the west, and the enemy cavalry that destroyed the 11th Corps is strangling us from the south." When he saw his soldiers swallowing nervously, Yuno continued speaking, "But there's nothing to be afraid of. All of this can be solved by taking down that Streve fortress. Isn't it a very simple solution?" "Yes. That's right. You must have had a hearty lunch, right? After an exciting fight with this corps commander this afternoon, we will occupy Streve and eat it there for dinner. I will prepare a delicious special meal, so if you want to eat a special meal, make sure you survive." "Yes. I understand. It's a competition. Let's go." Woo woo woo. With the sound of the horn announcing departure, the 10th Corps began its advance, and at the forefront stood Yuno. Then, a senior soldier walking next to Yuno asked Yuno a question. "No. Is the corps commander also going with us? He has to lead the troops from behind." What can I do by making fun of the power of the master? And don't worry, someone else will take charge. When the veteran soldier turned around at Yuno's calm words, there was a soldier wearing the seal of a white commander standing at the command chair, where the corps commander should have been. Holy shit. How can you command a corps by a mere white commander? Isn't the corps commander crazy? And the white commander standing in the command chair was thinking the same thing. You crazy prince. Ask me, a simpleton, to command some legionnaires. When that bastard asks me about this and that, I should say I don't know. No, I shouldn't have posted that proposal. I'm doing this for some kind of glory. Ugh. A centurion was a centurion who proposed to Yuno that he should join the Strebro troops, and after submitting the proposal, when Yuno asked him various things about troop command, He answered in as much detail as he knew, garnering Yuno's attention. His actions, which he did with the expectation of receiving at least a small reward, gave him the unexpected position of acting commander of the corps, and placed him under tremendous pressure. The White Commander, whose name was Erich Meyer, was from a small baronial territory at the foot of the Monster Mountains, and was part of a guard unit that hunted monsters that occasionally invaded the village. Therefore, Meyer wondered how he could hunt monsters as efficiently as possible with the insufficient number of security forces, so he asked the Baron to obtain a military book and studied numerous tactics. He rose to the position of captain of the baronial guard. It was a high position for a country bumpkin, so he was quite satisfied with his life when the Baron moved him to the capital and suggested that he become a captain to lead his soldiers, because it was a golden opportunity to experience the capital while living in the countryside. He accepted the Baron's offer. The Baron, driven by his desire for success, supported his private army for this expedition and sent him, who was a centurion, along with him, leading to the Tacito expedition, which was not even mentioned in the records. It even came out, "Oh my dear, I just wanted to save up money in the capital and return to my hometown to live comfortably. But I ended up doing something like this. What kind of acting corps commander are you talking to me about? Third Prince, you damn bastard." However, contrary to Meyer's thoughts, his conducting was quite skillful. "The Windrage Army's soldiers have not recovered yet, so please take charge of the left wall and only keep them in check. They say they will keep the wall in check, but they must not let the troops on the left wall come to the right, where they are the main attackers. Is this possible with 3,000 defeated soldiers? 8 out of 10 drivers are fine, so it will be enough to keep them in check. As soon as I give the signal, please tell them to put up a ladder and switch to a wave attack. The main attack is on the right wall. We will slowly advance the juncture along with the 5th Corps engineers and the 103rd Heavy Infantry at the gate." At first, when Yuno said that he would appoint 100 generals to act as corps commanders, the staff members who were extremely opposed to them also watched Meyer's command and silently passed his orders to each unit point while Meyer was distributing his troops. Juno, who was at the forefront of the main attack's right wall, advanced the siege tower with his heavy infantry and blocked the rain of arrows pouring down with his shield. If we don't do something about those archers, although Yuno sometimes used his courage to kill quite a few archers, the rain of arrows continued to pour down, as if that was no problem. He wanted to rip off the castle wall with a lot of energy, but if he did that, he would soon get exhausted, so he couldn't use that method. No matter how much the legionnaires tried to block them with their shields, arrows slowly trickled in through the gaps, and the Imperial troops fell one by one, and Yuno's heart became anxious. Chapter 33, Bloody Battle of Streb Fortress 4. Bloody Battle of Fortress Streb 4. However, the defenders of Fortress Streb were also desperate. The Imperial Army's month-long siege was enough to devastate them, and as the arrow tower collapsed due to the catapults, the archers began to fall victim to the Imperial arrows and gravel slingshots little by little. Stop it by all means today. Reinforcement will arrive soon. However, the fact that reinforcement were arriving gave them strength, and their hands exploded, shooting arrows and throwing stones down the castle wall. The siege tower is approaching. Prepare your fire arrows. The enemy juncture is also coming. What should we focus on? Cordelia asked Count Rodelmo, who was commanding from the command tower. Focus on attacking the siege tower. Streve's gate will not collapse, no matter how many times the enemy knocks on it. Yes, sir. Fire a volley of fiery arrows at the siege tower. Shoot oil. On the second day of the Battle of Streve, the oil that destroyed the Imperial army was fired once again, but the Imperial army was not so vain as to be attacked twice. After being attacked once, its oil. Prepare the dirt bag. When the oil shooting tube protruded from the wall of Streb Fortress, a bag of dirt was lifted to absorb the oil, and then the oil absorbed dirt was thrown to the ground before it caught fire. However, while the oil was being blocked, the siege tower was attacked by fire arrows and began to burn little by little. Acting Corps Commander Meyer, who was watching the battlefield, saw the siege tower burning and gave instructions. Please tell the left and right armies to prepare large cavalry formations, respectively. What are you talking about? A cavalry suddenly out of nowhere. If I were the enemy commander, I would send out the cavalry right now. When the siege tower starts to burn, and our troops panic, I would launch a surprise attack for greater effect. But even if you suddenly say that I'm now the acting commander of the corps, please convey the order quickly. At Mia's shout, the corps staff shook their heads, but delivered an order to prepare a large cavalry phalanx to the front line. 102nd Infantry, go to the side and prepare for a large cavalry formation. Huh? All of a sudden? Are you sure you delivered the order correctly? I'm sure. Yun Tian, who led the 102nd Infantry, tilted his head at the sudden order from the command center, but since the order was an order, he led his unit and moved to the flank point at the same time. The castle gate opened, and Tacito's cavalry rushed out and rushed into the Imperial army sieging from the right wall point. However, the cavalrymen, who charged in with great vigor, turned their noses to the side in embarrassment when the Empire's heavy infantry quickly formed a large cavalry formation. What? Those guys? Retreat. If 100 of us rush here and are wiped out, it will only raise the enemy's morale. Although the cavalry consisted of 10 knights including herself, it was judged to be suicidal to charge into an infantry line prepared with only 100 cavalry, so Cordelia bit her lip and calmly ordered a retreat point. Seeing the retreat of the enemy cavalry, the Imperial army gained momentum and resumed the siege. The enemy cavalry is retreating. Tell the Central Army to speed up now. Taking advantage of the gap in which the castle gate was left open due to the retreat of the cavalry, Mayor ordered the Central Army, which had been slowly advancing with juncture, to speed up. Point naturally, arrows rained down heavily, but the Imperial army continued to rush to the gate despite making sacrifices, and finally succeeded in ramming the castle gate with a bomb. Point Kwang. When the car hit, the gate shook with a loud noise, but Streve's strong gate withstood the charge of the car. However, the Imperial army did not give up and repeatedly retreated juncture, and then charged again. Point. While the heavy vehicle was crashing into the castle gate, light infantry rushed to the right side of the castle wall next to the burning siege tower, protected by the shields raised by the heavy infantry, and started climbing the castle wall on ladders. However, as the shower of arrows and hot water continued to pour down, Yuno was unable to climb, and an idea came to mind, and Yuno stepped forward. Get out of the way. Yuno used his courage to cut the burning siege tower into 4 parts. Your Highness the Prince, what are you doing now? You're just watching. Higher. Then, he lifted the piece of the siege tower, which had become a huge burning tree, with both arms, and threw it over the walls of Streb. What is that? A void. When all the huge, burning siege towers were thrown away, the defenders on the castle wall panicked and fled to the side, and the shower of arrows and hot water stopped. Now is the time. All light infantry, climb up the castle walls. Hold on to the heat for a while. Even if you get burned by fire, you won't die. If you rest now, you will rest forever. Climb up quickly. Taking advantage of that moment, the Imperial light infantry climbed up the castle wall, and for the first time since the start of the fortress, Streve allowed the Imperial army to climb up the castle wall. Please send a signal to the main base. We need reinforcement now. I understand. Mayor saw this and requested reinforcement from the Crown Prince at the base point. Then, after a while, 1,000 heavy infantry and 3,000 light infantry of the 5th Corps, which were in the best condition among the 1st Army, joined the Windridge Army and clung to the left wall point. When the 5th Corps joined, the Windridge Army, which was only in charge of keeping it in check, also began a full-fledged siege. Point. The Windridge Army began to climb the castle wall with the 5th Corps, and the Knights took the lead and succeeded in climbing up the castle wall, and the number of Imperial troops climbing the left and right walls of Streve gradually increased. Not good. Cordelia, protect the right wall with the Knights. I'll go to the left wall. Your Excellency, you're not feeling well. You shouldn't overexert yourself. In times like this, the commander must not hesitate. Go. Finally, Count led Elmo and his knights, who had been watching the battle, stood up. Point. Cordelia went to the right wall with 10 knights under her command, and Count led Elmo also led his column of knights to the left wall. Point. Then, the Imperial army, which had been unilaterally massacring the Tacito army, began to push back, push the enemy, Show the power of Streve. As the enemy gained momentum, Yuno climbed the ladder and began climbing the castle wall. However, the ladder broke because it could not overcome Yuno's massive weight, and Streve's defense force gradually pushed the Imperial army away, pushing the ladder away. Holy shit. Why is the ladder so weak? Next time, I should order it to be made stronger. Juno, who had fallen down the castle wall, was looking around to see if there was any other way, and the broken car in front of the castle gate caught his eye. Chuncha, who continued to pound on the gate, succeeded in opening the gates to some extent, but the wheel was destroyed by rocks falling from above, so it could no longer function as a siege weapon. So the Central Army joined the Left Army, HMM. If that's it, Yuno jumped at the idea that came to her head again. Yuno used mana to strengthen his muscles to the maximum and lifted the huge battering ram. Although the wheel was broken, the iron battering ram was intact, so Yuno began to hammer down the castle gate with it. Quang. What are you talking about? What is this? It's like a sound coming from the castle gate. Count Led Elmo, startled by the sound of Juno slamming the castle gate, came running. That crazy guy? Isn't that the prince who just became a master? Looking at the outfit, it seems to be correct. But why is the master here alone? Good. I've just become a master, so I'm extremely arrogant, so it's the perfect time to die. Focus your arrows. Be sure to kill that guy. Hundreds of arrows were focused on Yuno. Yuno felt an arrow being shot at him, but he did not stop striking the castle gate. The arrow pierced the armor Yuno was wearing, but bounced off without piercing Yuno's body. Yuno's body, trained by being beaten countless times by Catherine since childhood, was strengthened to the point where it could not be damaged by arrows shot by ordinary soldiers. And after becoming a master, Yuno was not injured even in confrontations with Catherine. Yuno trusted his body, and his body did not betray his trust. What is that guy? How could he do that? This was completely absurd, as Count Radelmo had experienced defeating the Empire's master through concentrated attacks in the past, and the same was true for the Crown Prince and Mayor who were watching from the command post. What is that crazy guy doing again? But it's good. Now that the enemy is focused on His Royal Highness, now is our chance. Please order an all-out attack by all troops. Mayor ordered an all-out attack by the Windridge Army and the 5th Corps, which were in charge of the left wall, and the 10th Corps, which was in charge of the right wall. You know, what is he doing in such a dangerous way? All 1st and 4th Corps charge in and save the 3rd Prince, Crown Prince, who saw the arrows focused on Yuno, also ordered the 1st and 4th Corps to charge. Either way, Yuno continued to pound on the castle gate while being showered with arrows, and the slightly wide gate began to open due to Yuno's strength. Then, Yuno thrust a battering ram into the gap between the gates and forced them open by swinging the battering ram from side to side. In the end, the gates were unable to withstand Yuno's force and were completely opened. Earlier illustration, since I had to show my face, I omitted the helmet. Chapter 34, Fall of Fortress Streb 1. Fall of Fortress Streb 1. The castle gate is open. 1st and 4th Corps rush into the gate. 10th and 5th Corps, speed up. Capture Streve during the last battle of the plains of Zenon, forcing open the gates of Streve, which were so strong that even the swords of countless masters of the Empire could not be broken, was quite a daunting task for even Yuno. So leaving the charge to the legionaries, who came rushing in, Yuno stepped back for a while and took a rest. Thank you for your hard work, Your Royal Highness. Leave the rest to us. After taking a short break, I will join you, so don't overdo it. The light infantry of the 1st and 4th Corps rushed in first and secured the route, and the heavy infantry came in and formed a formation, further opening the entry road. However, in the meantime, the defenders of Streve Fortress also came to block the entrance, and Count Led Elmo's knights also came down to the gate instead of the castle wall and joined the garrison. Under the skillful leadership of Count Led Elmo, an oval-shaped square was formed by the fortress defenders, and the light infantry securing the entrance to the castle began to be massacred. In an instant, the Imperial army gathered at the entrance was surrounded, and Tacito's army gradually surrounded the Imperial army, thrusting in its spears. Step back. This is not a fortress where Vulcans dare step foot. To resolve this situation, the 10th and 5th Corps, who were engaged in a fierce battle on the wall, had to come down or force a breakthrough. However, fierce fighting was still taking place on the wall, and it was necessary to forcefully break through the aggressive siege of the menacing fortress defenders. A lot of damage was expected, so when the Imperial troops swallowed their saliva and waited for the order to enter, Yuno appeared from behind. "Whoa, what are you doing here? Your Majesty, have you recovered already? This is nothing compared to sparring with Master." Backquote, "And the potions I brought with me also played a part, Your Majesty. But why is that battering ram?" After quickly recovering by drinking the potion some other impresaria had given her to use in times of danger, Yuno brought the battering ram used to break down the castle gate into the castle walls. "Oh, my specialty is my fists, but this one isn't good enough for mass destruction, so I'm going to use it like this." With the sound of the air being torn apart, the huge battering ram was swung by Yuno's hand. The battering ram, which became a huge blunt object, was enough to crush the shields and bodies of the Tacito soldiers in one swing, and with one swing, the bodies of more than 10 soldiers were reduced to a pulp and blown away. "Get out of the way. If you block, you'll die." Hui. Quang. Hui. Quang. It's a monster. As the soldiers continued to suffer cruel sacrifices at the hands of Juno, the Knights of Count Rodelmo, led by Cordelia, stepped forward. "You must never face that monster with a weapon. Ready to throw the net, throw it." They had trained a lot against masters in defensive warfare, and tried to capture Yuno by tying his movements with chain nets and throwing spears. Yuno, who was massacring Tacito's army while swinging his battering ram wildly, was covered with a widespread chain net, blocking his movements, and dozens of sharp javelins were aimed at vital points. This was the method by which Count Rodelmo killed 2 masters during the last battle of the plains of Zenon, and the knights of the county were showing the same movements as their predecessors, but that method didn't work for Yuno. Pointing. "Ting ting tau do 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 duck to do what? This? Are you trying to catch me with something like this?" Yuno lightly bounced off the helmet that flew at him with his body, and then lightly tore the net that was causing trouble to him with his hands. "That crazy monster. Not all parts of that bastard are that hard. Stop it somehow." The knights and garrison attacked Yuno by throwing their bodies. However, their attack did not work, and the Imperial army, taking advantage of Yuno's attack, gradually began to flock in, and the fortress began to be occupied. The Imperial army had finally succeeded in occupying the castle wall, and the standards of the Tacito army erected on the castle wall were being broken one by one. And when Count Ledelmo saw it, he dropped the sword he was holding on the ground. That's it for here. With the fall of Fort Streve, Count Ledelmo also felt that his life was at an end point. There was a blind arrow stuck in his chest that had come from somewhere, and after pulling out the arrow, he gave instructions to the soldiers defending the command tower while trying to catch his pounding breath. Gasp. Gasp. Bring Lord Cordelia. Cordelia, who was leading the knights and soldiers while trying to somehow keep Juno in check, received a call from Count Rodelmo and rushed to the command center within a month. Count Ledelmo covered her own wounds and greeted her with an innocent expression. "Your Excellency, the situation is difficult. Still, we will try to secure an escape route somehow, so Your Excellency, please take shelter." But Count Ledelmo shook his head. "No. Raise the white flag. The fall of the fortress is already a foregone conclusion. Don't let any more soldiers lose their lives needlessly." "But, Excellency, then, Your Excellency's life will be spared." "Woo, I don't have much time left to live anyway. My life doesn't matter if I can save your lives and the lives of the soldiers." "No, Your Excellency. I'm going to die. Your Excellency, you must take refuge." Slam. "Stop talking nonsense. An order is an order. Can't you hear the soldiers dying? Quickly raise the white flag." In response to Count Ledelmo's order, Cordelia let out a fuss and hung a white flag on the command tower, then advanced to the front line while hoisting another white flag. Upon seeing the white flag hung on the command tower, the Imperial commanders shouted this fact onto the battlefield and called for a halt to the battle. "The white flag has risen. Tacito army must stop fighting. Both armies stop fighting." Tacito has surrendered. A one-sided massacre was taking place as troops poured into the fortress like a flood, but the counterattack by the fortress defenders using the terrain was also formidable, so the Imperial commanders announced the news of Count Redelmo's surrender to all fronts. Your Excellency surrendered. This is nonsense. It's just a trick by the Imperial army. We can still fight. No. A white flag has gone up on the command tower, where His Excellency is, among the 20 knights who were concentrating on Yuno. 19, excluding Cordelia, were lying on the ground, having lost their lives to Yuno. Cordelia, who was shedding tears as she looked at the bodies of her colleagues, handed a white flag to Yuno, who was sitting on the remains of her building, and formally conveyed her intention to surrender. Hoo-hoo-hoos. Streve Fortress under the Kingdom of Tacito formally surrenders to the Balkan Empire. This is according to the will of the Streve Fortress commander Count Redelmo, and Cordelia, commander of the Knights of the Redelmo County, surrenders Count Redelmo to Count Redelmo. I'm conveying this on your behalf. I accept your surrender. With this, Fort Streb becomes the property of the Balkan Empire, and hostilities between the two armies are prohibited as of this time. At the same time that Juno accepted Cordelia's surrender, the flag of the Balkan Empire was raised on the walls of Fortress Streve. All forces, stop the battle. Tacito's army, disarm and follow our troops' control. If you obey, we will not put your life in danger. Where is Count Redelmo? I will guide you. Following Cordelia's guidance, Juno headed to the command tower of Fortress Streve. There, Count Redelmo was breathing heavily, his shirt covered in blood, so Cordelia ran to him with startled eyes. Your Excellency, how is this happening? Your Excellency, I was hit by an arrow even before the Lord came. I've lived this long, so it's enough. Look, His Highness the Prince of Balkan, even though he was a noble from a foreign country, he did not have an attitude toward the royal family, but since he had been living with Catherine for many years, and had not cared about her courtesy to him for a long time, he casually approached Redelmo. I need to stop the bleeding first. The remaining potion, that's enough. If you have any potions for me, give them to the soldiers. More than that. How on earth did you break through my defenses? I've dealt with countless masters since the last war, but no one has broken through my walls. But a body that is impervious to arrows and javelins. This well. Just think of it as having strengthened your body. Other than that, you can say that your strength is quite strong. Since your body can lift a weight of about 2 tons, it wouldn't be natural for you to use a battering ram as a weapon. Count Redelmo actually burst out laughing at Juno's confidence. Haha. You really have an amazing body. Since you couldn't take into account such a monster-like body, defeat would have been natural. By the way, I would like to ask you only 2 things in return for your surrender. Surrender faster than expected, and reduce the sacrifice of your army. Since I gave it to you, I guess I can ask for this much. Tell me, if it is a request that is within my authority, I will grant it. Since what Count Redelmo said made sense, Juno decided to grant the favor if possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, Fall of Fortress Streb 2. Fall of Fortress Streb 2. Count Redelmo looked at Juno, who was looking at him, and spoke of his demands in a confident manner. First, Your Highness, please cut off my head here. I have lived my whole life defending this Streve, so it would be natural for me to die here. And if possible, I want to die by the person who broke through my defense. If the principle is true, should capture enemy commanders be publicly executed in Adria, the capital of the empire, I will accept that request. Secondly, please make Sir Cordelia here as a knight to His Highness the Prince. Even if she survives as a prisoner, there is no place that will accept a commoner knight who was defeated in battle and lost his master. So treat the child I thought of as my daughter like that. I don't want to let you live, Your Excellency. That is not enough. How can you be loyal to the person who killed you? Absolutely not. Excellent. Although Cordelia desperately opposed it, Count Redelmo made eye contact with Juno and nodded his head, and Juno also nodded in respect for his firm determination. Good. Since you are a commoner, you won't be on Tacito's list of nobles, so it won't be a problem. Shut your mouth. Do you think I would give my loyalty to a dirty Balkan prince? If that were the case, I would take my life in my own hands. Cordelia. Cordelia's body flinched at Count Redelmo's words. You are like my daughter. No, I have always thought of you as my daughter. So don't say anything like saying you will die in front of this father, your excellency. No, Dad. No way. You are telling me cruel words about how to be loyal to the person who killed my father. I would rather live and die as a wandering knight. No, I can live as just a mercenary. So please. Black, I know your talent well. You are a child with much greater talent than this father. As a father, I cannot allow such talent to rot. So please listen to this father's last request. My daughter, Hehoded Clark. It's my last wish. Promise me you'll grant this father's request. Perhaps because the arrow had penetrated his lungs, Count Ledelmo was breathing heavily and coughing up blood as he spoke to Cordelia. I understand. I promise. Furthermore, I will become that damned prince's knight just like my father said. Furthermore, I will live as a knight of the damned Balkans. Are you satisfied now? When Cordelia promised, Count Ledelmo finally smiled faintly. Then he looked at Juno again and continued speaking. Thank you for granting this old man's last request. It's hard to say in return, but I'll give you some advice. When going to war, especially when it's an all-out war, don't spare yourself. If His Highness had started this battle from the beginning, their sacrifices would have been much reduced. It would have been natural, since monsters other than standard such as your highness were not included at all. Thank you for the advice. I will definitely keep it in mind. Now then, Juno took out the sword that had been given to him as a deputy commander of the expeditionary force from his belt point and Count Ledelmo lowered his head, exposing the nape of his neck. Oh, no. Wait a minute. When Juno raised his sword high, Cordelia blocked Juno's sword. Please let me have the last word. If you're going to do it quickly. If the crown prince comes, you have to transport the count to the capital, sensing that the crown prince's energy, felt from afar, was gradually approaching. Juno urged Cordelia. I love you, Dad. I will remember you forever. Cordelia gave Count Ledelmo a tearful kiss on the cheek, then stood up and nodded to Juno. Count Ledelmo also gave Juno a final gesture of gratitude and bowed his head again, and Juno's sword, steeped in sword energy, passed through the count's throat, causing it to fall cleanly to the floor. I cut you using sword technique, so there would have been no pain. Thank you for your consideration. And even with tears streaming down her face, Cordelia bowed down before Juno, expressing her gratitude. Intermediate Knight Cordelia. I swear allegiance to His Majesty the Third Prince of the Balkan Empire. Until the day I die, my sword will be used to destroy your enemies, and my shield will be used to protect you. After hearing Cordelia's oath of loyalty, Juno accepted her as his knight by raising her sword and tapping her on both shoulders. I have sworn allegiance at my father's command, so as a knight I will obey His Highness's orders. But you will not be able to receive my true loyalty that comes from my heart. Her eyes were full of her resentment toward Ben Juno, who was her lord, and, in her heart, her father. Phew. I understand. Well, since I accepted you as a knight, I will have to take care of you. Throw away everything that symbolizes Tacito-kun and follow me. If you just follow me, there won't be any problem, but if you wander around carelessly, problems may arise. So you must stay in my barracks for the time being. I will obey my master's orders. Juno went outside and tore down the wooden wall to make a rough coffin, then obtained a uniform from the soldiers who were making a camp inside the fortress and returned inside. He then handed the imperial military uniform he had brought to Cordelia and placed Count Ledelmo's body and supplies in the coffin. Cordelia took off the markings and uniforms symbolizing the Tacito army, changed into the imperial army clothes that Juno brought her, and followed Juno. Shortly thereafter, the crown prince and Magazuno revealed that they had executed Count Ledelmo and showed him his body and supplies. Well done. Juno. You have made a great contribution in this expedition. Still, it would have been better if you had captured Count Redelmo alive. I can see how happy your majesty would have been if you had shown him the execution of this man. I'm sorry, brother. The Count's resistance was so fierce that I had no choice but to kill him. No. If it weren't for you, the capture of Fort Streb would have failed. It's 100 times better to kill than to miss. Cordelia was furious for a moment when the Crown Prince talked about her execution, but when Yuno gently touched her with her foot to stop her, she came to her senses and erased her murderous intent from her mind. Ugh. You have to endure it, Cordelia. You will have to live as a Balkan citizen from now on. Father, why are you putting me through this ordeal? Yun Count led Elmo's supply and demand was blocked by the castle walls. The defenders of Fort Streb despaired and calmly headed to the prisoner of war camp point. There was no abuse of prisoners that would normally have occurred. Point the 11th Corps was annihilated and the damage to other corps was quite severe. So Juno, who thought that further expeditions were impossible, told the Crown Prince. If you offer to exchange the territory of Fort Streb's salient territory for 4,000 prisoners, Tacito will accept it. This was because the Crown Prince, who thought that Yuno's suggestion was correct, strictly prohibited the abuse of prisoners, and delivered a diplomatic document regarding a ceasefire to Tacito. A day later, a considerable number of cavalry and infantry gathered in front of Fort Streb. And the Duke of Tyrone, who led them, smiled bitterly when he saw the Streb fortress with the flag of the Balkan Empire flying up there. Damn it. I never thought Count Radelmo would have fallen already. If this was going to happen, I should have defeated the Southern Imperial Army and headed straight here. I was stupid. Damn it. Who would have thought that the shining iron walls of Streb would fall in just 1 month? It is not the Duke's fault, tch. Now that things have come to this, it would be impossible for our cavalry-centered army to capture that Streb again. I don't know who it was, but they made the recovery happen very quickly. Yes. I also agree to the withdrawal of troops. The engineers of the 5th Corps quickly repaired the Streb fortress, which was destroyed by the siege, and completed the replacement of the broken castle gate in less than a day, showing the dignity of a mature engineer. Therefore, Duke Tyrone, who led Tacito's reinforcement, could only sigh regretfully. Well, it would be a shame to just leave, so I guess I should at least say hello to those imperial bastards. When the Duke of Tyrone came running on his short horse, the imperial army, which had been nervous about Tacito's forces, relaxed. However, Duke Tyrone, who thought his soldiers were the reapers, raised his sword and fired sword energy at Ima, sending it into the throats of the soldiers standing on the castle wall. The soldiers instinctively realized their own death and recoiled, but a bright blue light appeared even on Streb's castle walls, and with a loud explosion, Tyrone's sword energy disappeared without a trace. You blocked my sword energy. Is this the third prince who became a godmaster? Phew, I don't know who it is, but this sword skill is almost at the same level as my teacher's. It's thrilling, isn't it? Tyrone and Yuno faced each other across the castle wall and had their first meeting as rivals who would fight fiercely in the future. I can't fight to the death here, so I guess I'll have to retreat now. Anyway, the prince who has just become an adult is at a level that can block my sword power. As expected, Balkan. It's not an easy country. However, a plot to overturn the Balkans was already planned in Tyrone's head, and the plan was slowly being implemented. I hope to see you later on the battlefield, Prince Yuno. With a muttering to themselves, Tyrone and Tacito's relief army withdrew to the south point, and a diplomatic agreement containing the exchange of 4,000 prisoners in the Streb salient was delivered to the royal palace of Tacito, and King Tacito and the Duke of Tyrone approved it, ending the Battle of Streb Fortress with a complete victory for the Empire. The 5th Corps decided to remain behind Fortress Streb to defend, and the 1st and 4th Corps returned to their respective garrisons, and the 10th Corps set out on a march toward the capital. Finally, Crown Prince Yuno, and each corps commander quickly returned to the capital through space travel, taking only a few close associates with them. It's nice not to have to smell that awful dirt smell, bro. Haha, that's true. Let's go see His Majesty quickly. I heard His Majesty has received the news of victory and is anxiously waiting for us to return. Prince and Yuno returned to the Imperial Palace, escorted by the guard knights, in a carriage waiting in front of the space magic circle on the outskirts of the capital. Yuno. Hey dude. As soon as he entered the main gate of the Imperial Palace, the 4 women, Isabella, Mary, Eliza, and Catherine, rushed at him and attacked him with heavy bullets. Juno lost consciousness for a moment, and only after being urged by the crown prince was he able to force them away. I'm sorry. Right now, I have to go to see the emperor with my brother, so see you later. Okay. Everyone, TCH. We've been waiting anxiously for almost 3 months. I guess he didn't miss us at all. But who is she? Who is the woman behind my brother? Ah. This is my new personal escort. Cordelia. I will assign someone to you, so go to my palace and rest. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. The 4 women looked at Juno with wide eyes, as if they were suspicious of something, but she didn't seem to be stabbed at all, so Juno was confident. Following the attendant, Cordelia and the 4 women returned to Juno's palace, and Juno headed to the palace with Prince, and looking at the emperor with a bright smile and the empress looking at Juno with a faint smile. Juno bowed to the emperor with the crown prince behind the crown. Princial Lustration of the younger sister, Princess Mary, who will soon become an adult. Chapter 36. Improvement Ceremony. 1. Improvement Ceremony. 1. The emperor rose from his throne, staggered slightly, and came down the stairs, patting Prince on the shoulder, and praising him for his service. Your Majesty. All of this is the credit of the 3rd Prince Juno. The 3rd Prince achieved the greatest feat of breaking through the gates of Streve, which no other empire's master could break through, and breaking through directly. Please take this into consideration. No, Your Majesty. God simply followed Brother Prince's commands. The emperor looked at Prince and Juno, who were half brothers, but always cared for each other, with happy eyes. Good. I will honor the Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince as first-class contributors to this expedition, and I will give the Crown Prince the title of Honorary Chairman, which gives him the authority to preside over a cabinet meeting in his stead. The subjects in the royal palace sighed at the emperor's decision to announce that the Crown Prince was finally recognized as the perfect successor, but the Crown Prince smiled bitterly. He clearly showed the emperor's intention to leave the state council to him and play with Zhao Guchang Chang's mistress in his later years. However, he could not refuse to accept it, so the Crown Prince accepted it. I'm still lacking in this position, but if you leave it to me, I'll do my best. And Emperor Heinrich, who was watching this from a corner of the palace, bit her lip. She also listened to the whispers of her subjects. His Royal Highness Prince Li. Now that things have come to this, it is better to advance the plan. Not yet. I'm just crouching down for a moment. Move slowly according to plan. There is still time. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. After taking care of her expression, Heinrich smiled and walked to the center of her palace. Henry appealed to the emperor, who was contemplating a reward for Juno. Your Majesty, how about giving fiefdom to the 3rd Prince, who has made great achievements this time? This time, Viscount Nicanor and Baron Teshida, who were in charge of guarding the center of the Monster Mountains, have asked to resign due to their rage and lack of a suitable successor. So, how about merging the territories and giving the 3rd Prince the title of Earl, HMM? There hasn't been any particular activity of monsters these days. It's not dangerous, and I think it's an appropriate reward for the prince to hold the title of Earl at the same time, but we should also listen to the person's thoughts. What does the 3rd Prince think about this? That is the reward I want. Your Majesty, please leave it to me. Juno has wanted to have her own estate and live there since she was young. I don't know what his second brother's intentions were, but he first suggested what he wanted, so Juno was extremely welcoming. No. How can you send a child who returned from the battlefield to such a dangerous place? Moreover, I cannot allow the 3rd Prince to be posted to such a remote area. However, the Empress, who had been listening quietly, stood up from her seat and objected, so the Emperor calmed her down. This discussion will be held again tomorrow during the cabinet meeting. Next, we will proceed with awarding the 1st, 4th, and 5th Corps commanders. Each Corps commander will be awarded a second-class merit, and the 1st and 4th Corps commanders will be awarded the title of Grand Victory. Also, the commander of the 5th Corps is granted the title of Baron. Rewards continued to be given, and many people received awards as the long-awaited war ended in victory. Tonight, a banquet to commemorate the victory will be held, so I hope many people will attend. I hope that the secretary will oversee the preparations for the banquet well. Yes, Your Majesty. We will prepare for sure, so don't worry. With those last words, the emperor disappeared from the palace and Yuria got up from the throne and came down. She looked at her son with her sharp eyes and took her steps, and the nobles who came to congratulate the crown prince and the third prince had to shrink from the empress's fearsome force and avoid her. Prince, could you please leave for a moment? Haha. Of course, Empress. Now, everyone, please leave. Let's have a quick drink in my palace before the full-scale banquet begins. I will tell you about the bravery of our imperial army that fought against the Tacito army. I'll give it to you. The quick-witted crown prince took the nobles gathered at the palace and went outside. When the nobles left and Yuria approached her, Yuno closed her eyes tightly, thinking she was getting Yuria's signature backsmash. Ahh. I guess I got a beating from my mom just because I became independent. Her mom's palm still hurts. However, contrary to Yuno's expectations, Yuria held Yuno tightly in her arms and began to shed tears. My son, are you hurt anywhere? Do you know how worried your mother was? And you said that you stood at the forefront of a rain of arrows and broke through the castle gate. My mother thought she was going to faint when she heard that. Do you know how worried she was? Yuno was embarrassed by her tears that were moistening her own chest, so she pulled Yuria away from her and looked at her face. Yuria's beautiful face was completely disfigured and tears were welling up in her big eyes and dripping down her face. Mom, don't worry, I'm strong. You know that she doesn't mind being hit by an arrow or something, but you really don't know. Also, would your mother be upset to hear that we were heading to such a dangerous place again as soon as we arrived? Would she be upset? Even as she shed tears, Yuria slapped Yuno on the back. I don't know if it was because of her mother's love, but Yuria's palm left a definite blow on Yuno's back. Mom, that really hurts. Ugh, you can't even stand the palm of your hand. You're going to some kind of monster mountain range. No. Mom can't allow it. As Yuria continued to object, Yuno confirmed that there was no one around her and told Yuria a plan she had been thinking about for a long time. Mom, then, if it's okay with you, when Yuno looked at her and tried to say something, Yuria looked at her and stared into her eyes. Then would you like to come down to the estate and live with me? It was my dream to live with her mother. Come live with me in a place where no one will disturb you, Mom. Yuria's heart began to pound loudly as she heard her son's words, which sounded like a proposal. And as she felt her son's solid body in her arms, she realized that her son had become an adult. When Yuno didn't respond, Yuno held her tightly in her arms and whispered into her ear once again, if Mom doesn't have any regrets about living in this imperial palace, I want to live in my estate with her ex-mom. That's been my wish for a long time. Mom. Yuria's face turned bright red as Yuno hugged her tightly. Yuno's strong arms were tightly hugging Yuria's slender waist, and Yuno's large cock was touching her stomach. As soon as she felt the swollen shape of her cock against the mound of her own pussy, Yuria's womb began to pulsate, transforming her from a mother into a woman again. This child wants me. My son, who is now a man, wants me as his woman. What should I do? When I think this big dick will come inside me. When Yuria was just looking at herself with her face blushing, Yuno opened her mouth once again. Mom, Isabella, Mary, Eliza and Master. Our whole family will be very happy if we all live together, right? Yuno's next words made Yuria's body cool down quickly. Only then did she realize that Yuno was not proposing to her as a woman, but that she just wanted to live together with her family. Mom, wasn't she mistaken? She said she was speaking strangely. So Mom, how could I possibly be mistaken? It's loud. If Mom says so, she knows it is. Yuria slammed her palm down on Yuno's backside once more and had to swallow her shame as she fanned her own flushed face with her palm. Yuno, who hit her back without even knowing what was happening, asked Yuria once again, Mom, can't we just live together? She doesn't intend to stay in the palace as the Empress Dowager once her older brother comes to the throne anyway. Yuno, you don't say such dangerous things carelessly. I'm saying this because no one can feel my vibe. After all, my father is older than I. Yuria let out aside Yuno's request. No matter how rough the place she lives, what mother wouldn't want to live there with her beloved son? However, realistically, it was almost impossible for her, the Empress, to leave her imperial palace at will. Woo, I guess I'll just think about it until tonight. I also have to think of a reason to tell his majesty. Really? Wow, thank you mom. Yuno rushed to Yuria and kissed her cheek repeatedly. Ugh, he's grown up, so he can tell his mom. I haven't given him permission yet, so don't get so excited. Your mom. Juno smiled and returned to her own palace, leaving Yuria behind, and relieved Isabella, Mary, Eliza, and Catherine, who were waiting for her. Of course, it was an added bonus that she had been scolded for ignoring them earlier. Yuno, who had been telling the girls about the events that had happened on her battlefield after being scolded by her, realized that the sun was already setting, so she changed her clothes again and headed to the banquet hall with the girls. Illustration of Princess Eliza as an adult. Chapter 37. Triumph Ceremony 2. Improvement Ceremony 2. The incredibly extravagant triumphal ceremony taking place in the Imperial Palace banquet hall revealed how pleased the emperor was with this victory. All the attendants and maids in the Imperial Palace gathered together and continued to pour out all kinds of delicacies and alcohol that the prince, had never seen before. While the nobles praised the crown prince and Yuno for their achievements, they did not forget to praise the emperor, who ordered this expedition as well. I didn't point. The emperor, who was delighted with the flattery of the nobles, went to bed with his mistress, supported by his secretary, who must have been drinking too much. Meanwhile, Yuno was tired of being greeted by so many nobles and tried to take a short break on the royal balcony. Since he usually sits in the lounge on the first floor or at a private table, he expected no one to be there, but Yuno's expectations were on point. There was a beautiful passenger taking her seat, and she and Yuno greeted each other warmly. Oh my, your majesty the third prince. Congratulations on your victory. I heard you did a great job in Strive. I was very worried too, but I'm glad you came back safely. Sister-in-law Hiria. It's been a while since I saw you. How have you been, sister-in-law? Hira and Yuno, the crown prince's wife and her own sister-in-law, were quite close friends of hers, as Yuno's main family was a descendant of the Windrage family. Hiria had been like Yuria's younger sister since she was young. She often visited the Empress Palace and cherished Yuno, and even after she married the crown prince, Hiria and Yuno remained together. We have maintained a fairly close relationship. Of course, her title changed to sister-in-law, and she could no longer treat her as comfortably as when she was younger, but Yuno still felt comfortable with Hiria, as if she were her close aunt. Yuno took his eyes off her for a moment as she looked even more beautiful today, but he soon noticed her clothes and turned his eyes away. You're talking to me? Where are you looking? Her dress was low cut, proudly showing off a large cleavage, so Yuno couldn't find where to place his eyes. No. By the way, my brother Wu, you know very well that he doesn't like being with me. It's been a while since we've slept separately, since we got married. If you're tired for a while, I'll make you a cup of tea so you can rest for a while. Thank you. Then, I will enjoy it. She got into her car with skill unbefitting the crown princess of an empire and handed it over to Yuno, who enjoyed the tea she rode in. How was it? Did it have any effect? Yes. What? Ho ho. It's a tea that's incredibly good for stamina and is made from precious ingredients. My husband rides it every day and passes it on to his maids, but I don't know where it all goes. What? An aphrodisiac. Yuno was taken aback when unexpected words came out of her sister-in-law's mouth. Moreover, Yuno's dick suddenly swelled to a large size, and she started to spurt out through her pants. As Yuno was embarrassed, Hiria naturally looked to her lower body, and when she saw a huge dragon writhing inside her pants, Hiria let out a light exclamation. How great it would have been if Yuno were my husband. The crown prince doesn't care about me. Phew. I guess he'll be in bed with him tonight too. Will I have to spend the night alone like this for the rest of my life? Although Hiria wanted to divorce the crown prince right away and propose to Yuno, thanks to the marriage between her and the crown prince, she was able to raise her own family, who rose from being a poor eastern homeowner to a later writer in the center of power in the empire. If you think about it, it couldn't have been possible. And she knew very well that, if she really did that, not only herself and her family, but also her crown prince and this kind third prince who always treated her kindly would fall in one fell swoop. So she held on to her affection for her master. I had to hide my heart. But This dress I wore today. I wore it because I wanted to show it to Yuno, and I'm glad she likes it. Haha apostrophe. Normally, she had such large breasts that she was embarrassed by them, but when Yuno seemed to be conscious of them, she was so proud of her own breasts that they even looked superficial today. And she found it so lovely to see Yuno stealing a glance at her while pretending to turn her gaze away, even though she couldn't take her eyes off her own breasts. Back quote. Should we play around a little more? Oh my, your highness, Yuno, here's a stitch. When Hyria stretched out her hand to Yuno's heated lower body, Yuno was extremely embarrassed and covered his cock with her hand. Tongue. Sister-in-law? I don't know where the stitches are, but I, myself. Women should do things like this. Men don't often find things like this. Yuno's huge erect dick was sticking out from the top of his pants, so Hyria reached out and gently pressed the dick. Back quote. Oh my. This is huge, right? Oh my god. How happy will the woman who will become His Highness Yuno's princess be? She'll probably be Princess Eliza, right? Honey was dripping from His Majesty Yuno's gazifta, gently squeezing Yuno's cock, pretending to remove her stitches. She took her hand away again, but her body was hot, and her cum was flowing out of her pussy, soaking her panties. Back quote. I can't take it anymore. I've been patiently holding it in for so long, but now I'm at my limit. Furthermore, I wish I could embrace you. Hyria had an incredibly hot body by nature, but since she had not slept with her prince since her newlywed marriage, she had been appeasing her desires by masturbating or pinching her thighs every night. Still, she had desperately endured it while maintaining her chastity as the crown princess, but when she felt the big cock of the master she had secretly admired, she could no longer endure it. The moment she loses her temper and tries to pull down her own panties, the balcony door opened and the crown prince came in. Yuno, you were here? Was the crown princess here too? But you should dress up. Hyria's dress was very disheveled as she touched Yuno's cock, and her nipples were barely visible on her chest, so the crown prince cleared his throat and pointed out his wife's outfit. Sorry. I'm sorry, your highness. I was fixing your highness the third prince's clothes for a moment. It's okay. I'll take Yuno away for a while. The main character of the day shouldn't just rest here. Yes, I understand. Sister-in-law. I'll just get up. Yuno, who never dreamed that he was in danger of being attacked, was glad that he had escaped his sister-in-law's prank. He thought about something else for a moment, calmed his erect dick, and stood up to follow the crown prince. Eventually, the crown princess, left alone again, took her lonely steps back to her own palace. She then lay alone on her bed, screaming Yuno's name into the air and letting her body sink, heated by her intense masturbation. Yuno, your brother. Are you interested in the crown princess? Oh, you're my sister-in-law who is always so kind to me. You made me a really delicious cup of tea today too. Of course, Prince, who knew very well the identity of the car, smiled bitterly. The crown prince, who had someone else whom she loved, deliberately chose a nobleman from a small or medium-sized noble family to be his wife, so that there would be no problems with her neglected marriage, and he never hugged her after her first night. That's why he always felt sorry for her. And as the crown prince of her empire, he was very perceptive, so he knew very well who his wife had in mind. Haha. I don't mean that. I mean, have you ever seen the crown princess as a woman? Yes. Why did you suddenly say that? There's no way I would think such a thing to my sister-in-law, who is so virtuous, right? If you want, the crown princess. No, my brother said something useless. I'm sorry, Yuno. Forget what he just said. In any case, her heart belonged to someone else, so Prince wanted to connect her with Yuno later, if she even had feelings for the crown princess. However, seeing his younger brother's appearance so pure, the crown prince cancelled his words, and he returned to the celebration with Yuno with a bitter smile. The night deepened, and the celebration continued. It had been a long time since the crown prince had fainted and been carried away by the congratulatory drinks that were continuously being handed out here and there, and Yuno too had suddenly felt quite drunk and was squirming his eyes. Yuno's body, which had reached the level of a superhuman, decomposed alcohol at an incredible rate, but the famous liquor of the empire was quite strong, and such strong alcohol continued to pour in, so Yuno ended up getting so drunk that he fell asleep with his head on the table. Britty, my little brother is drunk. I guess I'm very sleepy. Should I sleep next to my sister today? My sister has developed a special medicine that is very good for hangovers, so I guess I need it. Before she knew it, her first princess, Diane, was sitting on Yuno's right, licking her lips seductively and looking at Yuno who was sleeping. Sister, I'm going to take Yuno Oppa with me, right? I'll leave it to you and see what kind of trouble Yuno Oppa gets into. HMPH. However, Mary, sitting to Yuno's left, prevented Diane's kidnapping. Then Diane looked down at her youngest sister with her sharp eyes, different from the way she looked at Juno. Oh my. We cut Mary a lot. I knew she would treat her like that. I thought she was still a child. However, Mary did not move even under Diane's gaze and opened her mouth while tightly hugging Yuno's arm. HMPH. Sister. Kids these days have one personality, right? Huh. She said that what she became when she grew up is me. Diane tried to hit her cheeky younger sister with her honey and take Yuno with her, but her plot was crushed by Uria and Isabella who approached her. Before she knew it, I'm the one who grew up there. Diane? Diane. Where are you taking Yuno? Me and her mother will take Yuno to her 3 villa, so just leave her alone. No, I just wanted to give Yuno medicine Diane. Wouldn't you mind giving me that medicine? TCH. Okay, Empress. It's true that I have a good hangover cure, so I'll send it to Yuno's villa later. Although she was a stepmother who was not much older than her, Diane had been obsessed with Uria since she was young, and this time, she had no choice but to listen to Uria point. Since all of her servants and maids were at the banquet, Yuno, who was completely drunk, was whimpered and helped by Uria and Isabella, who carried her in her carriage to her villa point still. When she arrived at the villa, she was able to receive help from the knights guarding her, so Uria was able to take a breather and cool off. Woo, our sun is really heavy. Isabella. Let's go now. Let's let Yuno sleep in peace. Isabella looked at Juno with a slightly regretful look, but since she was with her mother, she decided to take advantage of the next opportunity and turned around illustration of Crown Princess Uria de von Borken chapter 38. Uria and Yuno's first night. 1. Uria and Yuno's first night. 1. Uria, who returned to her palace, looked at her sweaty body and thought that Yuno felt the same way. Ugh. Yuno, that kid is already big, so it must be hot. Washed her body and went to bed, but she couldn't sleep because she was worried about her son, who had passed out drunk. As she continued to think of Yuno, Uria even remembered being held in Yuno's arms during the day, her face blushing, and she quickly shook her head to erase her thoughts. Then, she remembered that Diane had sent hangover medication to Yuno's palace. And when she thought that it would be better to give her some and put her to sleep, Uria unknowingly got up from her bed. I can't do it. I have to go and wipe off the sweat, give him some medicine, and put him to sleep. Uria looked for her maid, Jane Madeline, to put on her clothes, but there was no reply, as if all the maids from the Empress's palace had not yet returned because of the banquet. Woo. My dresses are cumbersome to wear alone. I just wear them roughly. In the end, Uria headed to Yuno's palace alone, wearing only her underwear and a thin outer garment, covering her body with only a cloak. Since she was in the building right next door, Uria quickly arrived and asked the guard watching her if she had anything sent from the first princess's palace. She accepted it and went into Yuno's bedroom. Yuno, who had completely fallen asleep, was fast asleep. Uria, looking at the sleeping face of her very handsome son with her loving face, made Yuno take the sobering medicine that Diane had sent her. Fortunately, when the liquid was poured onto Yuno's lips, she naturally swallowed it with her saliva, and Yuno's face was seen to become more relaxed. Feeling somewhat relieved, Uria herself took water from her basin, wet a cloth, and wiped the sweat from Yuno's forehead. She was a duchess and had been an empress since she was young, so Uria had never done such hard work, but the thought of doing it for her son gave her strength that she never had before. Cool. Cool as Yuno snored in her sleep and was happy with her touch. Uria's body trembled with such happiness. My sweet boy. Isn't it hot? Her mommy will clean her whole body too. Yuria seemed to have forgotten her senses that she had felt during the day and saw her own son as if he were just a child, which led to her reaching out to wipe his body. Yuria, who was taking off Yuno's clothes one by one, came to her senses when she saw Yuno with only her panties left behind. Huh. This is my son's body. Yuria blushed at the sight of her body, which was not as lumpy and full of scars as it was when she trained for a long time, but was firm, but lean and compressed, muscular, yet smooth without any scars. This is not the time for me to be like this. Let's wipe it quickly. Yuno will be very hot. As Yuno's facial expression brightened as she slowly wiped her son's body from his neck to his stomach with a cloth soaked in water. Yuria was happy to wipe her son's body. But the problem started below. The aphrodisiac that Yuria had given him seemed to have taken effect again, as Yuno reacted to Yuria's soft touch rubbing his upper body, causing his dick to become large and erect. Yuno's cock, which was so large and erect, penetrated her panties up to the base of her glands and came up onto Yuria's stomach and touched Yuria's hand, and Yuria blushed as she stared blankly at her son's cock, which was so large. Yuria had originally only wanted to wipe her upper body and cover her with a blanket, but Yuria couldn't take her eyes off the silhouette of her massive glands sticking out of her panties and the silhouette of her huge cock visible beneath her panties. Oh my god. I knew that my son's dick was huge when we hugged him during the day, but I never thought it would be this big. It's so big. I want to see how big it will be if you take off the panties. Yuria swallowed her saliva and reached out to Yuno's panties. Yes, I'm just checking the size of my son's penis. Furthermore, I'm also doing it for my daughter-in-law who will later marry Yuno. Yes, I'm doing the natural thing as a mother. After finishing her self-rationalization, while mumbling to herself, Yuno pulled down Yuno's panties. Then, Yuno's dick, which was pressed against her panties, bounced up into the sky due to her elasticity and hit Yuria's cheek. Kaya. Yuria, who momentarily let out a startled scream, wondered if her Yuno had woken up from her own screams, but she sighed in relief at the sight of her Yuno's face, who was soundly asleep. Oh my god. It's so big, isn't it? It looks like it's bigger than my forearm. Yuria let out a gasp at the size of Yuno's cock, which seemed to be 30 centimeters at a rough estimate, and unconsciously reached out to Yuno's cock, captivated by the masculine scent flowing from her cock. It smells so fragrant. I want to suck it just once. Even though it's my son's cock. Before I knew it, Yuria's panties were soaked with the fuck juice that had flowed out, and an extremely lewd smell was coming from her pussy as well. Yuria was dazed by the smell coming from her cock, and she was consumed by her desire to suck Yuno's, her son's, cock. I can't do it, but I can't stop. This smell is so strong and fragrant. Chew it. Chew it. In the end, Yuria grabbed her son's huge, erect cock and lightly kissed the glands a few times with her soft lips, then opened her mouth wide and took the cock in her mouth. Chew up. Chew up. Patara, my son's cock is salty yet sweet. So delicious. Sniff. I love the rich smell of my son's cock. Chew. Yuno's cock was so thick that Yuria couldn't hold it with one hand, so she held the base of the thick cock with both hands and concentrated on sucking the glands and the underside of it. Her saliva was flowing out of Yuria's mouth, and she was moistening Yuno's cock. Yuno, who was asleep, also seemed to be feeling great pleasure and was shaking her thighs and muttering something, but Yuria, who was concentrating on sucking her cock, could not hear anything. After concentrating on sucking her son's cock for a while, Yuria's horny pussy became so itchy that she eventually started sucking her son's cock and masturbating her vigorously. Then, a feeling of pleasure that seemed to be dozens, or even hundreds, of times greater than her usual level overtook her, and she climaxed in an instant, bursting out of her vagina. The clothes go away. They go away while sucking my son's dick and masturbating. Who are clothes? You know, you can't ever get up. If she sees her mother in such an indecent manner, her mother might die of shame. Yuria let out a loud moan in front of her sleeping son, and in order to stop her moans from flowing out, she took Yuno's cock deep in her throat and prodded her pussy hole with her finger, continuing to reach her climax, making her come. The fountain burst, but the pleasure of sucking and masturbating her son's cock was so good that she couldn't stop. Ugh, it's gone again. My son's cock is so amazing. Yuria, who had torn her panties off to the side and threw them aside as they were getting in the way, gulped down the liquid flowing from Yuno's cock and sucked her son's cock, now lowering her head back and forth. She even started to move her piston by shaking it. It gave her so much pleasure that she finally felt something approaching her in her womb. It's coming. Something I've never felt in my life. Something incredible is coming. Yuno. Come for mom. Squirt plenty of your semen into her mom's mouth. Shouting her son's name out loud in her heart, Yuria felt a wave of orgasm like nothing she had ever felt in her life wash over her, and at the same time, Yuno's lips parted, and she loudly called someone's name, and the name that came out of Yuno's mouth struck her soul at the same time as a wave of climax. I love you, Yuri. Ugh. I'm coming. Oh. Go away. I walked away while receiving Mr. Junho's cum in my mouth. Burak, Burayu, Burak, 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 Burak. Yuria continued to gulp down Yuno's cum, which was pouring in huge amounts. Yuno was looking at Yuria blankly, as if she had just woken up from her sleep, and Yuria was looking at her son with such loving eyes, although his face was completely different from her previous life. Yuria intuitively felt that Yuno was the Junho she loved so much, and she was grateful that he was born as the son she loved so much. Thank you, God, for giving me Junho as my son. Thank you for allowing me to love my son. A relationship that I couldn't connect with in my previous life. Since you made it possible for me to connect it in this life, I will become my son's woman from now on. She will become my son's wife, and she will only receive her son's cock for the rest of her life, looking at her son with eyes full of love. Yuria continued to receive Yuno's ejaculation with her mouth. When Yuno's ejaculation finally stopped, she sucked on the glands and entered her urethra. After cleaning up the semen contained inside, she threw her body at Yuno. Yuria reached climax while sucking her son's cock. Panties X there. Yuria reached climax while sucking her son's cock. Panties O there. Chapter 39. Yuria and Yuno's first night. 2. Yuria and Yuno's first night. 2. Junho ha. Mom? No, Yuri. I met you. I really met you. I'm so glad. Furthermore, I'm so glad. When Yuno saw her mother, Yuri, crying in her arms, she also burst into tears. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you back then. The two hugged each other and cried for a while, then made eye contact and shared a passionate kiss. The two, who enjoyed a lewd kiss with their tongues entangled for a long time, could not be considered a kiss between a mother and her son, put their foreheads together and laughed bitterly. Whoa. Isn't it Yuri? Mom? What should I call you? Yuno was confused about what to call her mother in front of her. Her soul seemed to be Yuri, but after living in this world for nearly 20 years, she naturally recognized her as her mother, so it felt awkward to call her Yuri. Call me whatever you want. As Yuri in my past life, I loved Junho, but the current Yuri also loves our son Yuno so much, right? What's important is that I love you, Fuha. What kind of mother in the world sucks her son's cock so deliciously? Yes, Yuno had no hesitation when Yuria found memories of her past life. How Yuno held her in his arms, as if she were already his own woman, and stretched out her hands to massage her pussy and breasts, but Yuria accepted her son's lewd touches, as if it were natural. Gavang, is there a son who touches his mother's body in such a lewd way? Ho by the way, Mom, when did you remember? She felt something good, so I opened her eyes and saw her mom sucking my dick and drinking my cum. Imagine my surprise. That's actually even before Yuria found the memories of her past life. She fell in love with Yuno's dick and rushed at her, and when her son tried to say that she found her memories only after drinking the ejaculated semen, she became so embarrassed. What does it matter? Anyway, the most important thing is that my mother loves Yuno both as a son and as a man. Oh, Mom. Please tell me quickly you started flinching when you touched my body during the day. Has that been the case since then? No. Anyway, I'm like that. But since when have you been there? I remembered everything from the time I was born. Do you know how surprised I was to find out that Yuri was my mother? See, I tried so hard to ask God to reincarnate me, but I couldn't even remember. And he gave me birth as a mother. Brit Yuno was overcome with emotion as he remembered that time again, and tears welled up in his eyes. God, what do you mean? In response to Yuria's question, Yuno wiped away her tears and told her what she had experienced. Only then did Yuria realize how difficult it must have been for her, and she cried with Yuno once again. My son worked hard. Yes, he worked hard. He really worked hard. Sniff. It's okay. Thanks to her, she became so strong, and her face became so handsome. I'm glad she was born to such a pretty mother. My mom was so upset when she gave birth to my son. That's why he's so handsome. Ha ha ho. Honestly, he wasn't that handsome in his past life, right? Well, that's true, but as mentioned her 5 blessings as a gift from her god. Yuria liked her handsome face simply because it resembled his own. But how did this beautiful cock get so big? Oh my, how long has it been since I last cummed? And it's getting bigger again. While being held in Yuno's soft arms, she gently touched Yuno's glands with her hand, and Yuno's dick became hugely erect again, as if asking when he had ejaculated. As Yuria blushed as she played with her cock, Yuno lifted her body up, laid Yuria down on her bed, and took off her clothes one by one. Mom, I love you. From my previous life until now, I have loved you every single day. As a mother, as a woman, I love you all. AHH. The same goes for your mother. She has loved you as her son until now. But from now on, she will become your mother, as your wife, and she will love only you for the rest of her life. Yuno and Yuria, now completely naked, tangled with each other, and shared a deep kiss once again. Chew. Chill up. Chew. Chup. HAA. HAA mom. Now yes, please come in. Put your dick in mommy. When Yuria spread her legs wide, her beautiful hairless pink pussy was revealed. Mom. So pretty. As stared blankly at her own pussy, Yuria covered her face with both hands, as if she was embarrassed. Mom, I'm embarrassed. Quickly. Come on. Yuno's heart beat loudly at Yuria's cute antics, and her already huge erect dick swelled even more. Yuno placed his cock on Yuria's pussy. Her pussy was drenched in the cum that had flowed from sucking her son's cock, and her cunt hole was bulging in anticipation of her son's cock coming in. Snapped heavily wet mucous membranes touched each other and made a squishy sound. How Yuno's dick is so big. Yuno's body trembled at the ecstatic sensation of her pussy flesh, which she felt for the first time in her entire life. Mom. The feeling inside mom's pussy is so good. My son's dick is so big. Mom's stomach is full. But I love this so much. HAA. Yuria's vagina, which had no experience for 19 years after giving birth to Mary, was completely virgin. So when Yuno's excessively large dick entered, Yuria had to feel quite a lot of pain. However, as Yuno's cock, which boasted an almost perfect compatibility with her pussy, pressed hard on her point, more of the cum that had already been secreted began to disappear, gradually eliminating her pain. Awesome. Amazing. Yuno's cock. It's amazing. It's entering the deepest part of my pussy. It feels so good there. It feels so good. Mom. After adjusting to Yuno's huge dick, Yuria's pussy felt Yuno's dick inside her, giving her son, great pleasure. Yuno too instinctively shook his hips in response to the mind-boggling pleasure his mother's pussy gave him, and deeply penetrated Yuria's cervix with his large cock. Creak. Creak creak creak. Ugh. Now, wait a minute. Slow down, because mom's pussy won't run away. Ugh. Although Yuno's dick didn't have any fancy techniques as she had been a virgin so far, Yuno's dick seemed to cover everything about her with its huge size, rubbing Yuria's favorite points, and sending her to climax in an instant. Abandoned you. Mom. Something big is coming. Something big is coming. Ugh. Sigh. Slowly. However, who was completely lost in the pleasure she was giving him, didn't care what she said, and just continued to shake her hips. Wow. It's here. Something big is here. Mom, go away. Lustful mother's pussy. go to her son's pleasant incestuous cock back. Yuria hugged Yuno's neck and crashed her lips together, mixing her tongues in a lewd way, fearing that her lewd words echoing in her head would leak out of her own mouth point as her tongue tangled, and her climax came at the same time. Yuria felt a huge climax that she had never experienced before. She squirted all over her body and squirted her cum like a water gun, completely drenching Yuno's lower body. Yuno, who came to her senses when she saw Yuria's entire body falling onto her own sex and feeling her orgasm, felt even more joy. I made Yuri happy. Made her mom happy. She will make you feel even better. As much as I love her mom. Yuno lifted Yuri, who was feeling the afterglow of her climax, up to her waist and lifted her up. Suk suk pup jack puzaku op. Yuno. Mom's still on the way. Does it feel good, mom? Does your son's cock feel good? As Yuno thrust his cock while holding her, Yuria felt like she was about to faint from the immense pleasure. With all of her weight resting on her one cock, she continued to moan as Yuno rocked her hips, her womb being crushed by Yuno's large cock. I had to engage in lustful sexual intercourse with the pleasure of her coming. Aha, the pleasure that Yuria felt was also felt by Yuno. The fact that he was violating his mother who gave birth to him gave him not only physical pleasure, but also great mental pleasure. Yuno, who was shaking her waist wildly while enjoying the feel of her mother's pussy, suddenly felt the sensation of ejaculating. I'm going to come, mommy. I'm going to pour all my cum in her mommy pussy. Then Yuria came to her senses. Ah. No. Mom. Today is your fertile day. Outside. Yuno, but Yuno didn't care. Yuno laid Yuria back on the bed, climbed on top of her body, pushed his dick as far inside as possible, and pressed the head of her penis to the opening of her cervix, completely releasing the ejaculation she had been holding in. Come. I'm coming. I'm going to come in mommy's pussy. Ah. I can't. Come in. Son's semen coming in. Come. Contrary to what she said, Yuria had her legs wrapped around Yuno's waist, preventing Yuno's cock from falling out. It's hot. My son's semen is coming into my womb. This feels good. Cream sex feels so good perhaps because the sex was so pleasant. Yuno's ejaculation continued. Her Yuno's semen filled Yuria's uterus until her uterus swelled, and when Yuno pulled out her dick, after finishing her ejaculation, white cum poured out like a waterfall from Yuria's pussy hole. It poured out. Perhaps her pleasure was too much, and no proper words came out of Yuria's mouth. Her arms and legs hung limp like a stunned frog, and every time her huge breasts rose and fell, cum spurted out of her pussy. Although it was a bit ugly, it looked so beautiful in Yuno's eyes that he lightly kissed her mother's lips and smiled brightly. Did you feel good, mom? Yeah. It felt so good. Even though I told him not to come, I did it, so it's a bit weird. But it felt so good, so it's okay. If I get pregnant, I'll give birth to my son's baby. Anyway, I wish I knew that my son's dick felt this good. We were already having sex. In order to wipe away Yuno's semen that was flowing out of her vagina, Yuria forced her body to stand up, despite her lack of strength. Then the pink glued tattoo on her stomach caught her eye, and Yuria screamed until Yuno's room left. Illustration of Yuria, immersed in the pleasure of receiving a cream pee from Yuno, not yet aware of the tattoo. Chapter 40, Yuria and Yuno's first night, 3. Yuria and Yuno's first night, 3. When Yuria's extremely loud scream echoed through her room, Yuno covered her ears and calmed her down. Mom, calm down. How can I calm down? What is this? Why is something like this happening to my body all of a sudden? What should I do? Yuno, mother. Isn't it heaven that punished me for having sex with my son? In the end, Yuno had to tell her own truth to Yuria. Slurp. Clang. Clang. Ugh. Mom. It hurts. My back. Just my back. Ugh. Slurp. Clang. What a mean guy. Are you keeping this a secret from your mom? She thought she was really pregnant and had made up her mind. Well, I was wrong. In the end, Yuno had to get her back smashed by Yuria, causing her entire back to turn red. Ugh. I guess I won't be able to wear dresses that reveal my navel for the rest of my life. But I don't completely hate it, because I feel like I've been recognized as your woman. It's so pretty. It'll be okay to show it off. Mom. Slam. Yuno was talking nonsense and got hit on the back for no reason. HMM. So, no matter how much of your semen I receive, I won't get pregnant. Yes. Of course, as long as mom wants to get pregnant, she can do it at any time. Would you like to do it now? Why wouldn't you want to be a mother? Having a child from the person you love is the greatest happiness for a woman, right? But, you know very well that it's difficult now. Yuno was also slightly pricked when Yuria answered so seriously to Yudo's question, which had slightly sinister intentions. That's right. Then you don't have to worry about pregnancy. Shall we do it again? Mom. Yuno fondled Yuria's large breasts with one hand and gently groped her clitoris with her other hand. It was still a very clumsy caress, but it was the touch of her son whom she loved so much that Yuria soon felt her pussy become wet again and her womb tremble. Ugh. I was gone that far before, but I'm back again. Yuria felt embarrassed as she felt her own body craving Yuno's cock. Did I reveal it like this? Other than masturbating occasionally, I didn't really do anointing. Moreover, Yuria's breath caught in her throat when she noticed Yuno's cock growing large and erect again. I want to put it in my son's cock. A big, thick, manly cock. Haha, please stuff my pussy with that huge cock. Yuria felt cum dripping from her pussy, her womb throbbing, desperately wanting her son's cock, but she was too embarrassed to ask her son to fuck her first. You know, is it hard to have your dick so erect? Should mom take it out one more time? Mom, can I use your breasts this time? Since I used your mouth and pussy today, I want to use your breasts too. Yuria frowned for a moment at Yuno's shallow words, but her mood quickly eased when she felt that her son also wanted her. Shall we? I'll make my son's cock feel good with his mom's big tits. Yuno lay down on her bed and raised her erect dick high in the sky. Then, Yuria came up to her Yuno and she put her dick in her big breasts, wrapping them around her warmly, and then she started shaking her breasts up and down. Thump, 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 thump as her breasts rubbed against the cock. Yuno's excitement grew as she heard the sounds of her breasts bouncing and rubbing. Yuno, do you feel good? It's mom's breast that Yuno has been sucking since he was a child. HMM. It was so big and uncomfortable. I can't believe I can make my son feel good like this. Mom is so happy. Yuria's babysitting service continued as she felt her excitement about serving her son. Yuno's outer fluid and her semen that had been sprinkled lubricated her to some extent, but as soon as she felt it getting sticky, Yuria poured in plenty of her own saliva and gave Yuno's cock the ultimate pleasure. As she continued to breastfeed, Yuno's large cock continued to rise above her breasts, and Yuria took her protruding glands in her mouth and sucked it, giving her fellatio and tit job at the same time. Yuria, who had been servicing Yuno's cock for a while, felt like she had seen this scene somewhere, so she searched her memory and frowned when she quickly remembered it. Mom. I think I'm going to come now. Yuno, who didn't know it, began to come without even noticing it, enjoying the pleasant service of her mother's breasts. Even though it was her second ejaculation, an amount of semen no different from her first ejaculated, staining Yuria's breasts and her face white. Woo. It's refreshing. Mom's wet pussy felt perfect. So, I'm glad Mama's breasts feel good. So how do you compare to Master Aragorn? At Yuria's words, there was silence in Yuno's bedroom for a moment. Mom, how did you know that? Your mother only looked after you, but you just started a life with Master Aragorn? HMPH. Well, that's part of martial arts training, right? You know my manahole is in my balls, right? But since Catherine's manahole is in her breast, it's a ritual to circulate mana. Yuno kept making excuses, but they didn't make any sense to Yuria. HMPH. Considering that Master Aragorn's eyes were just dripping with honey, right? That as Yuno wiggled her fingers with an embarrassed expression, Yuria's eyes, which had been pouting, slowly opened. AWW it's so cute. If you were this adorable, wouldn't you have fallen in love with it, even if you were Master Aragorn? Woo, Mom really loves you, and she will only serve you as her husband from now on. Your mother. I also want your mother. When Yuno tried to answer, Yuria shook her head. No, Mom doesn't want Yuno to be tied down to her mom. Realistically, you have to get married and have children. But her mom can't do that, right? Even as she said that, Yuria's eyes were already filled with tears. Mom, so, promise mom. You can meet as many women as you want. But promise me that you'll tell mom everything without hiding anything. And promise that you won't abandon mom and will continue to love her. If you keep those two things, mom will make you mama. Why am I abandoning her mother? Her mother is my eternal love, my eternal wife. I will be with her until she dies. Yuno hugged Yuria tightly and kissed her deeply on the lips. Yuria also hugged Yuno's neck, and the two hugged for a while, enjoying each other's lips and body heat. After a few minutes, Yuria lowered her head and looked down at the feeling of something stabbing beneath her there. Yuno's dick had become erect again and was poking her stomach, where the vulgar uterus tattoo was engraved. And when Yuria looked at Yuno with her bewildered expression, Yuno made an embarrassed expression and scratched her head. I want to have sex with her mom one more time. Seeing Yuno like that eventually made Yuria burst out laughing, and she laid down on her bed and pushed her butt towards Yuno. Yes. Put it in son's delightful cock. Make her mom feel good by burying it in her mom's naughty pussy. Yuno immediately fell for Yuria's shallow temptation, grabbed her buttocks, and plunged his dick deep into her as her huge cock disappeared into Yuria's vagina and appeared repeatedly. A moan that was close to a scream came out of Yuria's mouth. Oh, I love this so much. My son's dick is the best. I love sex with my son the best. In the end, Yuria and Yuno enjoyed an extremely lewd incestuous sex between mother and son using all kinds of positions, and by the time it was past 3 AM, her uterus was swollen to the point of bursting from the continuous injection of semen, and Yuria's stomach was protruding like a pregnant woman. I can't do this anymore. I need to get Yuno more girls quickly. It feels so good. No, it feels so good that I'm going to die if I try to handle this on my own. Yuno's so strong virility made Yuria think that Yuno should quickly increase the number of women. However, Yuria was fascinated by the cock dripping with cum after her ejaculation, so she instinctively took Yuno's cock in her mouth and sucked it cleanly. Did you like my cock that much? Did you really want to drink your son's cum? Yuno, I don't know about your past life, but now you're a prince, so can you keep talking in such a vulgar way? Joe, what is cum? Just now, you said her mother's mouth and her breasts are also called mouth pussy and milk pussy bread. Of course, Yuria enjoyed sex with Yuno by losing her mind and continuing to talk in a vulgar way during sex, but after the sex was over, Yuria was embarrassed to hear such words directly from her son, so Yuria scolded Yuno. Why? It's the water that comes out of the dick, so it's cum. I like it when my mom talks to me like that, so from now on, when you have sex with me, you have to speak as vulgarly as possible. Did you understand? Yeah. After hesitating for a moment, Yuria's face turned red, and she nodded. And mom, what do you think about going to my territory with me? Woo. What should I do? Of course, I have to go down. Her husband is going, so what can her wife do if she stays alone? When Yuria gave her permission, Yuno was very happy with her and hugged her. She wanted to have sex one more time, but Yuno could hear the tired footsteps of her servants and maids who had finished cleaning up her banquet from far away late at night, so Yuno gave up and left to clean up the scene. In any case, the maid's presence was quite far away, so Yuno and Yuria enjoyed a strange shower where they washed each other's bodies and then used the magic tool engraved with her cleansing magic to restore her room to its original state. Meanwhile, Yuria threw away her torn panties and roughly ironed her messy slip back on with her hands. In any case, she had slept with her son more than once, and it was a problem that could be solved if she woke up and told the maids in her villa to bring her dress. So she lay down on her Yuno's bed with peace of mind. Brit, thank you for being my wife. I love you, mom. Good night. Yuria fell into a happy sleep, hearing her son's confession of love and kissing her in her ear and feeling the warmth of her son's semen still remaining in her womb. Yuria's vaginal cum. B illustration. Chapter 41. Cabinet meeting. Cabinet meeting the next day. Yuno and Yuria headed to the palace together just in time for the cabinet meeting. Of course, the entrance was different, so they had to part ways in front of each other, but the two hugged tightly like lovers, and when they confirmed that there were no eyes watching, they even kissed deeply before parting ways. Then mom, I'll see you later tonight. Yes. I'm going to visit you secretly at dawn. So you have to wake up when your mom wakes you up, of course. And don't forget your promise. Ho ho ho. I understand. Let's go in now. I think it's already started. When I entered the royal palace, there was a lot of shouting, and a meeting was already in progress as he declared yesterday. Carol 3 did not show up, perhaps because he was planning to leave all affairs of state to the crown prince, and the crown prince sitting between the throne and the conference table was presiding over the meeting. Ah, you know, you're here. Please take a seat. I was still needing your opinion. What, brother? If you need my opinion. What, you know, whose head was full of thoughts of leaving for the estate with his mother, was embarrassed when the crown prince suddenly asked for his opinion. It was a moment when we were discussing punishment for Kent Windrider, commander of the 11th Corps, and his subordinate commanders who fled from the enemy during the last expedition. What if it's punishment? Of course it's the death penalty. However, there are some who say that the death penalty should be avoided because of the meritorious work done on the Eastern Front. What is your opinion? Since you were the commander of the 2nd Army, your opinion is the most important. Yuno pretended to think and looked at Yuria sitting on her throne. Yuria's eyes were shaken when she heard that Kent, her younger brother, was to be executed. Your Highness the Crown Prince. What kind of contribution has he made? There is nothing to think about. He should be captured and beheaded as a matter of principle. How dare you disparage the honor of our Windridge family? You are running away from the enemy, despite being his only son and successor. Duke Windridge went on a rampage and raised his voice calling for Kent's head to be beheaded. When the surrounding nobles calmed down Duke Windridge a little, Yuno opened his mouth. My thoughts are a little different. The man who was leading the Tacito cavalry that destroyed the 11th Legion was a man who had reached the level of mastery. If you listen to the stories of the survivors of the 11th Legion, you will see that a group of cavalry with particularly strong breakthrough power came in from the flank. I heard that they rushed into the main camp, cutting down soldiers, and after Fort Streb was occupied, they fired sword energy at the main gate, and my hands were shaking as I blocked it. I heard that story too. But your majesty, even if the enemy is the master, if we leave a case of a commander running away from the enemy, this means that all commanders of the unit dealing with the master will be forgiven, even if they run away. That will lead to the collapse of our army system. Many nobles nodded to Duke Windrider's counter-argument. What the Duke said is correct. However, I'm not asking for forgiveness at all. Then what if we created a system like this? We would give commanders who have committed unforgivable crimes one more chance. Instead of execution, they would be stripped of all titles and positions and sent to the most dangerous missions with ordinary soldiers or at the forefront of battle. It is a system that allows you to be exempt from sin if you make a merit. Well, it's a rough mix of the white coat army system and the punishment unit system. But I've never heard of such a thing here. If that's the case, it seems like a good opinion. They are going to die anyway. They will be grateful if they can save their lives, and from the country's perspective, it is considered beneficial as one more soldier will be sent on a dangerous mission. Of course, there will definitely be crimes that require summary execution, but we will adjust the details as they are implemented. Prince Kent, whose whereabouts are unknown, will also appear if his life can be saved. We will post a proclamation throughout the empire encouraging him to surrender. Yuno's opinion was passed unanimously, and Yuno's heart felt slightly relieved when she saw Yuria sighing in relief. After that, the cabinet meeting continued. However, since there was nothing on the agenda that Yuno could get involved in, Yuno endured the boredom and just looked at Yuria's beautiful face and imagined what kind of sex she would have with her mother tonight. Next is for His Highness Yuno to merge the Viscounty of Nakana and the Barony of Tessida and take office as a lord. This was directly blocked by the Empress. So I will listen to the Empress's opinion first. As soon as the Prime Minister Marquis Mark spoke, all the nobles' eyes turned to Yuria on the throne, and Yuria opened her mouth. I thought about it carefully yesterday. I thought a lot about whether I could send my child to that faraway place alone. I wonder if that young child would be good at managing the estate. Furthermore, I thought a lot, and I came to a conclusion. Yuno swallowed his saliva and only looked at Yuria's lips. Third Prince Yuno Alexander Windridge von Borken will from now on also serve as Countess of Tessidanikana. And I, Yuria, will go down with her to help her son manage the business until I determine that it is time to do so. As soon as Uria's words fell, the cabinet meeting hall was in an uproar. No. The Empress is away from her place. Empress, this is unprecedented. The mother of the empire vacates this Adriatic castle. Yuria raised her hand to quiet the rioting nobles and continued speaking. Is there anything that cannot be done without precedent? Moreover, the emperor is also thinking about the succession, so wouldn't he be entrusting the crown prince to act on his behalf? I'm the same. I believe that the crown princess will fully fulfill my role, but, also, I'm not feeling well these days. Furthermore, I'd like to take a little break in the fresh air of the monster mountains. I will speak directly to His Majesty the Emperor and receive his approval, so the ministers will agree to this. The crown prince was also troubled by Uria's bombshell declaration. Certainly, if the empress leaves her position, it will be easier for me to take over power in the future. But, will Yuria like the empress? Will she like Yuno? And will the person I love also accept this? But since it was impossible to be with the person he loved in the first place, Prince closed his eyes and said, I understand. I will accept the words of the Empress. If you accept Her Majesty's offer, I will instruct the Crown Princess to reside in the Empress's palace for 1 month from today, so that she can assume the role of her Empress. Thank you for accepting my unreasonable request, Crown Prince. No. The Empress says she needs rest, but I can't force her to stop. I ask you to help It was expected that the Emperor, who had been obsessed with the concubines he had brought in last year, would have no interest in the Empress's fate. So it was expected that his approval would easily fall, and that actually happened. His Majesty the Emperor has approved this motion. His Majesty has told the Empress to do as she pleases, and has instructed her to install only a space-traveling magic circle connected to the capital in the county territory, just in case. When Marquis Garcia, the secretary who had received the Emperor's approval, shouted loudly, the meeting room went into an atmosphere of acceptance. Well, if His Majesty gave permission, the Empress doesn't often interfere in politics. So it's probably okay. If you are promoted to Countess, it is natural to install a space movement magic circle. Moreover, the Empress and the third prince may need to return to the capital in a hurry. Yuno was pleased with this atmosphere, shouting nice in her mind, and Yuria also sighed in relief and gently rubbed her lower abdomen, where her uterus tattoo was hidden. When I go to Yuno's territory, I can freely spend time with Yuno every night. Thinking about the lustful life that would unfold in her future. Her love juices were slowly leaking out of her pussy, so Yuria had to cross her legs to stop the overflow of her love juices from flowing down her legs. However, a few more items were processed, and something unexpected happened to Yuno. Now lastly, here is the final agenda for today. A proposal has been received from the Kingdom of Lian to marry His Royal Highness Prince Heinrich and their Princess Rachel. As you all know, His Highness Heinrich left his spouse 5 years ago, and is still without a wife. I think this is a good opportunity, that's right. As long as we have a nemesis called Tecito, we have to maintain a stable relationship with the Kingdom of Lian. So let's take this opportunity to form an alliance. The Crown Prince closed his eyes and thought about it for a moment before opening his mouth as he received approval from the ministers one after another. Heinrich. What do you think? Prince Heinrich Lee, who was talking with his followers on one side of her palace, answered the Crown Prince's question. I'm fine. Anyway, since I'm the prince, I can't decide on marriage on my own. Then I don't think there's much reason to object. However, if the marriage goes through, she has also requested that Princess Eliza, who is currently studying abroad, be sent back. Juno suddenly stood up at the words of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Marquis de Baraux. Eliza? No. His Majesty the Third Prince. When the Marquis of Volrox was embarrassed for a moment, the Crown Prince and other nobles burst into laughter. There are times when you react like that. I'm the one who dropped Steve from the top. I know that His Highness the Third Prince is very close to Princess Eliza. But this is a matter for the country. Please wait a moment. Even though your Majesty has become an adult, wouldn't you need to be a little older to get married? Finally, 2 weeks later, the wedding of Prince Heinrich and Princess Rachel was confirmed, and it was concluded that Eliza would return home after her wedding point. When Yuno came to the conclusion that she had no choice but to leave her close childhood friend. She pursed her lips and laid her head on the conference table point, and Uriel looked at Yuno with eyes that were half jealous and half expectant. TCH. Of course, she knew that Eliza liked Yuno, and she tried to hook him up later. But it seems like she didn't have feelings for Yuno either. To Master Aragorn and Eliza. Joy, she seems like a bad child. She won't forgive you if you don't appease her mother tonight. The cabinet meeting ended like that, and Yuno ran to his palace to meet Eliza. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. Yuno, this is the villa of Prince Heinrich. Heinrich was having a meeting with her confidants about the agenda from today's cabinet meeting. What do you plan to do, Your Majesty? If the Empress goes down like that, won't there be less and less power to keep the Emperor's ascension to the throne in check? No. As long as the Empress remains, she will not push Yuno to become Emperor due to her inclination. It would have been helpful for Prince, including Yuno, for no reason. So it is best to let Yuno and her fall into exile like this. But isn't Duke Windridge's power still the same? The chances of that stupid Kent bastard inheriting the duchy are close to zero. So that strict old man will support the Emperor on principle. Heinrich and his party were planning to block the movement of the Windrage's troops through Kent. So when this plan went awry, they came to consult with Heinrich. Shouldn't you look at that? Just think about whom the princess will be marrying me after this week. Hahaha. Is that really true? Yes. Did you get into a conversation with me for no reason? This is the result of a discussion already completed with the King of the Kingdom of Lian. In case of an emergency, the Kingdom of Lian decided to raise an army to keep Duke Windridge in check. The old man's troops were frozen. You can't do it, so don't worry. Then wouldn't there also be a price? Could it be that it's too big? I decided to return the Imperial territory on Polygal Island when I ascend to the throne. That's not possible, Your Majesty. That would result in the Empire's access route to the East Coast being completely closed. You can't change the conditions even now. Count Dietrich, I know very well that your company is running many maritime companies there and making good profits. But don't worry, haha. What do you know about the promise you made with those Lian bastards? Give me the official document. I didn't even get it, haha. Only then did Count Dietrich's expression brighten, and the other subordinates also exclaimed in admiration at the Princeley's decision. But when Your Majesty ascends to the throne, Princess Rachel will become the Empress. She won't stay silent just because she ignored the treaty. The current Empress is the type of person who doesn't go out here and there. But doesn't the Empress of the Empire have quite a lot of authority? HMPH. Let that girl sit as Empress? That's harsh. Looking at the portrait of Princess Rachel sent from the Kingdom of Lian, the unnecessary fat on her chest was too much. And are you telling me to hug a girl who is over 24 years old? That's ridiculous. That doesn't work. If you say so, until I ascend to the throne, that woman will remain a virgin. So after the coronation ceremony, you are free to do whatever you want. A woman with such vulgar breasts is not worthy of becoming an empress. If I become emperor, all the little girls in my father's harem will be mine. Henry quenched his appetite while thinking about Carol III's concubines. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will repay you with loyalty until the day you become emperor. That's good. Well, that's enough for today. It reminds me of the girl I brought in this time, and I can't hold back anymore. When Heinrich straightened his pants and gave an order to congratulate the guests, his subordinates bowed and retreated. Yes, I understand. The investigation into the Emperor's scandal has been completed to some extent, but we will secure additional evidence and make it clear. Yes. Please take care of that. When the last remaining Count Dietrich closed the door and left, Heinrich opened the bookshelf and headed toward the secret passage point. There was a secret harem that Heinrich had created, and Heinrich began having fun there. Meanwhile, Yuno was wandering around between his palace and the Empress Palace, looking for Eliza. Juno tried to turn her spirit around, but it was Eliza who had almost become a master thanks to Lichtenauer's lessons, and she, who had an unusually slight spirit, could not be caught by Juno's keen sense of spirit, so Juno continued to call her Eliza's name. I had to wander here and there. Eliza, where are you? Ugh. It's so noisy, let's get some sleep. I trained all night with my teacher yesterday, and ran with you this morning, so I'm dying of sleepiness. When Eliza finally emerged from her room with her messy hair and her nightgown, Juno ran to Eliza and hugged her. You know, what happened all of a sudden? So suddenly as Juno hugged her, Eliza's heart began to pound extremely loudly. Why? Why is this guy like this? Stand. Really, a confession? Wow. I'm being ridiculous right now. Kwang. Eliza pushed Juno away by pushing her into Mana's arms and ran into her own room. Hey, Eliza. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Rattle. When Juno opened the door, it was locked, and Eliza's shouting could be heard from inside. Don't open it. If you open it, you and I will die. I'll be out in 30 minutes, so go to the garden behind you and wait. Juno was discouraged by Eliza's temper and headed to the garden. Juno, who had been wandering around the garden for a while thinking about how to explain this situation to Eliza, turned her head back when she heard Eliza's footsteps behind her. Ellie. Now, there was Eliza, wearing a white fancy dress instead of her usual training uniform or military uniform. Her dazzling appearance made Juno unable to look straight at Eliza, and had to turn her head again. Wah. What is it? Is that Eliza? Why are you so pretty? She was always pretty, but today why do you turn your head back after calling someone? Seeing Juno like that, Eliza stuck her head out underneath Juno and saw Juno's face turning red. Ah, that's why I looked so pretty. How cute though. Isn't it? Isn't it a giggle? Come on. Now that you're ready, tell me, what were you trying to say earlier? Eliza stood with her huge breasts out, ready to hear her Juno's confession. I guess there was an effect of appealing with big breasts while training together. Still, you're trying to confess to a woman in pajamas. You bastard. I'll have a lot to teach you later, Eliza. Yes, It's really slow for me to confess. A guy who usually doesn't have a real man, but when he's like this apostrophe, you are going back to the kingdom of Lian. They said your sister will come to the empire instead of you. Okay. From now on, I will be your girlfriend. Huh? What? Eliza opened her eyes wide, thinking that must have called her, and was about to confess. Hey, what do you mean? Are you telling me to return home? Yes. The king of the kingdom of Lian proposed a national marriage between the second princess and brother Heinrich, and the state council approved it, and 2 weeks later. Wow. When Eliza grabbed Juno by the collar, Juno couldn't continue her words and coughed. What kind of nonsense is that? Why am I here? My damned father had enough of selling me, and now I'm living happily with your family, so I'm telling him to come back home? Because Rachel can replace me? What the hell is that? Eliza let go of Juno's collar and flopped down on the ground, holding her head. I don't want to go. I can't go. I like being here. Impresaria is like my real mother now. Isabella has become like my real sister. Mary is my lovely younger sister. And Eliza stopped what she was saying and pounded her fist on the ground as if she couldn't hold back her anger. Before she knew it, Eliza's white dress was dirty with dirt, but she didn't care about that point. Drops of clear tears welled up in Eliza's ocean blue eyes and began to flow down her reddened cheeks. Eliza, when saw that, she couldn't hold back the heat rising in her chest and hugged Eliza. Ugh, leave this behind. I have to go back anyway. As Eliza tried to shake off Juno's arm, Juno opened her mouth and spoke out the words she had been holding deep in her heart. I love you, Eliza. Eliza's movement suddenly stopped at Juno's confession. I've been thinking about you for a long time. My feelings for you. It might already be too late. No, it might be too late. But I hope you know my feelings. As Eliza listened to herself in a daze, Juno continued talking to her. In the past, I thought you were just a childhood friend. I just thought that my feelings for you and my feelings about you being precious were just my feelings for a colleague who always took the same classes and trained with you because you were a close friend. So, you're saying it's different now? Yes. When I heard that you had to go to the kingdom during the cabinet meeting earlier, my heart sank. And the first thing that occurred to me was that I couldn't lose you. And as soon as I thought of that, I came to see you. I'll say it again. I love you. Please accept my love. As soon as Yuno finished speaking, Eliza's tears, which had stopped, fell once again. You don't like it. Why are you telling me now? Why? How long have I been waiting? I've been waiting since I was 12. You fool. Arg. Eliza fell into Yuno's arms and shed tears of sorrow. After crying for a while, Eliza stopped crying and looked at her Yuno, who smiled at her, seeing its funny giggle. So you've liked me since you were 12. Huh. Eliza's cheeks turned red again at Yuno's words, but she nodded her head carefully. I'm sorry. I made you wait too long, right? It was bad. Really. When their eyes met, Yuno hugged Eliza once again, and naturally that took his point. Although it wasn't an adult's kiss with tongues entwined, it was a lover's kiss that was fresh and full of love, so they were very satisfied. I can't believe I finally tried something this good. If you had done it earlier, I could have enjoyed it a lot. Then you just have to confess first. Kehi. Eliza, like your ear, hit Yuno's back hard, and Yuno writhed in pain. Does it make sense for the lady to confess first? That's what I mean. Then does it make sense for lady to beat up people like this? It was obvious that if she said what was in her heart out of her mouth, she would be beaten even more. So Yuno swallowed the words that were about to come out inside her. What should I do now? I have to go back to Lian in 2 weeks. I'll come pick you up right away. It's a bit too much right now, since I'm not old enough to get married yet. But just wait until I'm 22. No, 21, which is the legal age for marriage. I'll do everything I can to propose to you, whether it's a national wedding or something. TCH. Just don't be late. I won't leave you alone. It's 5 months since I turned 19. 1 year and 7 months left. Do you understand? When Yuno nodded her head, Eliza came up to her and lifted her heel and kissed her again. Are you making a promise with this kiss? Understand? Yeah, that's how Yuno and Eliza became lovers and took a walk in the backyard of the Empress Palace, holding hands. However, Yuno, soaked in her happiness, did not notice that someone inside the Empress Palace was looking at her with jealous eyes. Eliza appeared in a pretty dress in anticipation of Yuno's confession. Cleavage X there. Liza appeared in a pretty dress in anticipation of Yuno's confession. Cleavage over. Chapter 43. Training with Catherine resumed. Catherine at the peak of her breasts. Eliza masturbating ILLUSTRATION*. Training with Catherine resumed. Yuno, I'm going to visit Master Leech Tanoa. Don't you need to tell Master too? Okay. Anyway, I couldn't say hello to Master Catherine properly after returning from the expedition, so I guess I'll have to go and meet her. Yes, I understand. I think I'll meet you and do some training, so let's have dinner together later. Sighed. Eliza lightly kissed Yuno on the mouth and headed towards the headquarters of the Knights Guards where Leech Tanoa was located. After her first date with Eliza, Yuno headed to her palace and took a defensive stance when she felt someone from the Empress's palace rushing towards her. Yuno, you guy. However, at the familiar voice that followed, Yuno relaxed her defensive stance and accepted Catherine, who was throwing her body towards him. Catherine, why are you coming out of there? I heard that the Empress will be going down to the Monster Mountains territory with you in a month. She said that she would like to learn some simple self-defense techniques from me. Of course, I will go too. So why are you so worried? That's great. Mom, if you learn martial arts even just briefly, Catherine will go too. Catherine frowned at Yuno's words and put her headlock on Yuno. This guy. Are you saying you didn't want to take this teacher with you when you received the territory? You still have a lot of things left to learn. This guy. Catherine tightly tightened Yuno's head in a headlock. Master. Since she didn't really use her mana, Yuno didn't feel any pain, but since she could feel Catherine's breasts on her own cheeks, Yuno massaged her body and enjoyed the feel of her teacher's soft and firm breasts. Brit, this little guy's killing me. He's only doing useless things, haha. And when you come back, shouldn't you come to this teacher quickly and say hello and get checked to see if there's anything wrong with your body? Sorry, I was busy with the victory banquet yesterday. TCH. I have time to spend sweetly with Eliza. But for me, huh? What did you say? It's nothing. Anyway, this was my first battle, and I'm worried that I didn't overdo it, so let's check my physical condition first. Catherine spoke so quietly that even Yuno's ears couldn't hear her, so Juno asked back, but Catherine blushed and dragged Yuno by her arm to their underground training room. Okay. Then, shall we start with some light sparring? Hey, I'm wearing formal clothes right now. Let me change my clothes and Juno, who had turned around and left the training center after saying that she would just change her clothes, felt cold sweat running down her spine as Catherine let out the energy that she had given her. Haha, you never know who might make a surprise attack in your daily life. You have to be ready at any time for an emergency. Catherine. Are you planning to kill me? I don't know what it is, but Yuno also had to do his best as he felt that Catherine's strength had increased significantly compared to the last sparring. You've improved a lot. As expected, I must have felt quite a bit after experiencing the actual battle. But, when Catherine climbed onto Yuno's outstretched arm, breaking his center of gravity, and trying to throw him to the floor, Yuno turned his arm, and tried to grab Catherine and throw her down on the floor. Catherine. So shameless, however, taking advantage of that opportunity, she released her hand from her arm, and kicked Yuno in the back of the head. Her attack, which contained her mana, and delivered a fairly heavy blow, made Yuno scream. I guess I still haven't gotten over the habit of trying to solve problems with force alone. There's still a long way to go. Alright Catherine. I'll show you that you can overcome any skill with strength. Yuno rushed towards Catherine, pouring out her mana from her own mana haul, and returning it to her whole body. Watching Yuno rush, Catherine looked at her beloved with a bright smile on her lips. I received the full power of my disciple. Quang. Quang. Explosive sounds rang out from all over the training hall, showing how fierce the sparring between priests was. Here. After a while, Yuno had to lay her body on the floor of her underground training center, breathing heavily. Look, Yun Tian. Are you still far away? Of course. Catherine was struggling to catch her breath, as if she had used up most of her body's strength, but she barely held on, thinking about her teacher's reputation. The last outstretched fist was really a big hit. To overcome that regret, you will need a lot of training in the future. Yun Tian. Taken. After Catherine hit Juno on the head with her honey chestnuts, she brought a bottle of water and fed Juno, and she drank water herself. Looking at today's sparring, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the body, but maybe we should check the inside just in case. Juno, who saw the water that Catherine was drinking flowing down the corner of her mouth and into her large breasts, immediately realized what her teacher meant and automatically tightened her lower abdomen. Well, I think we may have overdone it by taking over the fortress. I guess so. It's been a while since I saw my student, Mana Hall. Catherine said that and pulled down Yuno's pants, revealing Yuno's huge cock, full of the smell of thick sweat and a masculine scent. The cock, which was already hugely erect on her teacher's breasts, bounced forward as her panties were pulled down, and her glands reached right in front of Catherine's nose. This smell. The smell of Yuno's cock. I missed it so much. I also like Catherine's breasts. You look like a lewd disciple. Catherine gave a deep kiss to the base of Yuno's cock, and tapped Yuno's large cock with the smooth tip of her nose. Then, Yuno's cock swelled even more, revealing its enormous majesty before Catherine's eyes, and Catherine's vagina responded to Yuno's erect dick, and vomited out a lot of cum. I feel like I've gotten bigger. The smell is stronger, and I'm cooler. As Catherine smelled Yuno's cock, she unfastened the front of her top, revealing her huge breasts. Mana Hall, who was thought to have grown up after having lewd sex with her student Yuno under the pretense of mana ritual, grew even more, and her breasts also grew bigger and more tender, and those big breasts were being used entirely for Yuno's satisfaction. Slump, clang, rattle, rattle, chop, chirrup, chew up, chirp, chirp. I think my student's dick has become so delicious. Chop, chirp, Chirp. Catherine surrounded Juno's cock with her own breasts and rubbed them, and even her voluptuous breasts could not cover them all, so she savored Juno's cock that stuck out in front of her face more deliciously than any other delicacy. In fact, the taste of her beloved student's cock tasted better than any other food on her tongue, and the pre-cum flowing from the tip of her cock made her more intoxicated than the alcohol she loved so much. AHH. I'm losing my mind. My student's cock. Lovely cock. I love you, you know. I love my student's cock. Sigh. My pussy is itching. My body is getting stronger and stronger. It's getting hot. Catherine tried to keep her mind as she was becoming more and more dazed, but she continued to be intoxicated by the intoxicating smell emanating from Juno's cock. Then she lowered her hands, that were squeezing her breasts, and began to comfort herself by rubbing her heated pussy. Master. Master. Now chirrup. Chirrup. Whoop up Ju up Ju up. Juno's cock swelled in Catherine's mouth, ready to ejaculate. Juno grabbed her head and tried to pull it out of her mouth, but Catherine did not stop sucking her cock, and eventually Juno's dick exploded in her mouth. Boom boom boom. Gulp. 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 Chirrup. Chirp. Chirrup. Haha. Juno really comes a lot. Hoo-hoo. On the side, Catherine, who had swallowed all of Juno's cum, stuck out her tongue in front of her to emphasize that she had drank it all. Seeing the teacher like that, Juno's cock became powerfully erect once again, and Catherine looked at Juno's cock with such fascination. Juno whisked. Catherine pushed Juno, causing him to fall to the floor and climb on Juno's body. She then turned her pussy towards Juno's face and sucked Juno's cock greedily, taking the large cock deep into her throat and savoring the smell of Juno's man deep in her nostrils. Woo up. Chiller up. Juno couldn't tell what Catherine was saying, but before her very eyes, her pink pussy hole was fluttering and dripping with cum, so she grabbed Catherine's hips and ran her tongue into her pussy. I took it and licked it from underneath her. Woo up. Woo up. Woo up. Then, Catherine moved her thighs and squirted clear fuck juice on Juno's face, and Juno sucked her pussy even more vigorously, sticking the tip of her tongue deep into Catherine's pussy. You know, this bastard. What do you think of the teacher's pussy? But it feels good. Suck it more. Please suck the teacher's pussy harder, which is spouting obscene water, while sucking your cock. Catherine squeezed Juno's tongue inside her cunt and bobbed her head back and forth, sucking lustfully on Juno's cock in her own mouth. Chirp chew up slurp slurp. Catherine's chew is so delicious. Catherine paha. Juno's dick is so delicious too. I want to live by sucking this all the time. I'm the only lewd teacher who sucks his student's cock like this as a teacher. Catherine felt a moment of shame and put down her cock from her mouth, and Juno stimulated her by gently pinching her clitoris, and she reached a mild climax, squirting fuck juice once again, and Juno's eye continued to suck the cock ravenously. But I like that kind of teacher. I like that kind of Catherine. I'm coming. Catherine, Juno eventually started ejaculating again and concentrated on Catherine's clitoris. Catherine was greedy for fellatio, and Catherine also reached climax along with Juno and squirted her cum on Juno's face. Catherine's back was shaking as if in a fit, and cum continued to spurt out of her pussy hole, drenching Juno's face. Of course, Juno's cock continued to jerk and filled Catherine's mouth, and it was not enough to fill her face and breasts. It spurted out and covered Catherine's upper body with white turbid liquid. It was so good. Yes. Catherine, her tits and mouth. No, her mouth was great too. Giggle. What were you trying to say? You were going to call me a pussy, right? I've never done anything like that, Taken. You bastard. You're such a shameful bastard for trying to call Master's pretty lips a pussy. Ouch. Ouch. I'm sorry, Catherine. Juno reflected on herself for a moment when she inadvertently said the words she said to her teacher while having sex with Uriah. Well, but I don't hate it. That's how much my student liked this teacher. From now on, Master will make my student's dick feel good with his mouth. Catherine opened her mouth, stuck out her tongue, pretended to stroke his cock with her hand, and as she spoke her lewd words, Juno's cock became vigorously erect again. Catherine, you made me feel bad again when you said that Omar is expected. You know. Then I guess I'll have to share deep manner exchange with this teacher again. Yes. Master Catherine once again lay down on top of Juno's body and sucked Juno's cock while caressing it with her own breasts, and Juno felt Catherine's pussy with her much more accustomed tongue play than before. It gave me great pleasure. While the teacher and student were lost in the lascivious oral sex, at the entrance to the underground training center of Juno's villa, a blonde-haired woman was immersed in masturbation, killing herself. NOOM. Just a moment ago she confessed to me that she loved me, but how long has it been since she did such a lewd thing with Catherine? Even while cursing Juno like that, her eyes couldn't take their eyes off Juno's huge cock, and as she threw off her panties and rubbed her clit with her fingers, cum continued to flow from her pussy. Juno, put it in my pussy. I can do it. Put that big dick in my pussy instead of Catherine, who won't even let me put it in her pussy. Returning home, make me your woman before. But her sorrow did not reach Juno's ears, who were absorbed in oral sex with Catherine, and only echoed in vain in her hallway illustration of Eliza masturbating, while watching Juno and Catherine 69 chapter 44. Juno, go back in time for a moment, and that afternoon, after her first date with Juno, Eliza's steps towards the headquarters of the Knights of the Guard were much lighter. Even the dirt-covered parade ground of the headquarters of the Knights Guards, which she had seen tirelessly every day, and the scarecrow she had beaten so tiresomely, looked beautiful in her eyes. Let's finish today's training quickly and have dinner with Juno. Shall we feed Juno in front of Isabella and Mary, while saying back quote how upset will they be if they find out that I promised to date Juno? Hell, how they were like her sisters. Isabella and Mary were clearly her rivals, and Eliza was very proud of herself for winning Juno before them. Point in her head, she was already imagining her own future, pregnant with Juno's baby, her belly full and happy. The tip of Eliza's mouth almost touched her ear, and with that faint expression on her face, she opened the door to Lichtenauer's office and entered. Master, she went in calling for her teacher, but Lichtenauer, who usually greeted her with a big smile, was talking to a woman he had never seen before. And Eliza's eyes widened as Lichtenauer, who seemed to be calm no matter what happened, got angry and pointed his finger at the woman. Master, I came here because I had something to tell you. Only then did Lichtenauer realize that Eliza had arrived and approached her with a very sorry expression. Princess Eliza, I'm sorry. My wife is visiting. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to teach today, so I would appreciate it if you could come back tomorrow. HMPH. You said something about me flirting with good-looking boys, and then you found yourself dating a young girl, too. You said you were scolding a dog with shit on it. You crazy bitch. What kind of nonsense are you doing to the princess of the kingdom of Lien? And besides, this person is my student. However, despite the anger of the Empire's strongest sword master, Lichtenauer, she just snorted. Well, there's no way a eunuch with such a small dick could seduce such a pretty princess. Hey, princess. If that bastard is your teacher and tries to do something strange, please find Jennifer, the head of the Empire's magic tower. I will definitely kill that bird. Master is not that kind of person. Princess Eliza, don't deal with such a crazy bitch. It will be very bad for your princess's mental health if you do. So, that's enough for today. Lichtenauer pushed her Eliza out the door. Eliza was kicked out of Lichtenauer's room without knowing her fate, and the shouting of her man and woman continued to flow from his room. In response to her teacher's unexpected congratulatory message, Eliza returned to her room, chose a dress similar to the one Juno liked, and headed to Juno's villa. Well, I can tell Master again tomorrow. Today, I'm going to watch Juno train and watch her. Afterward, I'll ask her to go out to eat with me. I should also brag to Catherine. Catherine taught Juno, and became close friends with Isabella, Mary, and Eliza. The harmony between Catherine, with her easygoing personality, and the royal family, who were not so sensitive to her status, was better than expected, so they became almost sisters with Catherine. Moreover, seeing Catherine visit Juno's palace every day and worry about him, while Juno was away on an expedition, they also knew that Catherine also had some feelings for Juno. Therefore, Eliza wanted to surprise Catherine with her tremendous sense of superiority, killing her as much as possible, and heading to Juno's underground training ground point. As she walked through the dark hallway to Juno's training room, the light of magic lighting was streaming through the slightly open door. It looks like you're still training? Since I can't hear any loud noises, it looks like the sparring is over. Are you taking a break? Eliza looked through the gap in her door with such naive thoughts, and her body stiffened at the lewd sight she saw inside her retreat. Harder. Suck it harder, Eat up this teacher's pussy. You Catherine. Her tits feel so good. I think I'm going to come right now. Chew up. Chew up chop chew up. Eliza's heart was filled with anger that threatened to explode, and tears welled up in her eyes. You bastard. You just confessed to me. And did this with Catherine. That's it. It's over with you. Eliza wiped away her tears and turned to go outside. But just before she took her eyes off him, Catherine turned her body, took the cock out of her mouth, and kissed the base of Juno's cock and his balls, revealing Juno's huge erect cock. What? What is it? That? Me? How can a man's dick be that big? Well, the book said it was about 12 centimeters on average. However, since Eliza's eyes clearly saw that Juno's dick was over 30 centimeters, Eliza could not take her eyes off the dick that revealed his overwhelming male presence. Ugh. I want to look at it a little more closely. Eliza lifted her face slightly, the air from her room flowed out, and the scent inside entered her nose. What is this? This smell. Haha, I feel good. This is the smell of the smell of Juno's dick. Before she knew it, her nose began to sniff and more actively inhale the fishy and slightly musty smell in the room. Then her body became hot, and love juice flowed from her pussy, soaking her panties. Eliza's hand instinctively went to her lower body, and when her finger touched her erect clitoris, a moan escaped her mouth. What's this feeling? It's not that she's never masturbated before, but she swears that this is the first time she's felt the pleasure of being struck by lightning. She ran her fingers over her panties, spying on Catherine and Juno sucking each other's cocks and pussies in a 69 position. She was rubbing her pussy and tapping her clitoris. It feels good. I've never masturbated so pleasantly. Sigh. This smell. The smell of Juno's dick is making me like this. Sigh. Eventually, Eliza took off the panties that were interfering with her masturbation, put them in her mouth, put her fingers into her pussy, and began masturbating her insertively. Then, when she felt the little bit of her hymen remaining in her vagina, her fingers caught it, and she realized something about Eliza. That's right. I watched it over and over again, but Catherine and Juno haven't had sex yet. They just sucked each other, right? So, there is still a chance. I will definitely take Juno's virginity. Eliza's heart burned when she thought that Juno's virginity was still intact. Her body became even hotter, and hot cum poured out of her cunt, running down her bottom, and forming a puddle. Eliza's hot body and mind led to intense masturbation, and Eliza thrust her pussy without touching her hymen, and pinched her clit and her nipples, imagining lustfully in her mind Juno violating her. It feels good. Put your cock in my pussy. My pussy is desperate for your big cock. So, please stick that magnificent cock into my pussy hole. I'm a virgin that I have kept for 19 years to give to you. I will give you the virginity of a noble princess, so please choose me instead of Catherine. Brit watching Juno spray a huge amount of cum onto Catherine's breasts, and face. Eliza also climaxed and squirted clear cum onto the floor. Eliza, who was spewing urine from so much pressure, was jumping around and barely able to calm down her bouncing back and her trembling thighs. She took a discarded carpet from her hallway and wiped away the cum and urine that she had squirted. After she finished cleaning up, Eliza's body became even hotter, and she wanted to jump into the room right away and beg Juno to rape her, but she felt like she would lose that opportunity to Catherine. Ugh. Sister Catherine, I'll give it up now. But Juno's virginity is mine. I'll take it tonight. Eliza reassured herself that now was just one step back for 2 steps forward, and after putting her clothes in order, she left Juno's villa. Meanwhile, Catherine's moans and Juno's moans continued to flow from the underground training room, and Eliza bit her lip, thinking of Juno not even showing up for dinner. Cheat. How good are Catherine's breasts? Still, I'll take your virginity tonight. I'll let you know how good my body feels. Juno Salazar imagined having sex with Yuno while having dinner. Her panties got wet, and she even walked away. But she was so focused on her imagination that she didn't notice that the woman who had already taken Yuno's virginity was looking at her with a strange look. Illustrati novellas are masturbating while looking at Juno and Catherine 69 and even urinating. Chapter 45. Eliza's first night *Eliza'*S virgin blood. Eliza's vaginal discharge ILLUSTRATION*. Eliza's first night. That night, even though it was past midnight, Eliza quietly got up from her bed in order to have sex with Yuno. Eliza, wearing only thin clothes, tried to hide her presence as much as possible and climbed over the wall of Yuno's villa. Her teacher, Leech Tenora, saw Eliza's stealth skills and praised her skills, saying that if she had become a professional assassin, she would have reached legendary levels, so much so that even the royal knights who guarded her villa could admire her. I didn't notice Eliza's welcome. Woo. I made it here safely. Yuno's virginity is mine. Since Yuno did not like having maids or servants staying in his palace, there was usually no one in his palace except for the knights who guard the gate at night. Since Eliza was well aware of this, she felt at ease, carefully opened Yuno's door, and entered the room. And what she saw was a sight she could never have imagined. What is this? HWA. Empress Mama. Welcome, Eliza. You're a little late, aren't you? I knew you would come, and I've been waiting since the evening. What caught Eliza's eyes was Uriah, naked, on top of Yuno, sticking his cock into her pussy, shaking her waist, her face and body covered in semen. Not only that, but on Uriah's lower abdomen, her vulva tattoo of her womb was shining with a beautiful red light. Eliza couldn't help but be surprised when Uriah, who had been the perfect empress who was more beautiful and virtuous than anyone else until dinner, turned into a completely licentious woman without a prostitute. Moreover, because the person she was having sex with was none other than her son, Juno, Eliza's voice was shaking tremendously. No. How could you do something like that with your son? She slowly took a step back at the unimaginable and horrifying sight. However, when Uriah activated her lock magic starter and locked her door, Eliza had no choice but to be locked in Yuno's room. How can I just leave my son who has such a great cock? Do you know how good it feels to have this big cock buried deep in your pussy? And Eliza, let's be honest, you came today because you wanted this too. Brit. As Uriah slowly raised her body and pulled Yuno's cock out of her own pussy, the thick semen inside her pussy hole fell down on her bed. You cummed a lot, my son. Was your mom's pussy that satisfied? Be happy. Uriah lightly kissed Yuno's lips and walked towards Eliza. Oh, don't come. If you break the door this far, then the royal guard knights will come. How will you explain why you came here? And Eliza, you also came because you wanted to be with Yuno. Uriah held Eliza's hand and brought her to her living room. It was Uriah's touch that she could shake off as much as she wanted, but for some reason, Eliza couldn't resist. And Uriah told Yuno to wait in her bedroom for a while and close the bedroom door. Eliza, I have really thought of you as a daughter, and I have no complaints about you becoming married to Juno. In fact, I hope for that more than anyone else. I know better than anyone else how hard you have lived and how well you have grown up since coming to this faraway place alone. It's because, Empress Mama, Yuno is listen to me for a moment. Eliza, I don't want to lie to you, who I think of as my daughter, and who will become my daughter-in-law. So I'll tell you our truth. Uriah told us about her life in her past life, her death, and her relationship with Junho. Then Eliza's eyes got bigger and bigger, and by the end she was shedding tears. Everything so far has been true. I swear this on my soul. Empress, I'm sorry. Furthermore, I didn't even know it was like that. Furthermore, I just thought it was incest on her part. Furthermore, I'm sorry. In the end, Uriah hugged Eliza, who was crying profusely, and Eliza shed tears in her warm embrace. I don't think I can interfere with the love between Yuno and the Empress. Furthermore, I know, Eliza, I have been Yuno's lover since my past life until now, but in reality, I'm also Yuno's mother. There is no way I could stop Yuno from getting married, and I heard that you received a confession from Yuno today. Eliza, I know very well how much you have liked Yuno since you were young. How could you possibly interfere with their love? Eliza, who had been crying in Uriah's arms, stopped crying, wiped away her tears, and protested to Uriah in a hushed voice. Well, but that would be cheating. Yuno is a child with a wide heart. So, Eliza, Master Aragorn, and even Catherine can love everyone. Eliza's body flinched at Uriah's words. It looks like you know too. Oh my god. Did you know that Catherine and Yuno are in a relationship like that? Of course. Catherine knew that she was tempting Yuno with those lewd breasts, but as a mother, she couldn't say anything. But she realized my past life yesterday, and she was able to end up with Yuno like this. Sweet I'm sorry. I wanted to give my virginity to Yuno and get Yuno's sympathy, but the Empress has already taken it. What's the meaning of man's virginity? And from now on, I'm going to call you mother in private places. You're going to have sex with Yuno soon, right? Well, but I have to return to the kingdom of Lian soon. Don't worry about that. A girl dies in love and lives in love. Eliza, your heart is the most important thing. Close your eyes now and think of the first person that comes to mind. Eliza did as Uriah told her and closed her eyes and thought about who was most important to her then, as if it was natural. Yuno's face came to mind and her heart warmed. And then Eliza's face turned bright red as Yuno's large cock came to mind. Uriah, who had no idea what Eliza was feeling, hugged her tightly once again, and Eliza stopped crying and smiled brightly as she buried her face between Uriah's large breasts. Thank you, mother. Then Uriah also patted Eliza's back with a smile on her face. Well, but it seems a bit vulgar to say that it's 6 while your mother touches your dick. My mother, who is usually so demure, likes it a little like that. She is a more chaste woman than anyone else during the day, but at night she becomes a complete seductress, and she seems to like the gap of showing herself a lewd side. I'll keep this in mind. As Eliza recalled Catherine's appearance in her underground training room, she understood why she used such a shallow tone point. When Eliza seemed to be ready, Uriah got up from her seat, opened the door to her bedroom, and called Yuno. Come here. As a mother-in-law, I will give my soon-to-be daughter-in-law a delightful dick. Enjoy your first night to the fullest today, daughter-in-law. When Yuno came out of her bedroom at Uriah's call and approached them sitting on the sofa in her living room, Uriah lifted Eliza's skirt up. Eliza's pussy, without her panties on, was exposed, and Uriah lightly rubbed her pussy with her hand. Oh my daughter-in-law's pussy is already dripping with cum. I must have been expecting this. Take courage, Eliza. It'll make you feel so good. Eliza's eyes turned to Yuno's lower body due to Uriah's temptation, and Yuno's cock, which caught her eye, was huge and erect, showing its majesty to the world. Do you see that dick the size of your forearm? It's going to come in, tear Eliza's hymen, and press down on her cervix. Then, with that thick glans, it's going to scratch the inside of her pussy and give Eliza a taste of heaven. How do you think? Uriah's lewd temptation continued, and as if Eliza was possessed by something about her, she slowly spread her legs and spread her cum-soaked pussy, showing off even her pink flesh. Looking at Eliza like that, Yuno opened her mouth with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Eliza. This has come to this. Honestly, I can't swear that I will only love you from now on, but I swear right here that I will love you forever until the day I die, and I will never neglect you. So marry me, Eliza. Tears flowed from Eliza's eyes at Yuno's vow and her marriage proposal. TCH. At one point, they told me to wait until I was 21, but in one day. This is too fast. Still. Thank you, Yuno. From this moment on, I will serve only you as my husband. Whether it was my mother or another woman, I will only serve you as my husband. I won't tell you not to meet me, but please continue with me. I love you more than anyone in this world. At her acceptance of Eliza's marriage proposal, Yuno's dick swelled even more and sank into her vagina. Jikiak backquote you. She's really going to become Yuno's wife. The moment she's been waiting for 7 years has finally come true. Red virgin blood was dripping from Eliza's pussy and dripping down the shaft of Yuno's cock. and onto her floor at the same time. Tears of happiness and pain formed in the corners of Eliza's eyes. Seeing that, Yuno stopped pushing his cock inside her and shared a deep loving kiss with Eliza. Please come. Use Yuno's cock to penetrate Eliza's lewd wife's pussy. Eliza, as instructed by Uriah, squeezed out the most vulgar words she could think of and screamed, "Okay, Eliza. Just hang in there. I'll make you feel better in no time." Squeak as Yuno began to slowly move her waist, taking care of Eliza, who was her virgin. Eliza felt her pain slowly subside, and her thrilling pleasure eating away at her. Huh. What is this? It can't even be compared to masturbation. Here, as Yuno's cock went in and out, the head of her cock scraped against the sensitive area in front of Eliza's pussy. A loud moan came out of Eliza's mouth. Hawang, this feels good. Chew up. Chew up, chew up. Eliza let out a pleasant moan and kissed Yuno's lips, as if her pussy was reciprocating the pleasure that Yuno's huge cock gave her. She squeezed his cock softly yet strongly, giving Yuno the ultimate pleasure as well. Then, Yuno, who noticed that Eliza was free from the pain of her breakthrough, began to move her waist more roughly and make Eliza soak in the pleasure of her sex, and Eliza used her legs to support Yuno's body. She wrapped her arms around her waist and scratched Yuno's back with her hands, causing her to struggle with unbearable pleasure. Pang pang hano. Eliza's moans naturally came out of Eliza's mouth at the incredible pleasure Yuno's cock gave her, and she understood why Uriah was so into sex with Yuno. He, how are you, Eliza? Does my son's cock feel good? Yes, mother. It feels so good. It's a good job to be Yuno's wife. Here. Something big is coming from inside the clothes. As Uriah sucked her own breast, a moan came out of Eliza's mouth, and Yuno, seeing this, sucked her other breast and pushed her dick all the way to the root, sending Eliza to climax. Eliza, her breasts are so plump and feel good. Her thighs are a little protruding, and her belly is also soft and soft. Even though she trained so hard, her stomach and thighs that were slightly sticking out were her complex, so she never allowed anyone to touch her. But Yuno was an exception. Touch me more, it feels good. Yuno. It's strange. It feels good, but it's strange something is coming out. Ahawang. Eliza was shaking her body with so much pleasure that she thought she was going to lose her mind. She continued to shout out that she loved Yuno, throwing her arms around Yuno's neck and kissing her here and there. And yet, every time Yuno shook her waist, Eliza's appearance, shaking her waist to receive the cock deeper and deeper, looked so lewd that, if she had not had virgin blood, she could never be considered a virgin. Britag. Eliza's pussy is so tight. I love you too, Eliza. Oh okay, I'm knocking on my deepest place. Pubjack, puckjack, puckjack. Buzak. The obscene sound of Jumix crashing through the quiet air of the night echoed throughout the room. Even as Eliza felt her orgasm, Yuno did not stop her waist and continued to pound her pussy with his powerful piston vagina, scraping the flesh of her pussy with his thick glands and showing no signs of consideration for her virginity. As Yuno's thick glands vigorously scraped the tight folds of her pussy, her buttocks lifted of their own accord. At the same time, Yuno's waist was lifted, and she continued to have sex with Yuno in her arms. It's coming again. This time, it's bigger as Eliza hugged Yuno's piston vagina strongly, saying that she was about to climax. Yuno raised her mana and arched her back even more strongly. Oh Yuno, wait a minute. I'm going to take a nap. Please stop. I think I'm going to pee. Eliza pleaded with her messed up face, but Yuno didn't stop lifting her waist. It's coming. Something big is coming again. Yuno, I'm going crazy. I love you. I'm going to come soon too. I love you, Eliza. As Yuno raised her waist strongly, as if it were her last, Yuno's gland stuck to Eliza's cervix as if kissing it, completely crushing her uterus. Huok. I can't stand this. I'm broken. Cute. Burayak. Hurried up. It's hot. This is Yuno's semen. Ugh, so much. And my womb is filling up. Ugh, as if not to waste even a single drop of her semen, Yuno placed her glands completely against her cervix and continued to push the semen that came out into Eliza's womb. Eliza's uterus gradually swelled due to the huge amount of semen, and her stomach also slightly swelled. At the same time, a red uterus tattoo appeared on Eliza's lower abdomen, indicating that she had become Juno's woman. I think I'm pregnant. HMM. The master is right around the corner. If I get pregnant, as Eliza spoke, stroking her slightly swollen lower abdomen and the obscene uterus tattoo engraved on it, Yuno asked curiously, why don't you want to get pregnant? No, I love it so much I want to get pregnant with Yuno's baby. I think our baby will be so adorable. So before I leave, we have to have sex every day and get her pregnant. I can get pregnant whenever I want. First. HMM. Suddenly, Eliza's body trembled, and the body that was clinging to Yuno became hot, and the heat was transmitted to Yuno. Huh. My body is hot. It's strange. Ugh. When Eliza suddenly said that something was wrong with her body, Yuno jumped up in surprise and Eliza lost consciousness. Illustration of Eliza with a uterine tattoo and a slightly swollen stomach. After receiving Yuno's semen. Chapter 46. After having sex with Yuno, I became a master. 1. After having sex with Yuno, I became a master. 1. Yuno, who was enjoying a sweet afterlife after having sex with Eliza, suddenly found Eliza's body so hot that she lost consciousness, and before she had time to remove her dick from her pussy, she plunged into Eliza's body. The mana was pushed in point as Yuno's mana explored inside Eliza's body. She felt the mana flowing out of Eliza's mana hall and starting to circulate around her body faster and faster, and Yuno noticed that she was trying to reach the level of her master. This is, Mom. Please instruct the royal knights to guard my villa. I think Eliza has become a master. I understand, Yuno. As soon as Yuno heard Yuno's cry, Yuria quickly put on her clothes and ran to convey the news to Yuno's knights guarding her palace. Then, the fact was immediately conveyed to the headquarters of the Knights of the Guard, and Leech Tenora, surprised by the fact that his student had become a master, led his knights and began to tightly guard the Sambi-Ilgung. If an unfortunate incident like the last time happens again, I will not leave you alone. Maintain a tight security posture for all areas, including the outer walls of the Imperial Palace. I will follow your orders. By the way, Eliza, how did she start her body change at Her Majesty Yuno's palace? Did she reach a state while training with Yuno? Just because I didn't watch her training today. Leech Tenor was a little disappointed that he could not become a master through his teachings, but for now, he congratulated his disciple who had reached the level and commanded the Knights' defensive formation point. Just like that, the entire reserve unit of the Knights of the Guard was mobilized and began to guard without stopping. And Leech Tenor tried to go inside, wondering if he could provide any help, but had no choice but to turn back when Yuria said that Yuno was already inside. Ugh. If I let Count Rich Tenor in, rumors would spread that Yuno and Eliza were in a relationship like that before she got married. Her mother stopped it for now. Yuno, you have to do well. Yuria prayed to heaven that Eliza and Yuno, now her daughters-in-law, would be safe. While Yuno was wondering if there was something he could do for Eliza, who had become his companion, he remembered the ritual that Catherine had given him, and in the same way, he raised mana from his cock and carefully approached Eliza's mana hall point as her mana fluctuated violently in Eliza's mana hall. They used her own mana to connect with each other, and Yuno and Eliza's mana hall began to resonate. At the same time, Eliza's mana began to circulate rapidly throughout her body, and her body began to glow blue. Woo. That went well. Then I'll now. Ugh. When Eliza's body change seemed to have started successfully, something strange happened to Yuno, who pulled out her dick and tried to protect her. Me? Why me? Ugh. My body, the mana of Yuno's mana hole, which resonated with Eliza's mana hole, continued to run wild without stopping. However, it never felt dangerous, and Yuno, who noticed it, let her body flow with the natural flow of mana. Pap de Duke. Pad Duke Duke. Unlike Eliza's blue body, Yuno's body began its second body change with only the lower part glowing red, and Yuno's mana hole began to gradually amplify. The mana hole gradually swelled and then contracted again, and eventually Yuno's second body change ended with it growing about 1.2 times larger. Damn, I didn't know when I lost consciousness, but this hurts more than I thought. Still, I'm glad it ended much faster than last time. But my body doesn't seem to have changed at all. Did my mana hole just get bigger? Catherine later I'll have to ask Yuno thought so, and tried to circulate mana all over his body. Then, he definitely felt that his mana had grown bigger than before the body change, and it felt like its density had also increased. Wow, the mana hole has definitely grown by about 1.2 times. And it seems like the amount and concentration of mana have also increased accordingly. In Yuno's mind, memories of breaking down the castle gate and exhaustion during the last Streve expedition came to mind, and he had the feeling that it would be much easier now than then. Well, anyway, I'll have to congratulate Eliza when she wakes up. What should I say? He muttering like that, Yuno got dressed and stayed by Eliza's side, and when the morning came without much trouble, Eliza's body change was completed. Whoa. Yuno? What happened? Why is it already morning? Please bring me some clothes. Mom, please bring me some clothes that Eliza can wear. Okay, under Uria's instructions, one of her maids brought a pretty dress from the Empress Palace, and it was a bit vulgar, so Eliza wore it while blushing. Well, I'm a little embarrassed. What do you think? Yuno? Am I pretty? That's not important right now. TCH. What's more important than looking pretty to your husband? Eliza puffed out her cheeks and pressed her face to Juno. Yuno gently pinched Eliza's cheeks with both her hands and told her the truth. Congratulations on becoming a master, Eliza. Although you are a little later than me, you are still the second youngest master in the history of the continent. Clap clap clap. Even as she received Yuno's applause, Eliza remained blank. After being dazed for a while, Eliza pinched her own cheek and shed tears as she was held in Juno's arms. Black. Really, me to be a master? Thank you so much. This is all thanks to you. I'm so happy. Why are you crying, Eliza? Congratulations. Despite Yuno's congratulations, Eliza continued to cry, burying her head in Yuno's arms and shaking her head. No, that's not it. I also have the freedom to marry. No. Patting Eliza on the back, Juno then remembered the story of Eliza's older sister Fiona becoming a master and avoiding an arranged marriage. But then wouldn't the kingdom of Lian try to marry me? There's no way they would marry a country's master to a foreign prince. At Yuno's words, Eliza raised her head and made a bombshell announcement. I will not return home, and I will proudly declare that I will marry you here. If a master from a foreign country says he wants to marry you and become a Balkan, will the empire object? When Yuno listened carefully, Eliza's argument was quite plausible. And Eliza's argument was actually being discussed in the hastily held meeting of the cabinet. The commotion that happened last night. It is said that it was caused by Princess Eliza, who was staying abroad to study, becoming a master. However, in a little while, the wedding of Henry and Princess Rachel will be held, and she will have to return home. Several nobles. What do you think about this? When the crown prince, who presides over the cabinet meeting, asked the nobles for their opinions, opinions poured out from all over Kwang. Princess Eliza must not be sent home. That's right. Wasn't Count Richter Nora the one who taught Princess Eliza? Then she could be said to be his student, and wouldn't being a disciple of Richter Nora mean a knight of the empire? That's right. I heard that Princess Eliza and Her Majesty Yuno are on good terms. Also, Her Majesty Yuno recently opposed Princess Eliza's return to Korea, which means that we have feelings for each other. Let's get her married quickly. Although they were nobles who usually fought to the death, this opinion was unanimously agreed upon. It was no surprise that another master, who could be said to be a strategic weapon on the battlefield, was born. But the kingdom of Lian will also try to bring you back somehow. What are you going to do about this? Moreover, if Princess Eliza says she is going, how are you going to stop it? Let's bring in His Highness Prince Yuno and Princess Eliza and listen to their story. In the end, a request to attend the cabinet meeting was sent to Eliza, who was stabilizing her body and mind at Yuno's palace, and Yuno, who was helping her. Eliza, let's go. Let's go and discuss our opinions. Yes, Yuno. Juno and Eliza entered the state council hall with their arms linked, as if to prove that they were in love with each other, and this gave great satisfaction to many nobles of the empire. Princess Eliza. First, congratulations on reaching the highest level of master. You are the second youngest master in the history of the continent after Her Highness Yuno. This is truly an incredible achievement. Clap 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 as the nobles poured in with applause. Eliza bowed her head in embarrassment and expressed her gratitude. No. This is all because Yuno, who is next to me, had sex with me. No, she loved me. I trained hard to chase after the person I loved, and I think I reached this level thanks to that. At Eliza's words, the corners of several nobles' mouths rose, as if they were reaching her ears, and a bright smile appeared on the face of the crown prince who was presiding over the meeting. Illustration of the secret hidden in Eliza's dress. Chapter 47. After having sex with Yuno, I became a master. 2. After having sex with Yuno, I became a master. 2. Eliza calmly responded to her continued barrage of questions. There were occasionally questions that were difficult to answer, but Yuno responded well, by answering them on his behalf. Since they were the nobles of the empire who were already trying to tie Eliza to Juno somehow, this was a very satisfying trend for them as well. With that trend, the emergency meeting came to an end, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Information each began discussing with their subordinates how to handle the situation. Looking at the results of the questions and answers so far, it is safe to say that Her Majesty Eliza will completely become a naturalized citizen of the Empire. That's right. She is a handsome man and fairy woman who matches well with His Highness Yuno, so when she reaches the age where she can marry in 3 years, she will immediately proceed with her civil marriage. If we proceed with a national marriage, wouldn't there be a possibility that the Kingdom of Lian may interfere in the future? Seeing Juno and Eliza seem to be getting along so well, many nobles proceeded with their affairs. As if Juno and Eliza were already engaged, then wouldn't it be right for Eliza to become a naturalized citizen of the Empire, rather than a national marriage? What are your intentions? Meanwhile, when the Minister of Justice, the Marquis of Redberg, asked Eliza a question, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Marquis of Bowlet, watched. I haven't thought about naturalizing myself as a citizen yet, but if I marry Her Highness Yuno, she will remain a subject of the entire Balkans from then on. After hearing Eliza's answer, the Marquis of Redberg nodded his head, and the Crown Prince smiled and called the Marquis of Varlo. Good. Minister of Foreign Affairs, please send a letter to the Kingdom of Lian stating that Princess Eliza has refused to return. Of course, they will also object, but if they offer to increase the amount of rubber and steel exported to the Kingdom of Lian as a gift for Heinrich's marriage, they will also do so. I will agree to some extent. Yes, I think you made the right decision. Eliza's older sister, Princess Fiona, also declared that she would marry at her own discretion after becoming her master, so if you insist that it is a similar case, she will not be able to say anything. The urgently convened cabinet meeting ended with the Crown Prince's instructions, and when all the nobles left, the Crown Prince called Juno and Eliza to him. Once Heinrich's wedding is over, Juno, you will have to go down to the estate. Do you plan to take Princess Eliza with you? Yes, brother. I would like to do that, if there are no problems. I don't think there will be any problems, as long as the Kingdom of Lian doesn't find fault. However, I called because I thought our youngest child is really grown up now. Brother Prince reached out his hand to Yuno, who was a head taller than him, and stroked him. The little guy who was said to be training with his small hands has suddenly become such a strong young man, became a master, and even found a beautiful partner. Haha, time flies so quickly. To be honest, while staying in Adria, I became the strength of this brother Wu. I wish I could give it to you, but don't worry. As my territory is promoted to county status, a space movement magic circle will be installed, so whenever you call me, I will rush over quickly. Okay. When you need a break, let's go play sometime. Princess Eliza, please take good care of my foolish brother. No, Your Highness. Rather, His Highness Yuno has always had my back, since I was young, and supported me when I was weak. So please stop saying such things. Haha, you're going to be married to Yuno in 3 years, so are you being difficult with me? I'll make it easier for you to talk to me, Eliza, so why don't you make it easy for me too? Yes, I understand. Uncle Prince chuckled and clapped, as if he liked the title Mr., and Eliza squeezed Yuno's clasped hand, blushing slightly out of embarrassment. Phew, I'm glad that Yuno can marry someone she loves. You have no idea how fortunate it is that the royal family has the freedom to marry, Yuno. By the way, Hyria must have heard this news, and she must be quite sad after sending Yuno and Eliza back. Prince sat on the balcony of the Imperial Palace and smiled bitterly as he tried to let go of the complex thoughts that came to his mind. Meanwhile, Eliza, who returned to Juno's palace, had to deal with an unexpected question from her visitor. Eliza, I sincerely congratulate you on becoming a master. Yes, thank you, master. The visitor was Count Lichtenauer, and he continued to pepper Eliza with questions, driving her into a corner. But could you please tell this master how he suddenly rose to such a level? As you know, there are many people in the Royal Guard Knights who are stuck on the wall of mastery and cannot overcome it. If you tell me about your experience, it will help those knights a lot. This will be master and vice captain are of much higher status and stronger than me, so I will be of much help to them. I think this is a bit of a special case. Absolutely not. How can there be only one way to become a master? For example, isn't there a way to make His Highness a master using an ignorant method like that Aragorn over there? What? Ignorant? Hey, Lichtenauer. Say it again. What's my training policy? Catherine approached Lichtenauer with an air of encouragement in her fist and her ferocious murderous spirit, but she became quiet due to Juno's dissuasion, and Lichtenauer, who had not paid attention to her in the first place, continued to pursue Eliza. So, Princess Eliza's method will also be of great help to some people. So, what do you think? I will gather all the members of the Royal Guard tomorrow afternoon, and I would appreciate it if you could give me a lecture. But Eliza rejected the offer. I can never say that. I became a master after having sex with and receiving semen that made my uterus full. How do you say that? Just kill me instead. Master Lichtenauer, who had no way of knowing Eliza's true intentions, even mobilized her friends, Yuria and Juno, to persuade her, and in the end, Eliza gave her consent. Thank you, princess. I'll see you tomorrow. After Lichtenauer left after her greeting, Eliza ran to Juno and Yuria with her tearful eyes. It's too much. It's too much. Mother, you clearly know what's going on. How are you telling me to explain it to you? How can I explain it? I just need to give it a rough go around, right? He did basic training with me by rolling around like he always did, and he was already ready, and he got hit by me so hard that he fought back with all his might and became a master. Brit, while was explaining how to lecture, Yuria exploded a bomb. But in fact, she is the naughty Eliza who became the master after having sex with but she is a ho-ho. Eliza's face turned bright red at Yuria's explicit words, and the tea she was drinking poured into the air from Catherine's mouth as she sat next to and quietly drank her tea. Who there me there me there who there salmon host to their antagonism. Their audacious expressions and annoyance. Then Yuria casually approached Catherine. Why are you doing that? Master Aragorn. Whoa. Empress Mama. Had three sex with that kid. Yuria went behind Catherine, who was stuttering her words with her face turning bright red, and grabbed her breasts, lifting them from the bottom up. HWA. Empress Mama. Didn't Master Aragorn seduce my son with these huge breasts? And then he's the only one saying anything to Eliza. How did you say that? Is that what you said? When Catherine glared at her, as if she were going to kill herself, Juno hurriedly shook her head and her hands. The day before the expedition to Tacito, Master Aragorn was in Yuno's bedroom. No, I saw with my own eyes Catherine rubbing Yuno's cock with her vulgar breasts. At Yuria's words, Catherine's entire body turned bright red. Empress, it's true that I did that. However, it was our school's training method that causes mana resonance by hitting mana scepters together. My mana scepter is in my chest, and Yuno's mana scepter is in my chest. Please don't misunderstand, because the hole is in the testicles. But for all that, you sucked Yuno's dick with your mouth very deliciously, right? And when ejaculated, you drank all the cum. Did I make a mistake about that too? Or is there another training method like that? Catherine's mouth opened wide, and she could not close it due to Yuria's harsh criticism and her shallow tone. That's right. I saw it too. Yesterday afternoon, Catherine took to training, and she was enjoying Yuno's pussy while sucking her dick in the underground training center. Moreover, I enjoyed it while my whole body was covered in Yuno's semen. While you were doing it, oh my, you even looked at me. I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know, Eliza. It's no big deal, mother. Once it was confirmed that both women had caught her, Catherine lost all strength in her body and fell to the floor. Catherine, would you like to wake up for a moment? I have a suggestion for you. Then, Catherine threw her body away and bowed down in front of Uriah. Empress, please don't tell me to leave Yuno's side. I can't live without Yuno anymore. Furthermore, I won't be greedy about getting married as soon as I know it. So please you can't live without Yuno, right? Not Yuno's dick, huh? Yes, that's right. I'm embarrassed as a teacher, but I'm disqualified as a teacher. But I've come to love my student, Empress. So please. Catherine raised her head in confusion for a moment at Uriah's explicit words, but she lowered her head again and continued her request. Master, is it true? You love me, TCH. Are you going to pretend you don't know? When you said last night that loving only me is difficult, did you not include Catherine? No. I told Catherine I liked her, but Catherine never told me. Catherine raised her head and shouted at Juno's confused words. Hey, do you really have to put it into words? What kind of crazy bitch sucks the dick of man she doesn't even like that? Plus, I drank a lot of your cum. That, looking at Catherine venting her anger, Uriah began to sort out the situation. Okay. Catherine, marry Juno. Juno, you don't hate Catherine either, do you? As Juno nodded her head in embarrassment, Catherine let out a voice filled with emotion. Thank you, Empress. But Eliza is already with Juno. Juno is also a member of the royal family, so there is no need for her to be limited to one wife. Instead, Eliza is the royal wife, and Catherine is the concubine. Is that okay? Yes. That doesn't matter. It's like a dream. I can become Juno's wife. Catherine ran to Juno and threw herself into Juno's arms. Even though she was a master, Juno hugged her soft and pleasant body and kissed her. Sweet. I love you, Catherine. Thank you for being my teacher. Thank you for loving me so much. Ugh. I really want to thank you. We have quite a bit of age difference, but I accepted me as her wife. You're 38 years old now. What? You're only 5 years older than your mom. The thought of her daughter-in-law being 5 years older than her future mother-in-law, Uriah, made Catherine want to hit her head on the floor and eye point, and then she was told the truth about her lightning strike again. However, there is a condition. Since Catherine is guilty of lusting for Juno's cock before me, her mother, we will have sex between the two after arriving at Juno's territory. Well, if it's the crime of covetousness first. No way. The Empress. What kind of girl would stay still with such a great cock? Catherine was like that too. Besides, how much I love Juno. I would do anything for her son. Even if it means 6, of course. After saying that, Uriah unbuttoned her dress, revealing her large breasts, buttocks, and bright red uterine tattoo, showing off her lewd figure to her son. Uriah lightly kissed Juno's lips, ran her saliva-soaked tongue down, and slowly removed Juno's clothes. When she finally unbuttoned her pants, she was already full of pleasure. Juno's erect dick was exposed. Uriah knelt down in front of Juno's hugely erect cock and began sucking her son's cock ravenously in front of her 2 future daughters-in-law. Chew up. Chew up. Chew up. Chew up. Holla. My son's dick seems to have gotten bigger, even though it isn't already up. Oh my. Mom, you're sucking so deliciously. I want to try sucking too. I didn't really enjoy it yesterday because I only got married. While watching her fellatio, Eliza took off her dress and showed Catherine the tattoo of her uterus on her lower abdomen. What is that? That vulgar pattern? The Empress also had it. Oh, this. Catherine isn't there yet, right? It's a pattern that appears when Juno ejaculates into her womb. It's proof that she's Juno's woman, so Catherine will soon be engraved as well. Well, that aside, Empress, is it okay for your mother to have sex with Juno? Yes, of course. Juno loves her mother, and her mother also loves Juno as a man. Besides, Eliza explained to Catherine about the past lives of Juno and Uriah, and after listening to Eliza's explanation, she was able to understand the relationship between Juno and Juno. After a while, Uriah took Juno's cock deep into her throat and gulped down the semen that poured out of her as Juno started to come, then took her mouth off the dick and caught the semen that poured out on her breasts and face. Who's going to be next? The two looked at Yuria, who was licking the white semen from the corner of her mouth with her tongue, exchanging glances for a moment, and then they both approached Yuno. Thank you for giving in to her sister. No. I've sucked a lot, so this time Eliza makes Yuno feel good. Yuno quickly started ejaculating as Eliza sucked his glands and Catherine licked the pole. The two girls kissed Yuno's glands together, or one of them sucked Yuno's anus, while one sucked his cock. I had a fun night making Yuno feel good in all kinds of lewd positions, and drinking Yuno's semen, that kept pouring out. Yuria received her son's semen all over her body. Chapter 48, Heinrich's Wedding, 1. Heinrich's Wedding, 1. Upon hearing the news that Eliza had become a master and would remain in the empire, the kingdom of Lian strongly protested and threatened to cancel this national marriage as well. However, as a result of the empire's proposal to increase resource trade and a letter from Prince Henry himself to King Lian, the kingdom of Lian accepted the empire's decision. Heinrich, I never thought you would show this much will to this national marriage. That's right. What did you write in the letter that made King Lian accept it? Well, I didn't say anything. I just said that I would truly cherish and love Princess Rachel, who is marrying me this time. Oh, I guess you've come to your senses now. There were rumors that you were doing strange things to children in the basement of the villa, so I'm really glad. Heinrich was horrified to discover that her crown prince's intelligence was superior to her own thoughts. However, he controlled her expression and looked at the crown prince calmly. How could I do that? Anyway, I don't want to have any regrets about this marriage. Of course, Heinrich's regret was different from what Prince thought, but Prince let go of his guard against his brother's attitude to some extent. Yes, I hope that your mind will not change. You and Yuno will have to help me rule the empire in the future, but for that to happen, shouldn't there be no problems at home? Yes, I understand. Then I'll just leave. Okay. Tomorrow is the wedding, so I'll go to bed early. Go in. As Heinrich retreated, Prince's mind became more complicated. Heinrich, please don't act rashly. I know that your gang is planning something useless, but I don't want to be the older brother who persecutes my younger brother, so I'm leaving it alone. But if you cross the line, Heinrich clearly had tremendous talent in the field of finance and taxation, and he was showing that ability in practical work as well. So Prince was willing to give Heinrich a position as chancellor or finance minister if he would obediently follow him. Phew, but if that guy doesn't give up his ambition and continues to be swayed by the gang, someday when Prince couldn't resolve his complicated thoughts, he threw down the glass he was drinking and went into a secret room hidden in his palace. This was the place where his secret lover was, and the only place where he could relax in this spacious imperial palace. So Prince relaxed and closed his eyes. The next day, the second princess of the kingdom of Lian, Rachel, arrived in Adria, the Balkan capital. Through space travel. The spatial movement was activated, and a bright light burst out. And there was only a blonde woman in a military uniform next to her in a gorgeous wedding dress. Are you really Princess Rachel? Yes. I'm Rachel Sinclair de Leonhardt. Welcome to Adria, the capital of the Balkans. Who is with you? Rachel, I'm Princess Lee's bodyguard. Don't worry about me, and take care of Her Majesty. The Balkan Guard Knights, who were expecting a splendid delegation for the national wedding, were momentarily taken aback, but soon calmly showed courtesy, placed them in a carriage together, and escorted them to the imperial palace. Whoa, sister, why are you accompanying me here? The person who is the commander-in-chief of the kingdom, and also the prime minister, is in danger. Cuck, that very shitty father, the king, sold his daughter and sent her away without any dowry or escort to see as much as possible for her, so I have to come too. What are you going to do if something happens? Do you think her older sister will be safe in the heart of this empire? Well, that's good. It's an opportunity to taste the amazing Lichtenauer sword, right? And I heard that my younger sister Eliza has become a master, so I can't come. Ugh. Eliza said I just need to meet her. She said I'll try my best to persuade her. What do you mean? I just came to meet her, Eliza. She said that if Eliza decided to stay in her empire of her own will, I would approve. Then what if she says she doesn't mean it? Even if it means overturning the imperial palace, she must bring that child. Woo, then war will break out again. And what territory should our country, which lost in that war, vomit up this time? Giggle. As long as Fana is the commander-in-chief, the kingdom of Leon's army is invincible, right, sister? Please don't be like that. These days, my damn father, His Highness the King, seems to be plotting something suspicious with his personal guards. And even you, hey, the new bride, take care of the wedding. Now leave Leon to me. Well, I have no choice but to do that now. But since taxes and finances have been clearly organized, there won't be any major problems. I will make sure to kill all the nobles who took bribes that I wrote down on the list. Okay. Don't worry about that. Sister Fiona Rachel, who was talking about Doran and the carriage, got off the carriage when she heard that they had arrived at the Imperial Palace. Wow, is this the Balkan Imperial Palace? It's really huge, that's right. It looks 3 times bigger than our palace. I guess the Empire has a lot of money. Damn it. Even if we just kill all the treacherous thugs, including my father, the people wouldn't be hungry. So, from now on, you have to treat me well. I can't do anything about it anymore. Would it be better for me to make a fuss here and take both Eliza and you to my base? Sister, I know. I just tried it. At Rachel's yell, Fiona quietly lowered her tail and followed her Juno and Eliza, along with Isabella and Mary, headed to the Imperial Palace banquet hall where the wedding was held. If it were Heinrich's wedding, with whom they had a bad relationship, he would have left her after seeing her face. But Eliza's older sister, since it was Rachel's wedding, they came early and stayed. Who you know, are you here too? The sun must be rising in the west because you, who have become a master, have taken the precious step of coming to congratulate this brother on his wedding. When Heinrich came to them and sarcastically scolded them, Isabella and Mary did not even respond, and Juno suppressed his anger and smiled and congratulated his half-brother on his marriage. Congratulations on your marriage, brother Heinrich. I hope your marriage lasts long this time. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Now that I think about it, the person who will be my bride becomes Princess Eliza's older sister. TSK. Heinrich looked at Eliza with disgust and turned his back on the table where Juno's family was. And he looked at his bride-to-be, Princess Rachel, coming into the banquet hall. Both your older sister and younger brother have disgusting breasts. So, the person who will be my bride has to be like that. Then Heinrich's eyes fell on the small girl next to Rachel. Heinrich's eyes rolled back when he saw her small stature, her small breasts, and her plump thighs perfectly matching his view of women. As Rachel entered her bridal waiting room to prepare for her wedding, she was left alone, looking around her, looking for someone, and Heinrich approached her, who he thought was Rachel's female escort. Haha, hello. My name is Heinrich. I want to hear your beautiful name. If anyone is looking for it, I can help. What is this, idiot? Don't you get out of here. Haha, being vulgar is just my style. Won't you get rid of those bodyguards and become my woman? Any beautiful jewelry and accessories that suit you? Wow. Oh fuck. I told you to fuck off. Right. She hit Heinrich, who was clinging to her, with her fist, and sent him flying, and Heinrich flew a distance of about 3 meters, and fell to her floor, fainting. And, of course, her banquet hall fell silent, and her knight's guard, who had been guarding her outside, rushed in and surrounded her. Catch him. He is the one who brought harm to His Highness Heinrich. How dare you injure His Majesty in the Imperial Palace? Don't even think about returning alive. Even though she was surrounded by the knights of the Royal Guard who were sending out their murderous efforts, she looked around her with a relaxed attitude. There you are. Eliza. Sister Fiona, leaping over her surroundings with ease, slowly approached Eliza, and her panicked knights of the Royal Guard tried to capture her again, but her Juno suddenly intervened and stopped them. Stop. You are the one who has become a master. So stand back. I will take charge of this. As Juno, who had defeated her knights, approached her, Fiona, who had been approaching Eliza, stopped and looked at Juno, who what you mean is that you can understand my level. Are you the third prince? You said you became the youngest master on the continent? Yes. What is your identity? What's so important? I think we can have a good fight, right? The moment when Yuno and Fiona faced each other and raised each other's mana, Eliza intervened between the two. Yuno, stop it. You are my sister. Stop it too. What are you doing in the Imperial Palace? Sister? Then, is this Princess Rachel who is marrying brother Heinrich? No. This is Fiona. She said she once had a sister who told me to wear military uniform. She said, backquote, this is Fiona. At Eliza's intervention, Yuno returned mana to Manor Hall, relaxed her posture, and showed her respect. You were very rude. Juno Alexander Windridge von Borken. I'm the third prince of the empire, TCH, Kim Seek. I thought we could have a fight. Furthermore, I'm Fiona Sinclair de Leonhardt. Furthermore, I'm the first princess of the Kingdom of Leon and the commander-in-chief of the Kingdom of Leon's army. When Fiona revealed her identity, she could be heard everywhere. Can you tell me why such an amazing person is here? And why he attacked my brother? Why can't I come? My younger sister is getting married. Don't you think at least one of her family members should come? And I also have to see my pretty youngest sister. Then why did my brother? No. Is that bastard your brother? Then Prince Lee. No. Why is the bastard who is getting married today trying to seduce me? I'm a noble bastard with a passion for fucking women. So I slapped him and told him to come to his senses. At Fiona's explanation, Yuno let out a sigh point at that time. Rachel, who had completed her wedding preparations with the crown prince, appeared inside the palace. What kind of fuss is this? On such an auspicious day, what is this? Heinrich? No. What kind of guy is this who should be the groom? Prince ran to Heinrich, and Rachel ran to Fiona. Fiona, what accident did you get into again? No. That's after hearing the circumstances of the incident from Juno. The crown prince had to place his forehead on her head, which was in severe pain, and Fiona had to be harshly scolded by Rachel. In the end, through the mediation of Prince and Rachel, the incident was resolved well, with Fiona politely apologizing to Heinrich, and after Heinrich quickly healed the injuries on her face with potions and healing magic. The wedding ceremony began in earnest. Fiona Sinclair de Leonhardt illustration. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. Heinrich's Wedding. 2. Heinrich's Wedding. 2. Although there were problems before the wedding went smoothly. Although King Charles III was unable to attend due to his poor health, everyone seemed to understand and overlook this, as he was very old, and since the crown prince attended on his behalf, it can be seen that it was a national wedding with the Kingdom of Leon, where the first princess and crown princess attended. We hereby declare the holy marriage of Heinrich Alexander Nordren von Borken and Rachel Sinclair de Leonhardt. As soon as the Supreme Court Justice's marriage declaration was concluded, applause poured in from the guests. The faces of the two people heading towards the main gate of the Imperial Palace were greeted with applause, and their faces were smiling brightly, but a bloody conversation was taking place between Heinrich and Rachel. I know you're planning something with my father, but you should give up the idea of using Leon. I won't stay silent. Heh. It's been so long since she's been married that she's already making fun of her arrogant mouth. I don't know what a bitch like you can do, but feel free to try it out. I heard that in the Kingdom of Leon, you've made quite a name for yourself with your accounting policies and that sort of thing. Don't be arrogant with your skills. This is the Borken Empire. Rachel also studied books written by Heinrich and helped her sister manage the kingdom by referring to the accounting policies he created and implemented on a pilot basis. So she was at a loss for words for a moment, because she knew very well how talented he was. However, Rachel did not give up and continued to provoke Heinrich. It was because she needed to find out why she had been taken when she had no interest in it, and what the price the king received for selling her out. Before her wedding, she had a private conversation with the crown prince and teased him slightly, but since the crown prince didn't notice her, Rachel continued to delve into Heinrich. Just because I got married, it would be better to throw away any thoughts of Sondrel in my body. I have no intention of giving my body to a bastard like you. You are asking my sister-in-law for my hand from the day of the wedding. HMPH. Do you think I'd be interested in a body with that trashy lump of fat on its chest? Not only is it stupid, but it seems like you're very delusional. If you looked half as good as your sister, I'd be interested in you. Such a pervert lolicon bastard. I take it as a compliment. How can it be an insult to have the same taste as His Majesty the Emperor? Haha, this is the quality of a person who will become an emperor. Haha, Rachel and Heinrich hurled harsh words at each other while waving in response to the people of the empire who saw them and congratulated them on the castle gate. Backquote, this bastard. He's thinking of overthrowing the crown prince and becoming emperor. I don't know what kind of conspiracy they are plotting, but it's definitely related to our kingdom apostrophe. However, Rachel's provocation had no effect on Heinrich, and she had to attend the reception without being able to get any additional information from her after greeting the guests at the reception hall. Heinrich disappeared somewhere along with the crowd that followed him. Fiona was also talking with her crown prince about the business that would happen after her wedding, so Rachel, who was left alone, had to sit in her bride's seat and drink her wine to relieve her frustration and loneliness. Sister, congratulations. The wedding dress is so pretty, I want to try it on quickly too. Still, when Eliza came up to Rachel and showed off her charms, her heart eased a little. Pointy, you'll be able to wear it in no time. But why did you say you would stay in the Empire? I heard you learned directly from the commander of the Knights of the Guard. Did he tell you, as a disciple, to be unconditionally loyal to the Empire? When Rachel asked quietly, Eliza shook her head. No, I ended up with someone I've had a crush on since I was young. How can I return to the kingdom? He really? Who is it? I can't believe it. That Rachel asked, recalling the character written in Eliza's letters to her when she was young. Yes, that's right. You know, the third prince of Balkan is my lover. He helped me a lot in becoming a master, and we promised to get married in 3 years. Her younger sister, who had previously been sent away from her palace in tears and was sent to her empire, now looked so happy that she shed a few tears as she contrasted herself with her situation. Still, I'm glad you two can be happy. Why, her older sister will be happy too. Mew. Of course, Her Highness the Crown Prince has some bad rumors. Rachel sighed as she comforted Eliza. Phew, I guess I should consider myself lucky, as long as the rumors aren't good. I'm sure they're planning something. Well, he's her husband now. If her older sister guides her well, she might be okay. No, something happened with my father, His Majesty the King. But you never revealed the minutes of the meeting to us. Ugh, it's frustrating. Since you left, my father's condition has gotten worse. So not only is he not cooperating with my sister, but he is also trying to protect my sister. How many treacherous bastards are there with honey on their tongues? Your sisters must have had a hard time. What can we do? If my father has lost his mind, we should come to our senses. Rachel let out a sigh and looked around her for a moment. Then, her eyes caught sight of her sister's lover, Juno, surrounded by beauties named Julia, Diane, Isabella, and Mary. But the third prince is so handsome that you should take good care of yourself too, right? Even now, you're just surrounded by people, aren't you? Go quickly, Kit. Well, those people over there are all our family, so there's no need to worry, sister. Actually, they are all romantic enemies. There's nothing I can do about my mother, but my sisters and Mary should be careful. Eliza listened to Rachel's words and returned to Yuno's table, saying she would see her later. As she walked to her table, her eyes caught sight of Isabella and Mary, their large breasts rubbing against Juno's arms, and she remembered the promise she had made to Isabella and Mary in her childhood. Therefore, she once again made up her mind to take care to prevent Isabella and Mary from approaching Juno. Isabella, Mary, I'm sorry, but I don't remember the promise I made when I was young. Because it was when I was very young. Heh. With a sinister smile in her heart, Eliza grabbed Juno's arm as he tried to drink the wine Diane was pouring for him. You know, you look like you're very drunk. I'm a little dizzy too. Empress Mama, can I take a walk with Yuno for a while? Princess Eliza. I was pouring a drink for her younger brother. What is this? Is that so? You know? Come take a walk with Eliza. It can be dangerous for a girl to walk alone at night. When Diane tried to convulse, Yuria stopped her. As soon as Yuria finished speaking, Eliza gave Yuria her wink and disappeared with Yuno, and Isabella and Mary jumped up and screamed at Yuria, "Mom, what danger is there in the Imperial Palace garden? We always walk around alone." "That's right. The security is so tight, and we are both masters. What's the danger?" "Oh my gosh, these guys are so oblivious. I heard that a young man and woman are going on a date. What's going on? This won't work." "Mary, let's follow." "Yes, sister. That's a good idea." "Hey, guys." Yuria tried to stop Isabella and Mary from running out after Yuno, but they ignored her mother's words and disappeared into the backyard, where Yuno and Eliza were heading. "Ugh, what should I do with those?" "Diane, what should you do with your sisters?" Empress. "So, if you give Yuno to me, I will cherish it, so that not even a single hair of it touches Yuno." "Diane, do you want to do that too?" "Hey, I won't be able to see Yuno, since she'll be going to her estate in a little while. But before that, I'll get a little bit of Yuno's body odor." "Ah, that's right. Come to think of it, Empress, why don't you go with Yuno?" "I want to go too. I need a vacation too. If Prince gives permission, I will also give permission." "There's no way Prince would allow that. I'll hide in my luggage and just close my eyes." "Okay, say something that makes sense. Isn't it said that if you disappear, the entire alchemy association in Adriatic Castle will close down?" Yuria's head hurt as she watched Isabella, Mary, and even Diane being smothered by Juno. Of course, she admits that her son is very attractive to her, but it seems like it's too much. Even though Yuria is happy, she doesn't know what to do with it. She admits that she is committing incest with her son, but she does not deny it. But she also treats her daughters, Isabella and Mary, with her younger sister, Juno, and her stepdaughter, but treats herself like her real daughter. There was no way to connect Diane with her half-sister Juno. Woo. "I don't think they'll really stay quiet if I announce that I'm marrying Eliza." Fortunately, the contents of all cabinet meetings were top secret, so the princesses did not know that Juno and Eliza had become lovers, so Yuria was still able to control it, but since it was a relationship between a man and a woman, she didn't know when the girls would notice, and her daughters would probably go crazy if they found out that Eliza was included when they went down to the estate. So the thoughts in her head continued. It became complicated. Pre-nurse Rachel wedding dress. Cleavage X there. Princess Rachel wedding dress. Cleavage over. Chapter 50. Heinrich's wedding. 3. Heinrich's wedding. 3. As Yuria had worried, Isabella and Mary quickly found Juno and Eliza in the palace garden and were spying on their date. Mary, who had already reached the level of being able to control intermediate spirits, used the wind spirit to hide their presence, so the masters, Juno and Eliza, did not notice at all. Isabella and Mary expressed their anger when they saw the two walking through the garden with their arms folded and talking sweetly, but they could not bear to vent it here, so they barely suppressed their anger. "Hey, look. I heard they've been winning awards for a long time." "Eliza, you betrayed me." "Isabella, take a picture of that with the image save magic. You have to provide evidence, so you can't get away with it." "Okay." Eliza looked around her in the corner of her garden and gave Juno her deep kiss, and Juno also responded to her kiss by hugging Eliza's waist. You. Leave this cute Mary and go to Eliza. I'll kill you, Juno. I'll definitely kill you." They almost rushed at Juno, forgetting that she was hiding, but Juno, who sensed her life, stopped kissing her and looked around her, so they quickly lowered her posture and killed her presence again, avoiding Juno's suspicion. "Juno? What's wrong?" "No, I guess I didn't feel it right." "Well, there's no one around here. Don't worry about that. Just keep side. The moment when Isabella, who was looking at the two of them kissing so deeply that it seemed as if they were eating each other's lips, cancelled the image save spell she was using out of jealousy and tried to cast an attack spell. Juno felt Eliza's real life coming towards him and threw her body away while hugging Eliza. Kaya. When Eliza's screams were heard along with a loud explosion, Mary raised her voice of reprimand to Isabella. "Sister, what should I do? If you really shoot me, you've been caught. If you don't want people to know by showing you the evidence, I have to threaten you to hug Mary." "No, it's not me." "Then who is?" With the explosion, so much dust rose that it was difficult to clearly see who had done it. However, upon noticing the ferocious force that clearly had done this approaching the garden, Mary hid again with Isabella. Jump, jump, jump. Put down Eliza in his arms, swallowed his saliva, and tensed his body as he heard the sound of footsteps approaching through the dust. Indeed, I heard he is the youngest master on the continent, so does he live up to his name, since the person responsible for the footsteps was Eliza's older sister, Fiona. Juno expressed her anger at her actions that put her sister, who was with her, in danger. Princess Fiona, what is this all of a sudden? Well, I was trying to play a game earlier, but it's a shame it ended. I'm just trying to see how good the bastard who seduced our Eliza is. Haha. Fiona suddenly rushed in and cut off Juno's head while she was still speaking. However, Juno was already tired of Catherine's surprise attack, so he let Fiona's sword slip through her palm and struck Fiona's body with her left shoulder. Wow. Damn it. You're pretty good at it. Even though she tried to turn her body to block it, the difference in size was so huge that Fiona was so shocked that she coughed. You can stop here. The princess is no match for me in close combat. That's right. Sister, stop. HMPH. Is that really true? Eliza approached Fiona to stop her fight, but Fiona, who was already excited, could not hear her sister's words. Fiona took another of the swords from her sheath and held it back in her hand, assuming her unusual stance. At the same time, her thick life began to hover around her body and cover her garden with a force that even Juno could not let down his guard. I admit that I let my guard down and did something roughly a while ago, but it will be different from now on. Come. As soon as Juno's words fell, Fiona's sword cut through Juno's cheek. It was a quick sword attack that Juno couldn't even see, so she just had to rely on her instincts to dodge it. Avoid this too? Then how about this? Another swift sword flew, and this time Juno succeeded in blocking it, but the other pair of swords grazed his arm point. Although Juno's skin and muscles were almost immune to blades and blows, there was nothing he could do about the swordmaster's sword filled with sword energy, and blood began to flow from the cut arm. Sister. Juno, stop. No. Once I start, I see the end. Heh. I really like that attitude. I like it. If you beat me, I'll allow you to date my sister. I have no intention of losing, but Eliza is my girl anyway. Haha. Say that after you beat me. Fiona's twin swords, filled with bloody sword energy and deadly force, continued to fly towards Juno at lightning speed. She tried to spread her fists against Fiona, who was circling around her and destroying her, but she was so fast that when she saw Juno's fist coming, she immediately threw out her sword energy and widened the distance between her. Brit, holy shit. Such a petty method. HMPH. Whether it's petty or not, if you win the battle, it's fine. Are you going to protest that it's petty, even if your head falls off? Juno also tried to counterattack by using her fighting skills, but even though she only showed the preliminary motion of sending her fighting skills, Juno could not see any solution. Since Fiona was facing her with her sword skills, Juno continued to rely on his instincts to avoid the twin swords that kept flying at him, but the damage was gradually accumulating. Shit. There is no end to just avoiding it like this. We have to find an angle to counterattack somehow. That's all. It's a waste of size. Let's see the end now. As she was distracted for a moment, a gap was revealed, and Fiona's dual sword swung in quickly. One sword flew towards the top of his head, and the other one aimed at his heart. Now is the time. Juno gritted his teeth, and launched himself at the twin swords flying towards him. And Juno twisted her body slightly to throw Fiona's sword, which was full of mana, and succeeded in penetrating Fiona's insides. What? As Fiona shouted in surprise, Juno's fist filled with mana hit Fiona's stomach. Q-ha. Fiona's back buckled, and an incredibly powerful shock wave erupted behind her. Then spit and vomit poured out of her mouth. But Juno's hand did not stop there. Fiona was pinned deep into the ground and unable to move as her still body, which had suffered a huge blow, was driven to the ground. Juno's fist flew into her head. The moment Isabella and Mary, who were watching, turned their faces back thinking of the terrible sight, Juno's fist stopped. Stop. It was Eliza who stopped Juno's fist, and Juno, realizing that he was too excited, lowered his fist and helped Fiona up. Are you okay? Princess Fiona? Do you look okay? You damn bastard? Damn. Your fist was really strong. I think I cut a lot more times. Her princess was much stronger than me. However, okay. How did you block my last attack? It was a very sincere attack. If you had continued to attack with your quick sword, Her Majesty the princess would have won in the end. I did not have the skills to pierce that quick sword. However, I was confident that I could deflect the sword that attacked me head on to finish it off. Fiona smiled bitterly as she remembered her last attack. Whoa, I'm a complete loser. I lost to a guy who was 12 years younger than me. And I was 7 years ahead of him when I became a master. Does it matter who becomes a master first? And since martial arts fighters compete against each other in martial arts, isn't winning or losing important? Well, that's right. I'll not see you next time. When Fiona undid the front of her military uniform and lowered her pants slightly, exposing her painful stomach, a bright blue bruise appeared on her lower abdomen. Ugh, this will last for a few days. You bad guy. You can't believe you hit a woman's sensitive area so hard. Oh my god, this is so bad. Are you okay? When Eliza came running to her with a voice of concern, Fiona was quite satisfied with her sister's warm heart. Elizabeth. No matter how much she likes her lover, she goes to the Empire, but in the end, what she cares about the most is this older sister. Oh my god. Look at this blood. Sister. What did you do to Yuno? Just wait for something to happen to Yuno. I won't leave you alone. However, contrary to Fiona's expectations, Eliza clung to Yuno and began to treat Yuno's injuries, and Fiona could only stare at them blankly, not even thinking about opening her open forearm point. After a while, due to the commotion in the garden, the Knights of the Royal Guard, Empress Iria, the Crown Prince, and Rachel all came in, and Yuno had to be scolded by Iria and the Crown Prince, and Fiona had to be scolded by Rachel. Next day, Rachel, Eliza, and Yuno came out to see Fiona off on her way back to Lyon. Rachel, Eliza, take care of yourself. If anything happens, you can always come to Lyon. She will welcome you at any time. You're doing well. If you think your father is going to cause trouble, you should contact me right away. Sister Fiona, it was nice to see her after a long time. Her sister also comes to me. Whenever anything happens, Fiona patted Rachel and Eliza's heads and climbed into the magic circle. You know, if you make Eliza cry, I won't let you go. Haha, yes, I understand. Princess Fiona, Fiona. Call me Sister Fiona. Are you saying you're going to marry Ellie? That makes you sound too affectionate when you're part of her family. I understand. Sister Fiona. After hearing Yuno's satisfactory answer, Fiona returned to Lyon, feeling the magic of her spatial movement. Woo, I guess I'll be busy again starting today. I need to be more alert as Rachel isn't here. But this still bothers me. I don't think it's just pain. Should I drink another potion? Fiona once again stroked her lower abdomen, where she had been hit by Yuno last night. A thrilling feeling continued to be felt in her lower abdomen, and a subtle sense of pleasure was felt. Fiona, who didn't know what she was doing as it was her first time feeling that way, headed to her office to take care of her backlog of work without noticing that her pussy was slowly becoming wet with her love juices. Began handling backlogged work. *ILLUSTRATION of Fiona getting punched by Yuno. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.